Should I tell them they're in the wrong zone for XP? It should be in any of the hot zones listed. Plus, this is cancer. There's just casters. It's just like, it's not worth. I swear to God, there's one more. Maybe not. I see one on track. Is the goblin the one that found the gem? What am I trying to get from him? I don't even know the name of the item. Oh yeah, you're right. That's part of the lore video. You're right. This is Ghoulbane quest though. I don't think he has a gem. I think it's something else from him. Amstaff scroll. It is a lore item. I hate killing this one because it's just so buffed. It's hasted and it has HP buffs. Yeah, they probably will. Definitely. It's 60-minute respawn. They're gonna run out of mobs. next one spawning's over here, but right? Yeah, it is. It has to be. Honestly, might be over here. Unbuff the goblin, just what I wanted. I'll try to get this tonight, honestly. But after I get this, probably call it a night. What up, Civil War? That's not updated. Difference is I have cracked. Let me see how updated it is. Yeah, it's not at all updated. I have Except Berserker Club, cracked Darkwood Shield, Gem Encrusted Ring, which is really good, and the Forest Loops as well. Think that's the only difference. I have to update it though. How long? Not that long. I got like I went there at 28. I got to level 30. I got to 31 actually. I think 28 to 31 I did. I got too far, so wasn't that bad. They're like 1% on this server. Alright, that's kind of lucky honestly. I didn't kill 200 of them. I don't want to train because I'll leave them up for these guys to kill. These are so much easier when they're not buffed. Right now I'm trying to do the Ghoulbane quest. These goblins drop an item. Oh, they're out of here. Yeah, it's too long a spawn to peel. Yeah, it is. It's not a hot zone either. They need to go a different zone. They should go to Soleil or something. Soleil would be decent, but it's casters. Soleil's a hot zone. I think they logged off. Never mind. Let's see where they went. S-Row. What are they doing in S-Row? They're gonna go to Gawk or something? That's not a good choice either. They should go to Soleil. Hot zone. Going to Grob for PL? Yeah, I'm sure, dude. Yeah, they should go to Soleil. I'm gonna have to train a lot of shit. Bro! Why is this guard brain dead? Just looking at me, bro. killed that guard. Trash can. Hopefully it just got so and none of the crazy buffs. Yeah, it's not bad. What's up, Grant? You think it's this one? Alright, I added the time to the timer. I added a little extra for the Valorant subs as well. When did ISU get this? Recently? Like before or after the merge? Fuck. Bro, this might not even be dropping, man. That's the thing. It might not be dropping. If it was last week, it might not be dropping. When was that merge? Yeah, there's like no guarantee this is dropping unless it was fixed. Thanks, Traven. Yeah, Gem, and like when you guys did this, was there a crazed goblin and goblin thief also spawning in these spots? Do you remember? Okay, then this shit's not fucking working. There's no way it's working then, man. Like it's not working right then. Like I'm just getting a goblin and like this hasn't been touched. It's not fucking working. I'm just trolling, like wasting time again. I'll just post in the bug report. Yeah, I don't think it's dropping. I just added to my bug report. Bug report. I mean, it's Veliuscated. There's no way. Like, unless. No, there's no way because Secrets hasn't. It's not dropping. It can't be. It can't be dropping. Because the other spawns aren't in the game. Unless Secrets manually added it to this mob and didn't put the other two spawns in, it's just not dropping. Which I doubt she did, so it's not dropping. I'm just wasting time. I think I'm just wasting more time. It can't be. Theoretically, it can't be dropping right now. Yeah, it legit can't be. So frustrating, bro. I went from one quest that's not dropping, then I waste another like 3 hours on this bullshit and it's not dropping either. It's fucking ridiculous, man. It's fucking Jesus. Someone told me this was dropping too. It wasn't you, Jam, it was somebody else. So like, don't worry, the other ones work. No, they don't. It's cringe, man. It sucks. What's that aggro range? What? It is spawning. What the fuck? How did a goblin thief just pop up there? Whoops, I have to read this one. Wait, how is this spawning? Bro. Okay, well, a crazed goblin isn't so. Okay, goblin thief 10%. I don't know, a crazed goblin isn't spawning. Maybe this is dropping. Crazed goblin bellies. I don't know if it's dropping. It is a good sign, but I still now I don't know. It's weird. If anything, they should just drop it like 100% of the time and fuck the other fucking goblin. Now I want to keep trying, damn it. Now another thief spawns? Bruh. Can't figure this game out. It probably drops. Now I think I said it 100% doesn't drop. Now I'm saying it probably drops. Oh my god. I got an hour left to me though, like for real. Yo, Franz, what up, dude? Long time. Maybe it only drops off of the thieves? It's just like really hard to say because it's 6%. is this one? These guards are getting wrecked. Oh, he's trash. Yeah, not positive dropping, honestly. Still no. The XP is at least decent. Still not gonna pop an XP pot in this zone. The Zem isn't. The Zem isn't that good. Not on this server anyway. Yo, Kel, thanks for the prime, dude. Thanks, bro. do they die? Guard just died to this fucking shit? Dog. I think I rooted the wrong one. I don't know if he could kill that thing. There's no fucking way. It's dog shit. Less smoke. Absurd, man. I couldn't get it done. Couldn't get that piece. I don't know if it drops, honestly. I'm gonna go to sleep and put on some lore. And I'll pause the timer.
In the beginning, there was a perfect void, empty of all, even time and space, a vast and endless nothingness cloaked in a deep and all-consuming silence. Within this void existed the Nameless, a power so incredible and incomprehensible that in all the universe it knew only itself to exist, knew only itself capable of existing in the great expanse that was its realm. The Nameless knew not why it was there, only that it was. In the quiet expanse of the void it sent itself out, to probe this empty space, to seek its boundaries if it had them. As it searched the void, all it could think about was the discovery of something different, anything other than itself. And there, as it willed it so, it found something different indeed. A pocket of space, and within it the flow of time creeping inexorably on. In all existence, this pocket of reality was the only thing different than the Nameless. Upon entering this space, something happened. Something terrible and wonderful, something terrifying and exciting. The pocket had the elements of space and time. The Nameless knew naught of these things and was unable to contain them within itself. The Nameless lashed out in all directions, filling the space with a force that knew no boundaries, then withdrew back into the familiar void to see what had become of the pocket. It was empty no longer. Instead of simply time and space existing, there now existed swirling energies, light and heat. Its perfect emptiness had been corrupted by the being of the Nameless. This new realm was still part of him, but different from all he had known. The energies collided and crashed. They were born and died. They became new and different things, none of which the Nameless had seen before or could predict. The Nameless felt wonder for the first time. Through its will, it began to shape the chaos that swirled within. To form new and interesting elements, it was only now learning. Once the basic elements were formed, it used them to form planets, both huge and small, stars and swirling masses of light, all for its wonder and joy. The Nameless operated on a grand scale and set its universe in motion, moving and pulsating with its own kind of life. Throughout its center it set the stars, pinpoints of energy much like itself that may watch over this new creation. Now the swirling ball of energy needed shaping. He would need order in this new realm he had created, a way to manipulate this chaotic material. The changes that he wanted would need a finer touch, and so were born the gods of power. The Nameless reached into the chaos and drew forth 4 equal portions of the stuff of existence. Of these he took a sampling and shaped it into the gods that would divide the universe into form. The first of these he named Wraith, and set upon it the task of making solid the chaos, into the matter of which all things would be built. Wraith looked down upon the task, and before it saw the chaos was immense. Its task was enormous, and would require it to be many places throughout the cosmos to tend. It reached inside itself and divided into 13 equal parts, all to keep custodian over the multitude of mass that it would create, and each of the Wraith went into the chaos and set about dividing a fourth of the material into the matter it would call Earth. It set this earth around its lord's eyes, the stars, that he may keep watch over all his cosmos and admire its child's creations. The second he named Fenin Ro, and gave him the task of shaping the chaos. Fenin went forth and drew his portion that he named Fire, that he may set it upon the stars and shed light on his lord's cosmos. He helped the Wraith shape the solid matter into that which would be pleasing to their lord's eye. He gave warmth to the cold of chaos. The third element, water, he determined would need many forms. For this element he took the portion and split it into 3. Teru Mar would be responsible for water, the main state of the element which would give life to his worlds. Isai would lord over water in its solid state, ice, and the order and preservation it brought. Finally, Povar would lord over steam and that of life and motion. These 3 took their portion and cloaked each world with their life-giving touch. The final element he named Zegani. Hers was the duty of drawing away the material in between and setting each thing in its place. Her portion of chaos she drew away and made into air. This she used to blow the chaos away and blanket each world to cushion it from the harshness of the cold cosmos. The Nameless looked into its new creation and felt sorrow. It knew all that happened in this new place but could not experience it, for it could not contain him. Only the essence that he could reach within told him anything of this new world he had formed. He was detached from his own creation. He called out to the gods of power and commanded them to make minions, so that he could share in their experience of his new worlds. The four gods of power each reached into their elemental planes and drew forth a portion of their element to commit to this task. The gods shaped these elements with their will into that which would be their eyes and hands and that of their lord, beings of energy, much like the gods of power, but able to influence the subtleties of each world, beings of will, born of the matter of the cosmos. The gods of power knew in their dealings with each other that there must be constant balance in the universe, that it maintain its shape and no one force threatened to destroy the others, or the perfection they had strived to create under their lord's tutelage. Using this balance of force as a foundation, they began to create the gods of influence in the model of a scale. A force of darkness or destruction would be placed on one side of the scale, while a force of light or creation would be placed on the other. In the middle would be a neutral or balancing force upon which each side would find themselves equal. This would maintain the balance the gods desired without too much of their direct involvement. As needed, they combined their elements to create each god in turn. Rodset Knife, the prime healer, bestower of life and healing. The Tribunal, council of justice. Bertoxulus, the plague bringer, master of death and decay. Mithaniel Mar, he who represents all that is valorous. Fizzlethorpe Bristlebane, the king of thieves. Kazakh Thul, lord of terror. Urlasi Mar, queen of love. Druzzle Row, matron of art and goddess of magic. Inara, the prince of hate. Tunair, mother of all. Quelios, the tranquil, purveyor of peace. Ralos Zek, the warlord. Vishan, the worm queen, goddess of the sky and all dragon kind. Salusek Ro, the burning prince, god of the sun and flames. Karana, the rainkeeper, god of storms. Brel Ceralis, the duke of below and god of the underfoot. Prexus, the ocean lord and god of the sea. And so the gods of power had created each god in turn, good, neutral, and evil, which the children of Norath may choose to follow until the end of times. While the gods of light and darkness began to flex their newfound will and bicker among themselves, it was Vishan who first soared among the great new planets. There was much to be discovered, and the Keeper of Wisdom must know it all, such that she would have the power of knowledge to serve her purpose. There was much to see, and many different worlds swirled within the space and passed each other seemingly oblivious to each other's existence. There was nothing of particular size among them, as all life was plant-like, or that of simple animals. Taking it all in, Vishan realized that she could not keep her eyes on all of it without some kind of help. She soared to what she felt was the planet closest to the center of all that was. Here she would place her progeny to grow and watch over her Lord's creation. Here would be born the seeds of her watchful dominion. She named this world Norath, meaning foundation in the tongue of the gods. Upon this foundation, she raked her claws across the frozen continent of Velius as a farmer would plow a field. Here, she would sow her seed. She lay upon the world for many days and nights and laid her eggs within its scars. The first dragons walked the land and flew the skies. Powerful beings of great intellect, wisdom, and strength, they ruled the land as the firstborn of the gods. Of all creatures that would come, these would be the least diluted, the purest form of that which is to be born of the divine. Brel Ceralis, being the god of the underfoot, felt the claws of Vishan dig into his domain, the spine beneath each world. Immediately he looked upon Norath and saw what Vishan was doing. Looking upon this, he saw a potential threat to the balance that had just been formed. From his plane of underfoot, a dark realm of vast caves and endless tunnels, he quietly created a magical portal to a cavern deep in the belly of Norath. Through this portal, the Duke of Underfoot seeded the depths of Norath with all manner of creatures. The Duke of Below then returned home, sealing his portal within a labyrinthine chamber of mystical living stone. As the other gods came to Norath, Brel Ceralis approached each of them, and after some time convinced them to meet as one to discuss the fate of the world. In attendance was Tunair, the Great Mother, Prexus, the Ocean Lord, as well as Ralos Zek, the Warlord. Brel, carefully avoiding all queries as to the origins of his information, told of Vishan's discovery of the new and potentially powerful world in which she had deposited her brood. Words befit of the King of Thieves poured forth from Brel's lips, and he proposed that they accept an alliance of sorts, to which all save Ralos Zek agreed, ignorant of the fact that Brel had already released some of his creations into the underfoot of this new world. The planet that would be called Norath was divvied up between these beings of power for the purpose of keeping the Worm Queen in check. Each would create a race of beings to watch over Norath and keep a vigilant eye on the schemes of dragonkind. Brel claimed the bowels of the planet and created the dwarves, stout and strong, deep beneath the mountains of Norath. In the abysmal depths of the oceans, Prexis left his children, the Kedge, hardy aquatic beings of great mental power and stamina. And on the surface of Norath did Tuner create the elves, creatures of limitless grace and beauty, and Ralos Zek the giants, fierce and formidable beings, intent upon the defense of their lands. It was inevitable that such energies involved in seeding planets with life would attract even more of the gods, and it was the elves who drew the unwanted attention of Inaruk, Prince of Hate. In a decrepit tower overlooking the dark decaying alleys over the plane which he ruled, Inaruk waited, stoking the fire of his hate until it was a raging inferno. Inaruk cursed his fellow gods for not including him in their pact, and vowed to make them regret such disrespect. From the halls of the elves' fair city, Ssfhc, the Prince of Hate snatched away the first elven king and queen. In his realm of pain and anger, he slowly tore them apart, physically and mentally, over the course of 300 years. He then gathered the quivering remnants of these beings of light and rebuilt them into his own dark, sadistic image, a twisted mockery of Tuner's noble children. In depositing the Terdal, as Inaruk's dark elven creations would come to be called, back into Norath, the seeds for the Prince of Hate's final revenge were sown. Fizzlethorpe Bristlebane and Khazak Thul came next to Norath, and Brel met with them, concocting a second pact with these latter gods, wishing another excuse to create more peoples into this world. Ralos Zek again watched from afar, determined to add to his creation as well, and this time Brel convinced the warlord to join the pact, assuring him that it was indeed an appropriate time to fulfill his desires. Deep in the earth did Brel return to create the gnomes, resembling dwarves to some extent, yet more wiry and gnarled, consumed with tinkering with devices more so than their cousins. On the surface, away from the elves and giants, Bristlebane made the halflings, short and stubby folk, agile and with a propensity to meddle and even pilfer at times. Khazak Thul, Lord of Fear, was drawn to the swamps and jungles of Norath, and there created the green-skinned trolls and the reptilian lizardmen and Ixar. Ralos Zek returned to the surface, pleased with his sanction to create even more races for his army. He made then the ogres, massive, unmovable beings of questionable intelligence, and the orcs, bred for battle and single-minded in their desire for conquest. By this time, those who were now known as the elder races of Norath had begun to expand and mature. Villages became cities, and cities became kingdoms. Several of the races became bent on expansion, and warfare became part of their developing cultures. This has been Lore of EverQuest, the World of Norath. In closing, I would like to thank all the developers that have worked on EverQuest over the years, and a special thanks to the late Brad McQuaid, without whom this world likely never would have existed. In our next video, we will explore the war between the forces of Ralos Zek and the Plane of Earth, as well as the fate that befell the armies of Zek. We will also cover the rise and destruction of the Eldar Empire, the colonization of Tuneria, and the civil war on Otis. Thank you for watching. If you're interested in more EverQuest or MMORPG related content, feel free to stop by my live stream at twitch.tv/BobbyBick, and feel free to subscribe to the YouTube channel where I'll be posting more lore videos in the future. See you next time! In our last video, we covered the creation of Norath, the birth of the gods of power, and the beginnings of its elder races. If you haven't seen that video yet, I encourage you to watch it before this one, as some parts may be confusing otherwise. This story continues off from Ralos Zek creating the orcs and ogres in an attempt to bolster his growing army. The children of Ralos Zek had been born, the orcs on Fadewar and the giants and ogres on Tuneria. The giants, being one people at that time, flourished in the Northlands, vast and fertile grasslands that stretched from the ocean to great mountains both to the east and south. In seclusion, they made huge cities and castles, and built a civilization rivaled at that time by very few of the other intelligent races. The Giants were a strong nation and worshipped their creator, the Warlord. Armies and outposts guarded the passes leading into the Northlands, and the few times their home was attacked, the invaders were utterly crushed. Far to the south, another civilization was growing in power as well. The ogres also worshipped the Warlord, arguably even more fervently than the Giants, and of all the races, it was the ogres who quickly proved the most interested in battle and plunder, and their empire grew outward from their mountain home until it eventually encompassed a large portion of Tuneria, largest of the known continents. Their knowledge of magic grew as did their greed, until they became weary of only Norath, and when they learned of other planes and dimensions, invaded the plane of Earth itself. While the ogres to this day sing songs of their initial victory over these 13 mighty beings, it is also true that when one of these gods fell, soon another arose from the earth to take his place. The ogres could do little against a foe eternal and were eventually defeated, their armies forced to fall back through the portals that had brought them to that plane. Hordes of earth elementals and flesh-eating plants pursued them, even into Norath, and southern Tuneria fell victim to the wrath of the 12 gods. Rallos' forces were scattered and broken, unable to continue their current assault. Rallos Zek looked down upon the ogres, and in seeing their defeat, grew furious. While he was a lesser deity, he was still the god of war, and in his arrogance he too opened a portal to the plane of Earth, and personally led his forces in an invasion. An inconceivable battle ensued, one of which history says little other than that the heavens themselves shook, and in the end even the warlord was defeated by the Council of Wraith. Rallos and his minions were cast back into the planes of influence, and the greater gods came together, creating a barrier such that no lesser god or creature could ever pass into the planes of power again. They also saw fit to punish Rallos Zek for his treachery and arrogance. And so, in what some view as spite and others justice, the gods cursed the warlord's creations. Thousands of ogres were slain, and their empire collapsed around them. Those that remained scattered into small tribes in southern Tuneria. The orcs, giants, and goblins, also of the warlord's creation, were not spared the gods' wrath. The fate of the orcs is almost totally unknown, for they are not a people to keep history, concerned only with the present. The goblins were also cursed, but no writings remain of their punishment, for they no longer keep records of their history, perhaps an indication of the severity of their curse. Stories passed down from other races tell that the Ssfhc, as the goblins were known then, were entirely exterminated. From their ashes were born the 4 goblin races, each stripped of all knowledge and not informed of the existence of the other clans, nor of their origins. Each clan was transported to a separate environment to help preserve the gods' will. The gods were not entirely without mercy, however, and granted each clan a staff with a crystal affixed to its head. These crystal staves aided the goblin clans in understanding their environments. But the giants remember what happened to them, for the greater gods came together and in their combined might brought an age of ice to the Northlands. Their civilization fell swiftly, their cities and holds crumbled in the cold, their crops and livestock froze and died. Famine and chaos spread everywhere, and the surviving giants boarded a vast armada of ships and sailed east and then south in an attempt to escape the curse. But the greater gods saw this too, and watched their escape, conferring with each other. When the giants' fleet reached a point between Tuneria and Kunark, the gods summoned a hurricane of unearthly power, with gales and waves greater than any sailor had ever seen. Many ships were sunk, and over 2/3 of the armada were blown by the mighty winds to the shores of the nearby lands, to be dashed against the rocks and cliffs. 1/3 came ashore east of the oasis of Mar in the desert of Ro, while another third landed in the burning wood on the west coast of Kunark. The remaining armada sailed on, praying that they had escaped, but the warlord could do nothing in their aid, and Zegany, Queen of Air, drew wind to their sails and led them to the coast of Velius, where they landed short on supplies and unable to sail further. Thus the greater gods brought their final curse upon the giants, for they had fled the Northlands to escape an age of winter, only to find themselves marooned on an entire continent of eternal ice and snow. In the desolation that was the desert of Ro, many of the giants died from the heat and lack of water. The few who survived became a wandering band of nomads, fiercely afraid of others, attacking anyone who would wander into their ever-moving camps. They are called the Sand Giants by those who have encountered them and lived to tell the tale. Those who landed on Kunark became the hill, forest, and mountain giants, and were soon enslaved by the Ixar, rulers of the Ssfhc Empire. It wasn't until that empire fell that these giants became truly free again, able to begin anew. The final group of giants, those who landed on Velius, became the Frost Giants and Storm Giants. These were the mightiest in the Armada, those who had survived the Great Hurricane, and it was their anguish and pain as they were blown south through the waters that named the Ocean of Tears. They eventually adapted to the cold and began to rebuild a civilization in central Velius, always careful to stay clear of the ice dragons who also dwelled there. But whether frost, storm, sand, mountain, forest, or hill giant, they remember and they curse to this day the greater gods, the rulers of the planes of power. As the chaos of the gods swept over many parts of Tuneria, an occurrence stranger still was visited upon the elves of the Eldar Forest. On a stormy night, amid the howling winds feeding the blizzards in the Northlands, a couple emerged from the woods, alerting the sentries on watch. The guards stared in dismay at first, and then rang the alarm summoning the captain of the guard. Captain Petron looked down at the disheveled pair to see their king and queen, lost to them so many years, returned. Where they had been, no one knew, but the captain could see a wildness in their eyes. He imagined an incredible ordeal, to be sure, to keep them from home these past 300 years. The two were immediately brought to the palace of the new king, their cousin, who had taken rulership of the kingdom in their absence as was proper. The king, of course, began preparations of ceremony to return the kingdom to its rightful king and queen as soon as they were healthy enough to return to office. Sadly, the cousin would never see this day, as both he and his wife died of a mysterious illness within 2 months of the king and queen's return. And so the new kingdom began in death. The royal family began to turn away from the ways of the forest and look beyond it to other lands and those that dwelt there. They looked on with envious eyes at their neighbors and soon spread the desires of conquest throughout the council. More and more, those in the council who were friends of the forest began to move away, take ill, or disappear on hunting excursions altogether. The ideals of the elves turned to an empire. The elves built great armies and took to the primeval forests of Norath, creating a vast empire that spanned several continents. By this point, the Eldar Forest, the elven realm of old, spread across the entire southeastern quarter of Tuneria. Tree communities and marble cities were built in the forest clearings and meadows, their white towers and spires climbing out of the forest higher than the tallest tree. Legends say this prosperity drew the jealousy of Ssfhc Ro, Lord of Flame. He arched the spine of the Serpent Mountains, bringing heat from the burning sun to the ancient forest. The rivers ran dry, it rained less each year, and while the great elven druids fought long and hard using their powerful magics to combat the change, they could only delay the inevitable. Slowly, the forest gave way to desert, and eventually even the fair elven city Ssfhc crumbled, and the elves were forced to flee Tuneria, leaving much of their greatness behind. What had survived the great kingdom of the elves they loaded onto ships they built from the remainder of the forest. They then sailed east toward the continent of Fadwar, where their scouts had found a suitable area for them to call home. Tuneria lost to them, they began to build anew in the woods of Fadwar, and soon took hold of a large portion of its lands. As the dust was settling over the now sun-scorched Tuneria, the last of the gods came to Norath to create their people. Mithaniel Mar, god of valor, and Arlasi Mar, his twin sister, the goddess of love, created the barbarians, a hardy race who settled the cold and rugged Northlands, near the ruins of the giant empire. Being the youngest race, they were generally unwashed and rugged, possessing very few social graces. While their culture was primarily warlike, there were those among them who began to believe in something more. By this time, the other civilizations of Norath had either long since declined or were well on their way, and this small minority of barbarians saw an opportunity to triumph where others had failed. Perhaps it was the seed of wisdom planted by the Mar twins, or perhaps it was only by chance, but as the barbarians spread out across the lands, warring with both each other and any other race encountered, this tiny movement continued to grow. And so, even amidst the desolation and war, there was hope. This small and enlightened group of barbarians were the fathers of the human race, and they rapidly gained a foothold throughout the lands, studying the lost art of geomancy. The combined empire, as these barbarians which began to resemble what we now call humans, spread throughout the known world. This empire then died even more quickly than it grew, and for reasons still unknown. and while they are the ancestors of every human on Norath, and their relics and ruins still litter the lands from Otis to Fadewar, little history of this period remains. After the fall of the Combined Empire, the remnants of mankind dwelled mostly in the center of Tuneria, inhabiting primarily the vast and fertile plains of Karana. Villages appeared and prospered, several reaching the size of towns, and 2 even became cities. To the west, a strong and noble band of humans, led by Antonius Bael I, founded Kinos, under the lofty principles of law. Freeport, to the east, became an active and dangerous port of call for all who dared to venture into the Ocean of Tears and beyond to the shores of Fadewar. Humanity, much to the disdain of the elder races who watched from afar, remained strong, even daring to rename their home after one of their own instead of one of the gods. The great continent of Tuneria would forevermore be known as Antonica. This is not to imply, however, that humanity was at peace. Competition was fierce, and when resources grew scarce for one reason or another, many groups abandoned the promises and alliances of their past and fought. A few leaders spoke out against the violence, urging the masses to remember why they had fled the cold north. Others reminded them of their former glory and the might of the Combined Empire. These leaders insisted that humanity adhere once again to those principles which all had agreed. Explorers and adventurers had been returning from afar with tales of elves, dwarves, and other strange creatures, as well as descriptions of ancient abandoned cities. A few even came back with limited knowledge of sorcery and the mystic arts. And when that discontent minority of leaders heard of all this, they became both jealous and determined. A small, frail man of great intellect called Arid led this group, and he formed them into a council. They quickly became irritated, even disgusted by their fellow man. Leaving a small network of spies behind, the remainder of Arid's followers fled the city of Kinos and boarded a small fleet of ships. They sailed to the west and landed upon the barren coast of the island of Otis. The land was sparse and uninhabited, and quite appealing to the council and their people. They quickly built a city of their own, dissimilar in almost every way to both Kinos and Freeport, for it was almost entirely a towering castle. Aridin it was called, and within it the scribes and scholars who called themselves High Men gathered and analyzed reports, captured books and scrolls, and other artifacts brought to them by their spies. The first human mages since the Combined Empire were born. Wizards, sorcerers, and enchanters occupied the great halls of Aridin and grew immensely in both power and knowledge. It came to pass some years later that a small group of erudites discovered the lost art of necromancy. They were branded heretics, and great conflict arose. For the first time in several hundred years, the erudites fought. They engaged in a civil war not entirely dissimilar to that which they had loathed and fled from back on the mainland, but there was one significant difference. They did not use swords and bows, but rather magic, and the result was terrible. Lives by the hundreds were lost, great buildings and structures destroyed, and eventually the heretics were forced to flee Aridin, to hide and regroup in the southern regions of Otis. In one final battle, great mystic energies were released, and an immense hole leading to unknown depths beneath the earth was created. Into the sides of this chasm the heretics built their own city, which they called Peniel, and while both sides still seethed with anger and hatred towards one another, their fear of what the last battle had wrought kept any further conflict at bay. And now here we are, in the age of turmoil. The beginning of this age has been filled with wonder. The elder races have begun to reclaim their former glory, while younger races have matured. An active economy stretches across Otis, Antonica, and Fadewar. While conflict and battle are hardly rare, it has also been centuries since open war has plagued the lands. A myriad of alliances and factions have been formed, friend and foe plot and scheme, and the world of Norath is ripe for action. But those are stories for another day. This has been Lore of EverQuest, the world of Norath. In my next video, I'll be covering the kidnapping of Ferunavai, the birth and rise of Lannis Tevil, and the Battle of Bloody Kithakor. Thank you for watching. If you're interested in more EverQuest or MMORPG related content, feel free to stop by my live stream at twitch.tv/BobbyBick, and feel free to subscribe to the YouTube channel where I'll be posting more lore videos in the future. See you next time! There are many stories to be found in the world of EverQuest, but few can be seen as having as big of an impact as that of the rivalry between two young women and the forces which they each represented. This is a story that encompasses a large part of Norathian history, and as such, it is impossible to cover every nuance and character involved in it. It all started in the Plane of Growth. One of the smallest of Tunair's creatures, a simple wisp, yearned for a life more than that of simply wandering the plane of the Mother of All. Believing it could do great deeds in Tunair's name and bring balance in Norath if only it had the opportunity to do so. This wisp would eventually venture forth from Growth and found itself on the field where a great battle had taken place between orcs and the Coda Dal, or High Elves. There, upon that field, the wisp inhabited the body of a fallen High Elven soldier and would forevermore be known as Galith Verideth. Galith, having now shed his ethereal form and taken a mortal body, ventured to Felwith to seek the life he had so desired all these years. Tunair, always mindful of her creations, looked on with sadness. It was forbidden to leave the Plane of Growth, and the spirit would no longer be under her protection, forced to face the perils of a mortal existence. Galith's journey as a High Elf would start at the hands of Tinkal, Guildmaster of the Paladins of Tunair. It was in the halls of the Paladins that Galith would quickly prove to be a highly capable knight, rising quickly in the ranks of the Royal Guard of Felwith. His skill would eventually catch the eye of the King of High Elves himself, Ssfhc, and he was appointed as a king's advisor as well as to protect both Tiris and the Queen, Alicia. While much of Galith's time was spent with the king, he found himself spending more and more in the company of Alicia. The two discovered a fondness for one another, one which did not go unnoticed by the king. Galith, unaware of the king's suspicion, was equally unaware that he was being followed. On a sunlit morning by the pond in the palace courtyard, Galith and Alicia found themselves alone again. This time the couple found themselves joining hands, a sight which did not escape the eyes of a wood elf rogue sent to spy on their activities. It was that night that Galith and Alicia would meet in the Greater Fadark to watch the sunset. It was that night that the Chosen of Tunair would be brought into Norath. Upon returning to the city, the couple were stopped by the guards. Alicia was whisked away behind closed doors, and Galith informed he had been barred from the city by order of King Tiris. In his anger, King Tiris locked Queen Alicia away in one of the towers of Felwith's keep. Soon it became apparent that the queen was with child. Alicia, fearful for her future child's life, never revealed the details of her last night with Galith. Her handmaidens agree to silence, and somehow directly under the king's nose, her pregnancy remains a secret. The body of a mortal is not designed to birth that of divinity, and sadly, Alicia would not survive the day her daughter entered the world. This child of divinity was secreted out of Felwith under cover of night by those loyal to the late queen. They sought out the exiled Galith and left the baby in his care, warning of what would befall her should the king learn the details of her birth. Galith agrees to this charge and names his daughter Ferona Vi, meaning Chosen of Tunair, and would occupy her youth training her in the ways of the Paladins of Tunair. Elsewhere on Norath, another child of divinity will enter this world. The Moon of Blood is the most holy night for Inaruk's followers and occurs once every 27 months. On this heinous night, every follower of Inaruk must murder a good being to honor their god. The Dark Elves take this tradition further. The nobles choose a commoner to mate with that will then be sacrificed in Inaruk's name. On this bloody night, Vendela Gakal, a high priestess of Inaruk, attended the festival in Neriak Commons. It was there she would lay eyes on an exceptionally handsome common male among the crowd. The high priestess brought this man to her inner sanctum where the two copulated throughout the night. When she awoke the next morning, the commoner had disappeared. The following year, the high priestess would give birth to a child of extraordinary abilities, beyond that which any Terdal had ever possessed. Other Terdal watched as the child grew, becoming more fearful of her developing powers and natural abilities of dark magics. Eventually, their fear gave way to action, and a group of assassins was sent to end the child's life. This attempt on her life would be thwarted by an aging Shadow Knight named Larthik Kishin. Even in his latter years, Larthik was a force to be reckoned with, and he dispatched the three would-be assassins with little trouble. After the attempt on her life, Larthik found himself approached by none other than the Prince of Hate, Inaruk, himself. Inaruk, pleased at Larthic's defense of his child, conscripted him into service as her tutor and bodyguard. In doing so, he also gifted Larthic a new body, one much younger and more fit to carry out his lord's will. With youth returned to him, Larthic took the child of Inaruk under his care, teaching her the ways of both martial combat and the dark magics of necromancy. Lannis Tevil would be the name of the child of hate. She is the embodiment of hate upon Norath. Loyal to those who would follow her, a terror to those Tyrdahl which would betray her or stand in her way, Lannis became a spear point for the Dark Elves and always fought for the agenda of her father, Inaruk. Aware of a rising force in the Coda Dal, said to be the champion of Tunair, a spark of extreme hatred is born in Lannis. Her desire to see the end of Feronavi blinds much of her senses, though she will have an opportunity to act on her impulses soon. As luck, or unluck depending on who you ask, would have it, a goblin by the name of Nergal would soon discover something in Highkeep that would set the stage for one of Antonica's darkest battles. The Pick Claw of Highkeep are a simple sort. Left alone by the human citizens, these dim-witted creatures spend most of their day harvesting rocks from the mine below the keep. These precious stones and metals were valuable not just among the human traders, but Coda Dal magicians and Tyrdahl jewelers sought them out for their unique properties. On one such day, Nergal, an unassuming though meek specimen of goblin, was digging in a new area of the mine when he chanced upon something he had never seen before. In a crevice he discovered a glowing blue rock, spherical in shape, and brought it to a Dark Elf ambassador to have this rare find's value assessed. The ambassador, Tyranna Slill, found her posting in Highkeep to be anything but desirable. She longed to return to Neriak and to bid these lesser races farewell. On that day, Nergal brought this strange blue stone to Tyranna, and using her necromantic magics, she discovered the incredible magic properties it contained. Promising great rewards to Nergal, Tyranna bade him to show her the location of the vein where the stone was obtained. Nergal, hesitant to reveal the location for he had been tricked before, eventually gave way after being plied with sufficient alcohol. The location ascertained, Tyranna now had no more use of the goblin, and as her necromantic magic swept over him, Nergal gave a last shriek, then fell to the ground. With stone in hand, the Dark Elven ambassador set off immediately for Neriak, using her relationship with the Shraylock Orc clan of Highpass for protection through the Commonlands. Arriving in Neriak, she hastily sought out Knight Larthic and presented the find to him along with the promise of more where it came from. Larthic studied the stone in his hand, turning it over and sensing the magical potency contained within. To Tyranna's dismay, Larthic ordered her to return to Highkeep, and she was issued additional orders to be carried out immediately. Begrudgingly, she would begin her journey back. Wood Elves are believed by most other races to be distanced from politics and intrigue, but that is far from the truth. A network of spies, Tunair's Martyrs, have operatives stationed across Norath keeping a watchful eye on the goings-on of the different cities and factions. One such operative, Felanine Deepwood, was stationed in Highkeep, and Tyranna's increased activity did not escape his notice. Felanine prepared an ambush for the Tyrdahl ambassador, and upon her return to Kithakor from Neriak, their trap was sprung. Her entourage was quickly cut down with arrows, and Tyranna herself met an end to Felanine's blade through the chest, her necromantic magic unable to keep up with his close-quarters combat. The Wood Elf searched through the now-deceased Tyranna's belongings, and discovered the orders given to her by Larthic. In those orders was a warning to the citizens of Highkeep, that the Tyrdahl had decided it was time for them to take possession of it as their own. Knowing the urgency of his task, Felanine made his way to the keep and delivered the news directly to Lord Tethys, High Elven Ambassador to Carson McCabe. Lord Tethys called an emergency meeting of all those allied races in the keep, and runners were dispatched to all known quarters of the known world, calling for aid against the oncoming force. In the heart of Fadark, Galeth and his protege, the Chosen of Tunair, encountered one of these runners. This has been Lore of EverQuest, the World of Norath. In our next video, we will continue the story of Lannis and Ferona's war over Highpass, the event that would be named the Battle of Bloody Kithakor. We will also explore more of their stories that take place after that battle and before their next fated encounter. Verona in particular has a habit of getting into trouble and losing a little artifact known as the Life Guide. Thank you for watching. If you're interested in more EverQuest or MMORPG related content, feel free to stop by my live stream at twitch.tv/BobbyBig, and feel free to subscribe to the YouTube channel where I'll be posting more lore videos in the future. See you next time! It had been many winters since the two High Elves had begun their training in the forests of Phaedark. Galeth had been diligent in her training in this time, and the girl he raised was gone. In her place stood the woman Tunera had chosen to be her champion. He had raised her in the knowledge that she was born a princess, but warned that the details of her birth would make her a target for the king. However, Galeth could not deny the will of the mother, and seeing his daughter coming of age, knew it was time for her to venture out and see the world for herself. Verona would not be alone in her journeys, though, and would find herself in the company of an interesting group of characters. A highly capable ranger, Lorison Oakwind, would be the first she would come across in the forests of Kelethan. Cyanach Heartsinger, the half-elven bard that would entertain the party as well as boast of their accomplishments in taverns across Antonica. Dabner Dreadnever and Ognet Esnertob, a gnomish duo fond of tinkering with clockworks and serving Brel Ceralis. Dagda Icefury, barbarian warrioress and reluctant savior of those gnomes. Dreezel Pocket Dip, one of the greatest rogues but with the misfortune to be blessed with a conscience that wouldn't let him steal. The proud blacksmith Thuber Axebringer, whose blades were fine enough to impress even the likes of King Kazon Stormhammer. In Freeport their paths would cross with Sir Jevic Isqual, Paladin of Mar. And lastly on Otis, the group would meet one of the greatest practitioners of magic in their time, the wizard Al-Kabor. This party of adventurers would travel across the known world together, involving themselves in all manner of events that would often have long-standing consequences in the way history would play out. Theirs was not an easy journey, and the group would find itself butting heads with members of another party on a few occasions. Vala Ka-Izal, a Teardal wizard of formidable power, held a strong dislike of Dagda Icefury, and would pursue her relentlessly with her two companions. Part of her brain was transplanted into the troll Ra-Kash Vri, granting him greater intelligence but binding him to Vala for life. And with these two was also Gargan Bumblock, who was only smart enough to be afraid of his companions and follow their orders. As Verona and her gang traveled across Antonica, they would eventually hear rumors of distant lands found across the Ocean of Tears. Ever ready for new adventures, the companions set out to see these new lands for themselves, and would eventually find themselves in what we know as Kunark. Theirs was not the first expedition from the mainland to land on this continent, though not to their knowledge. Two previous expeditions had landed on the shores of what is now called Verona Vi in years past. These had been wiped out by groups of giants and froglocks. Across Kunark they would journey, all the while the watchful eyes of the guardians of this land, the Ring of Scale, watched. This fellowship of mortal races made its way to the tallest mountain they could see, across a fiery land full of wormkin. The Ring of Scale could stand to watch by no longer. The sacred grounds of Vishan's Peak could not be violated by these outsiders. In what seemed like mere moments, the party found themselves surrounded by towering dragons and worms, clearly outmatched. The dragons, however, were not foolish. Being divine creatures themselves, they could sense the influence inside of Verona, and were not willing to risk angering the higher power which clearly favored her by ending her life. Instead, sensing an opportunity to gain information and solve this issue, the Scale Guardians struck a deal with these travelers. The dragons requested they give them knowledge in exchange for their lives, as even though their watchful eyes covered much of the land, they were not everywhere, and the goings-on of the mainland could be invaluable. Not knowing the full extent of this demand, Verona's party reluctantly agreed. What the dragons had neglected to mention is that this exchange of information would have side effects for the issuer. As the knowledge passed from them, the memories of the travelers began to unravel. How they had reached these lands and their own friendships became a haze. Content that this would make safe their mountain temple, the dragons at last conjured up a series of portals that would send the adventurers back to the lands their earliest memories showed. The party had been scattered, and they weren't even aware it had happened. What transpired did not go unnoticed by other forces operating on Kunark, though. Korokust, operating as one of the Ixar Lich King Veneral Sathir's agents, received reports from his fellow councilmen in Chardok about the memory manipulation. This information caught Veneral's attention, as the notion of stealing others' memories would prove pivotal to his grand designs. Not knowing where the travelers had ended up, Veneral had no choice but to bide his time and keep his scouts searching for what had become of them. Her memory was a fog, but Verona Vi found herself in familiar surroundings. She was back amongst the trees of Fadark and could at least recall where she called home. Looking up from the campfire, a smile beamed across Galeth's face as he saw his protege approaching. He quickly noticed, however, that something in Verona had changed, that while she saw him, it was like she was looking at a stranger. Galeth welcomed Verona back, trying to mask the worry that gripped him. He had seen many arcane maladies over the years, but knew not how to undo what bound her mind. Luckily, as years went on, Verona's memories were slowly coming back to her, though that of her recent travelers remained locked behind some invisible barrier. It would be roughly 10 years later that a messenger bearing word of war would cross her and Galeth's path. While the armies of Lannis were growing, Tunair was readying her chosen to save her people. She knew the time had come for Verona to lead the Coda Dal against the growing threat on Antonica, and for that she would need to face the king. In a dream, Tunair spoke to Galeth, telling him it was time for the High Elves to meet the royal child, to seek the aid of the noble spirit Equestrial on their way. She then sent forth the spirit of the departed Queen Alicia to King Tyrus during a great banquet at Felwith. The queen informed the terrified king that she had borne a daughter in secret and hidden her away from him, that this daughter would come to save his people and deliver them from the evil looming across the ocean. The ghostly queen then vanished as mysteriously as she had appeared. Tyrus, hearing word of this unknown daughter, stood up immediately and saw a trio approaching. He recognized his former advisor and protector Galeth Verideth immediately, but that was not what caught his eye. On Galeth's flank stood a tall High Elven sword maiden, followed closely by the rumored unicorn Equestrial that roamed his lands. Galeth bowed to the king and simply stated, "Your Majesty, allow me to introduce your daughter, Verona Vi." Lord Tethys and Carson McCabe of High Keep stared at each other with long faces as they stood at the council table. Gathered with them were the merchant lords representing Kinos, Eredin, Freeport, and Paladin. The merchant lords brought no good news from the respective cities to Tethys' dismay. Antonius Bale had sent word that Kinos would be unable to assist, as they feared attacks from the Bloodsabers or the Gnolls should their forces be stretched too thin. Freeport was in an ever-present civil war, with the Freeport militia and the Paladins of Mar vying for control over the city. Neither would be willing to give up ground to the other for this cause. The erudites of Otis would begin deliberations as to if they should get involved, but even should they elect to join in the defense, it would likely prove too late. As for the dwarves, King Kazon Stormhammer believed more in defending the shores of Butcherblock should High Keep fall. Their words left a bitter taste in Tethys' mouth. While his forces were divided, he knew that the combined might of the Tyrdal was poised to be brought down upon him. The child of hate, Lannis Teville, had gained support not only of the common Tyrdal, but of the noble class as well. King Nathox Thex and Queen Kristanos Thex had offered her their support in her military campaign, going as far as allowing her command of the entire Tyrdal army. Though this army of obliteration was primarily made up of Tyrdal, allies from Agak and Grob were present in their ranks as well. With sparse numbers and their backs to the wall, the mood in the council chamber was anything but optimistic. Lost in his thoughts, Tethys didn't notice that two strangers had been escorted into the council chambers. "Perhaps you are not as alone as you think, my friends," said the taller stranger as they lowered the hood from their cloak. A smile beamed across Tethys' face as he laid eyes upon his old friend, Galeth Verideth. Galeth motioned towards his companion, "And this young lady is Verona Vi, Paladin of Tunair and my finest student yet." Word of Verona Vi had already reached the Lord of High Keep. The news of a lost princess travels quickly. Tethys, realizing he was in the presence of royalty, quickly bows his head, only to be met with Verona's protest. "We come with the support of King Tyrus and the rest of the Coda Dal." The council was overjoyed to hear that the entirety of the Paladins of Tunair was en route to help defend the gates of High Keep. Shortly after, a messenger entered the council chambers and whispered in Carson McCabe's ear. Word had spread amongst the adventurers of Norath, and many of those loyal to the Army of Light were volunteering to aid their cause. The balance of power had drastically changed, and Tethys now looked over his battle plans with cautious optimism. By the grace of Tunair, they just may have a chance. Forces across Antonica were being readied for the oncoming conflict, for none knew when the Army of Obliteration would begin its march towards High Keep. The Teardal sought to drive a wedge between the cities of Kinos and Freeport, to have a position of strength in the centralmost part of Antonica. Lannis and Larthic had their own agenda as well. The stones found in the mine below the keep would allow them to channel power between the mortal realm and that of their god, Inaruk. It was a rainy morning when the march would begin across the Commonlands. Their hordes were consuming fire, and platoons of Teardal crushed the small opposition forces that stood in their way. Leaving a rear guard behind, Lannis's army would enter Kithakor and begin to strategically spread out to cut off access from reinforcements. A detachment of 30 Teardal entered Rivervale and overwhelmed the halflings with little resistance, plundering what little wealth they had and securing their flank. Small pockets of heavier resistance would spring forth to ambush the approaching invaders, but try as they might, the sheer numbers of the Obliteration army was too much for this to stop it. Tethys, Galeth, and Verona waited at the foot of High Pass, the noise of battle becoming louder as it echoed through the trees. With them were the assembled forces of the Paladins of Tunair, as well as the brave adventurers who had volunteered to take up their cause. The ground shook with marching boots. Animals fled the forest in a panic stampede. The brunt of the Army of Obliteration had arrived at the doorstep of High Keep. Lord Tethys stared out at the army before him and saw the Child of Hate for the first time. Lannis Teville stood at the front of her forces, a grin across her face as she felt her victory close at hand. Tethys raised his mailed fist into the air and shouted a warning to the invaders. "By the grace of the Mother, you will be stopped, Child of Hate. Your cursed army shall go no further than where I stand." This proclamation was met with only laughter by Lannis, and the reply, "Old fool, you feel such hate for me, and in that I am glad. This only proves the strength of my father and his power. However, the hate you feel towards me is nothing compared to the sheer depths of hate I hold towards you and your kind. Prepare to feel the full power of the force that is hate itself." With these words, the final battle for High Keep would begin, and the armies of Obliteration and Light clashed. Lannis and Tethys quickly came to blows, her swords ringing out against his shield as he struggled under her relentless assault. The aged fighter eventually gave ground, and Lannis's blade struck his shoulder, causing him to lose his shield. In an attempt to stop the bleeding, Tethys whispered for aid from Tunair, and a blue glow healed his shoulder. Lannis did not let this opportunity slip by, though, and Tethys looked up just in time to see a channeled blast of magic spring forth from her fingertips. The magic caught Lord Tethys off guard. Stunned, he was unable to defend himself as Lannis struck a final blow, sending him into the embrace of the Great Mother. Verona saw Tethys fall and rushed to his aid, only to find she was too late to save the Lord of High Keep. Wasting no time, Lannis sprung upon the Chosen of Tunair and began raining the same blows upon her that had brought down her previous victim. Verona had spent her entire youth training under Galeth, and she did not take her lessons lightly. Remaining calm, she parried the oncoming blows as the Child of Hate foamed at the mouth with rage consuming her. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Larthic and Galeth were engaged in their own deadly dance. The two warriors were nearly identically skilled, both had seen their share of battle. Unfortunately for Galeth, he was an old man, and Larthic's dark magics had allowed him to maintain a youthful body which his could not keep up with forever. Verona began to notice the furious assault against her had begun to slow ever so slightly. In a motion, she deflected Lannis's attack and countered with a shield blow to the back of her head. It was the Chosen of Tunair's turn to be on the offensive. Dodging a deadly sword thrust, Lannis was being driven back by the force of Verona's blows. The Great Mother was greatly displeased seeing the blood spilt in her forest, and Verona seemed to grow in stature and strength as she continued her assault. Lannis had never been on the defensive this much, and her eyes, once a blaze of hate, were now filled with exhaustion. In desperation, she cried out to her mentor and protector Larthic for aid. Hearing her cry, Kashin was filled with rage, and in a single blow knocked Galeth unconscious with the pommel of his sword. Larthic looked across the battlefield. What should have been the eve of the Tyrdahl's victory was slipping away. Reaching into his cloak, Larthic produced the glowing blue sphere that had been discovered by Nergal. The orb glowed and pulsated, vibrating with energy. Holding the orb to the sky, Larthic cried out for aid. "Inaruk, in the name of Lannis Tevil, I beseech you, attend her!" And the energy inside the orb was released. In that moment, masters of the arcane across all of Norath felt a sense of dread. The very essence of the plane of hatred was reaching out and touching the mortal realm, their magic sensing a way to bridge the connection themselves. Those inside of Kithakor were feeling much more than dread. The screams of 10,000 damned souls filled the world as an immeasurable power opened a rift in the astral barrier. The fighting which had consumed the foothold of High Keep ceased as the hearts of all present were filled with the fear emanating through that rift. Larthic, orb in hand, was encased in a pillar of fire as the energies of Inaruk were channeled through him, tearing him apart. Lannis laughed as she was drawn into the rift, taken to the heart of hate and escaping the chosen of Tunair. Coming to her senses, Verona called what remained of her troops to retreat as the power from the rift continued to grow. Escorting her mentor to his feet, the two fled as the rift exploded with energy. In only a moment, the presence of the Prince of Hate extinguished all life in Kithakor, and the battle would be over. The forces of High Keep had been victorious, though it did not feel as such. Much of both armies were now cursed into eternal unlife, wandering the forests of Kithakor. What remained of the Tyrdahl forces retreated back to Neriak, unable and unwilling to continue an assault through those cursed lands. Galeth and Verona bid farewell to Carson McCabe and the rest of the Council of High Keep. They, along with those paladins of Tunair which survived, would make the journey home to Fadewar to bury the deceased Tethys. As they had traveled through Antonica, Verona had felt a growing battle taking place inside her mind. Her journey had awakened even more memories inside of her, but pieces were still missing. She found herself spending many sleepless nights wandering the forest, trying to figure out what had happened to make her forget such a large part of her life. Tunair watched from her plane of growth and knew it was time to speak to her chosen.
This has been Lore of EverQuest, the World of Norath.
Thanks for watching. In closing, I would like to go over some lore inconsistencies that I found in my research and explain why I chose to tell this story the way I did. First off, I would like to give a huge thanks to the community for the continued support, as well as a special thanks to Beemith, who some of you may know from the EQ forums. He's a real lore guru, and sent me down some paths that I would have otherwise overlooked. So a big problem with a story like this is it covers a large part of Norath's history, as well as some very pivotal moments. EverQuest's story has come from a variety of many talented individuals over the years, and as a result, sometimes there are conflicts in the timeline and the way events are told. If you want to get real immersive, you could even say the League of Antonican Bards has a habit of twisting truth to sometimes fit a bit better in a song or a tale. So for starters, there are a few different stories on how Verona Vi meets the king and becomes the princess. The story I generally go with is the oldest source that doesn't directly contradict numerous other old sources. What this means is that while I use the original lore as a rough guideline as much as I can, when I run into big inconsistencies with the way the game developed over the years, I defer to what we as the players can actually see in the game. Try as I might, I am unable to find much information as to Verona Vi and her fellowship's original first journey after she first sets out from Fadewar. I do know that she and her companions have their memories stolen from the Ring of Scale agents as referenced in a few very old lore documents. But I do not know exactly how and why they came into that situation, so much of the story that I told is creative liberty that fits the rest of the story, as well as provides motive for their journey to return to Kunark. If you think you have a good source as to their original journey and how the gang met, please let me know in the comments, as I spent many degenerate nights trying to piece it together. I believe they may have had a run-in with the GM event dragons Zavo Zatanov, Ral Zazanis, Sarithson Kaz, and Sorig Sizzlin, as these dragons in human form were used in a few GM events in the same era. Unfortunately, most of those GM events were not very well documented. Ultimately, why I believe their memories were taken originally is due to what is now abandoned lore, that being the prophecy of Trakenon. I will cover this more in a later video, probably. But the long and short of it is that when Varant were developing EverQuest 20 years ago, they did it thinking that Ruins of Kunark was going to be the first and only expansion. Krakenon's prophecy foretold the end of the universe and would have been a secret the Ring of Scale would not want the mortal races to have knowledge of. But because this lore has been directly stated as no longer canon by developers of EverQuest many years ago, and obviously didn't come true, I can't be using it to piece this story together. Why was Inaruk able to appear before Larthic and Lannis in Neriak and they were fine, but his presence in Kithakor was the equivalent of a bomb going off? Magic. I would argue that the stone that started all of this, the Fulligan Soulstone of Inaruk, allowed him to channel more of his power into the mortal realm than normal, that would otherwise be anchored in his own realm by the veil that separates the two. Also, Inaruk was really mad and doesn't like to play by the rules of not interfering, though this is true of basically all of the gods. Lannis is allowed to dual-wield one-handers as a Shadow Knight because she is the child of hate and does not play by the same rules as you and me. Thanks again for watching, and if you are enjoying these videos, remember to subscribe to see the next part in this series as soon as it comes out. Unlike an EverQuest subscription, this is completely free. Sorry for the delay in these videos releasing. I'm really bad at manipulating private server data, so getting the footage I want for these can take a lot longer than I expect, though I consider the final result worth the effort. I hope you do as well. As a final note, in the description of this video you will find a number of links which will direct you to most of the sources I used when preparing for this series. If you're interested in getting any more of the nitty-gritty details, you may find those fun to read through. Bye.
The story of the Koldain begins in Paladin, long ago. A densely populated underground city mostly consisting of dwarven miners, Paladin was built deep into the mountainside of the continent of Fëdor. For thousands of years, the dwarves had earned a reputation throughout the world as excellent miners, sturdy warriors, and devout clerics. Devout to their creator, Brel Cyrillus, who planted them in his image deep underground, where he knew they would thrive. But new opportunities for mining often came from above ground and across oceans, as dwarves would journey far and wide in search of new tunnels to mine. The king of Paladin at the time was contacted by a representative from a town on the other side of Norath that would eventually become known as Aruden, about an opportunity to mine quartz on the newly inhabited continent of Otis. Paladin had never sent a mining colony as far as Otis, but it had also never turned down an opportunity to do what many dwarves saw as their true purpose. And with opportunities on Fëdor drying up, as well as increased competition from the technologically advanced gnomes to the east, Paladin's king was desperate. The dwarves had recently lost a contract to mine tunnels into the Lava Storm Mountains that had proven to be a huge success for the gnomes, further threatening future work opportunities for the dwarves. The king of Paladin knew he had to accept the Otis contract, and knew he would need to send his best and brightest miners and sailors, as the journey would be long and the task difficult. A dependable and steadfast middle-aged miner named Colin Dane was selected by the king to lead the expedition. In total, hundreds of dwarves gathered at the docks of Paladin to sail to Otis. The fleet of 4 ships encountered no issues departing Fëdor and sailing the southern route around Antonica and toward Otis. However, in between Antonica and Otis, the fleet ran into a massive storm, with waves stronger than even the most experienced of the sailors had encountered. One of the ships was lost on the first day of the storm, and the remaining 3 were brutally tossed and turned by the apocalyptic waves. The dwarves all huddled together in the ship's holds, waiting for the seas to calm. Finally, after 8 days of turbulence, the gales subsided and the dwarves crawled up onto their tattered decks to assess the damage as their cartographers attempted to pinpoint how far off route they'd gone. To everyone's horror, one more ship had not survived the storm. Only 2 from the original fleet remained intact. The skies were unrecognizable to the navigators, and the damage each ship had sustained made a long journey for the remaining ships impossible. Colin took the consensus guess among his remaining navigators and sailed steadfastly in the chosen direction, hoping land would eventually appear. Two days later, with no sight of land, the only thing all of the crew could agree on was that the air was getting colder. Some nights were so cold that it was normal for the dwarves to wake up each morning and find another member of their crew had frozen to death. Colin did his best to keep up the morale of his crew, rotating between ships each night and assuring the frightened crew that landfall was inevitable. If not tomorrow, then the day after that. Eventually, Colin's words rang true as audible cheers erupted from the front ship's deck when a large, white landmass appeared in the distance. As their ships approached the landmass, they quickly found themselves surrounded by icebergs. The dwarves were lucky on this day, as the icebergs were spread out enough that the ships could safely steer toward the landmass. By the time the first ship anchored against the landmass with a giant thud, less than 100 of the dwarves remained of those who left the docks of Paladin only weeks ago. None of the 2 remaining ships were in good enough condition to survive a departure through the icebergs. The dwarves were stuck, for now. There was chatter among the dwarves that this may be the ancient continent of Velius. All of Norath knew the legend of Velius, the frozen continent where life on the planet began, and where no civilized race had successfully journeyed to and made it back to tell the tale. Most of the dwarves weren't convinced that this landmass they stumbled upon could actually be Velius. Though it seemed empty of intelligent life, there were trees and brush on the frozen landscape. Colin's first plan involved finding wood and other material to construct shelter and prevent more dwarves from freezing to death. There's an old dwarven saying that dwarves are like time itself, neither can remain idle. After suffering through their first night in the open tundra, the dwarves decided to follow their instincts instilled from Brel and find a way underground. And so the quartz miners from Paladin settled in a nest of caves discovered a few miles inland from where they landed. In the days and weeks that followed, Colin planned for the scavenging of more wood to try and repair the ships and hopefully, one day, attempt a return home. The collection of miners discovered that the hard-packed ice lying beneath the snow on this land was more than just frozen water. It had a clay-like quality to it that could be used to construct tools and shelter. This substance would eventually come to be known as Velium, and more of the dwarves became convinced that they had done what most of Norath thought impossible. They had made landfall on Velius, an ice-laden continent deeply entrenched in Norathian lore.
The great crystalline dragon, ruler over the plane of sky, deposited life onto a lifeless planet, and with one swipe of her mighty claws, laid claim to the promise of a new world.
The intelligent races of Norath believed that Velius was where the crystalline dragon Vishan had struck the planet, supplying it with life. Other than being cold and giving life to Norath, little else was known about Velius since the icebergs surrounding it had prevented any ship from ever sailing to it. The dwarves would soon discover the harsh reality of this continent. One benefit to their location was the abundance of cougars, mammoths, and walruses indigenous to the area, providing a source of food and warm fur. Over time, the dwarves tunneled deeper into the earth and constructed what began as primitive forms of shelter and eventually grew to become more advanced designs of houses, taverns, and even libraries, mostly modeled off of memories from Paladin. Colin christened this new village the town of Froststone, named for his impression of Velium the first time he encountered it. However, not all of the dwarves were interested in making their new settlement into a permanent home. Factions of dwarves began protesting against forming a long-term home on Velius. Many of the dwarves felt that their efforts should be focused on finding a way off Velius and getting back to Paladin, a responsibility that started as the leader of a mining expedition had somehow transformed Colin into a political leader among the survivors. As a peacekeeping measure, Colin held Froststone's first town hall meeting, where he assured those protesting Froststone's permanence that a journey back to Paladin was still his ultimate goal. Meanwhile, other dwarves began to feel comfortable calling Froststone their permanent home, the youngest among them now even being born in Froststone, which marked the beginning of some dwarves not ever knowing Paladin as their home. Only one ship still sat where the dwarves had made landfall, the other either sank or drifted away. The surviving ship hadn't been touched since the dwarves started tunneling underground, and was in no shape for sailing. Even if it were, the odds of making it through the ice-clad ocean surrounding Velius were slim. As Colin went to bed that night, he wondered if sailing off the continent was even realistic, and if the dwarves would have to make their new settlement permanent if they wanted a chance at survival. After a few months, rumors began surfacing among the hunting parties who journeyed to the surface that giant figures had been spotted out on the landscape. After enough hunters claimed the sightings, the majority of Froststone accepted the rumors as truth. But Colin calmed the town by assuring everyone that intelligent life on the continent had not yet been discovered. His only knowledge of giants came from the continent of Antonica, where many giants had been sighted. Lore books told the tale of a curse that plagued all giants after their creator, Ssfhc, attempted to use an army of his creations to conquer the other gods. After the army's defeat, a council of victorious gods decreed a curse on all of Ssfhc's creations. They would be just as strong, but stripped of all intellect. Reacting on nothing more than instinct, they were reduced to some of the strongest, yet dumbest, races on Norath. The dwarves knew this lore well, as their god, Relsarillis, formed a rivalry with Ssfhc early in Norath's history. This bad blood spilled over to each god's creations, as the dwarves and ogres had a rivalry that spread across 2 continents. Little did the dwarves know their landfall on this uncharted continent would begin a continuation of the 2 gods' hatred for each other. A few weeks later, after a hunting party had failed to return from its typical outing, some dwarves began panicking. Days went by with no sign of the group. Colin ordered the formation of a search party to find the 6 hunters, or any of their remains, out on the eastern waste tundra. The search party followed the hunters' normal route, yet after 2 days of searching, returned empty-handed, finding no sign of any of the dwarves. Colin declared it a hunting mishap, a tragedy, and that all future hunting parties would include at least 1 cleric and no fewer than 8 members. Weeks later, one of the dwarves from the missing hunting party came wandering through the entrance of Froststone, bloody and bruised, begging for food, water, and a fire to lay next to. The town's guards escorted him to the inn. After being tended to by the clerics, the man requested a visit from Colin. Colin was happy to hear there was a survivor from the missing party, and paid the man a visit. After greeting him, Colin asked with a comforting tone what had happened to him. The man explained their ambush and capture by a group of giants. How they were interrogated and humiliated, forced to bow toward a statue of Ssfhc, and finally, how the giants tortured and killed everyone else in the hunting party, tearing them limb from limb. The man explained to Colin how massive the giant city was. Colin raised an eyebrow at the idea that these beings were self-aware enough to construct a city. The kidnapped hunter explained that the giants had been on this continent for thousands of years. They had cleverly escaped the punishment against all of Rallis's other creations, and were themselves in the middle of a war with some creatures residing on the western half of this continent. The giants also had their own king, who the man did not meet, but who had approved the dwarf party's capture and torture. They were sentient yet territorial creatures who did not appreciate the continent's new visitors. Colin was alarmed to learn how close the giant city was to their camp, a mere 10 miles to the south, and yet no other dwarf had encountered it. The giants, more astutely aware of their surroundings, had been observing the dwarven hunting parties for months before finally capturing them. Finally, he explained that the giants had spared him so that he could deliver a warning to the leader of the dwarves to leave this continent or face execution by the giants. Colin was furious. If only it had been so easy to leave, that choice would have been made from the beginning. Colin had privately already determined that Velius had to be their permanent home. He knew after barely surviving the trip to begin with that their odds against the ocean's icebergs were non-existent in a makeshift vessel. Now a new threat that rivaled the ice-clad ocean had emerged and was forcing him to choose between the two. In this moment, Colin had never felt more tested as a leader. Before exiting the inn, Colin asked if Froststone's location had been revealed to the giants. The man said they never even asked, leading Colin to assume they followed him back or tortured it out of one of the other dwarves. Since sailing wasn't an option, Colin determined that he had to choose between either fighting or an attempt at hiding. He had to act decisively. He gathered his closest advisors and informed them of the situation, displaying no outward sense of fear or hesitation to the group, which inspired their unanimous support. Though they couldn't guarantee success, they would stand behind whatever option Colin chose. Colin's decision was practical. Now that he knew the hunting party hadn't perished in an accident, he ordered the hunting parties to be smaller, to only hunt during snowfall so as to cover their tracks, and to hunt in the opposite direction as the giant city. He considered sending a diplomatic group to try and reason with the giants, but his instincts told him he would never see the group again. Instead, he sent a small scout group that only emerged from Froststone at night to search for a more discreet location that the dwarves could eventually relocate to, one the giants were less likely to find. Colin much preferred hiding to fighting. Froststone was built out of urgency, and without any thought for the need to defend themselves from an army. It was tunneled underground, but still in the middle of a snowfield. The tunnels were also mistakenly made spacious enough that the giants would likely be able to fit inside. The giants could probably overwhelm Froststone and eradicate the dwarves at will. While Colin weighed the options for relocation, he knew he would have to simultaneously brace the city for a potential assault. He held another town hall, but purposely didn't disclose his relocation plan. Paranoid that the giants could easily torture the relocation plan out of a captured dwarf, he only told the dwarves of the presence of the giants and their dissatisfaction toward the continent's new visitors. He expressed his conclusion that keeping a low profile and bracing for an eventual confrontation was the short-term plan. Meanwhile, as Colin's most trusted scouts searched for a new home, the giants began preparing an assault on Froststone. Despite trying to mislead the giants by covering their tracks, the larger creatures could only be held off for so long. The king of the giants devoted 100 soldiers to prepare the invasion. Eventually, the dwarven scouts believed they'd located an ideal successor for Froststone. Late one night, the scouts personally led Colin to the site for his approval. As he gazed at the mountainside for the first time, it took him back to the first time he looked upon Paladin. Despite feeling like a million miles away, memories of Paladin flooded through his mind. A snowflake landing on his cheek brought him back to reality. His mind was made up. He felt something special about this location. By tunneling into a mountainside, and better yet, behind a waterfall, the dwarves could disguise their location much better than a hole in the middle of a field. Better still, the location was in a region farther northwest than Froststone, where the weather was often worse, and giants were rarely spotted. More frequent snowfall created the perfect camouflage for covering tracks and easily escaping pursuers. The site's excavation began immediately, as Colin designated his best miners to the task. But there was no fanfare back in Froststone, as the majority of the dwarves were still being kept in the dark about relocation. The excavators worked tirelessly, day and night, to turn the freshly dug tunnel into a space that would soon be inhabited by over 100 dwarves. As the days passed, Colin knew time was running out. He concluded that their new home would not be ready in time to avoid the giants. With an assault probably imminent, the dwarves began setting traps throughout the caverns leading into Froststone. Makeshift guards who had been trained to guard against the occasional bear or cougar were now preparing for an army of giants. A few days later, the dwarven hunters emerged from underground to find an army of giants staring down Froststone. The day had finally come for Froststone to defend itself, but Colin knew the real plan was to evacuate and relocate as many dwarves as possible during the skirmish. The head giant, donning a red beard twice the length of any dwarf, called for the leader of the dwarves. Colin began to feel nerves creeping in, as he prayed his ultimate plan was still a mystery to the giants. As the giants charged the cavern's entrance, Colin ordered the town's populace into a shelter, one he knew had an evacuation route that had been kept secret from all but Colin's closest confidants. The guards stood near the front of the city, just past where the final trap had been set. Colin knew they would ultimately be used as a distraction so the majority of dwarves could escape. Fortunately for the dwarves, the giants struggled to maneuver into the caverns as their large frames made them vulnerable to arrows and avalanche traps. But Colin knew his minor victories would only delay the inevitable. The giants were determined to wipe out as many dwarves as possible, though they were surprised at how good a fight the sturdy little dwarves were able to put up. As the battle for Froststone waged on, Colin felt the earth rumble each time a trap would trigger or a giant's corpse fell. Ultimately, one by one, dwarf after dwarf fell in battle. Colin gathered his advisors into the large room he had previously held town halls in. As he stepped into the room for the last time, preparing to reveal his plan to the remaining dwarves, visions of the previous town halls passed through his head. Dwarves passionately begging Colin to leave this continent by any means necessary, and Colin diplomatically dismissing their concerns. He couldn't help but question if he'd made the right decisions leading to this moment. The rumble of Froststone crumbling around him brought Colin back to the moment. He ordered his closest confidant, Glite Snowchipper, who had personally led Colin to the site that would soon become the dwarves' new home, to begin leading the evacuation. Colin explained that he and a small group would focus on luring the remaining giants as deeply as possible into Froststone, while the newly formed evacuation tunnel would lead to a hill-covered region to the northwest, with the tunnel's entrance being collapsed after the last wave of dwarves made their way through. The tunnel's exit was dug far enough away that it would be unlikely that any giants would be in the area, and Glite would lead them to their new home. Colin asked for a few volunteers to stay with him in what remained of Froststone, to create the appearance that the giants had cleared out all of the dwarves except for their leader and his closest advisors. Since the giants had never been inside Froststone before, they had no way of knowing how many dwarves lived there. Keeping that number a mystery would allow the giants to think they had wiped the town out once they reached Colin and saw only a few left. As the last line of the fence fell, the giants stormed into the room that saw Colin and a few other dwarves, most of them seeing the giants face to face for the first time. It was obvious by the protective formation around him who the leader of the dwarves was. Colin prepared his mining hammer, which he had modified for combat, the same hammer that his father handed down to him, that had earned him the respect of his fellow miners in all of Paladin, and likely had a hand in him being selected to lead this expedition. Colin and his men fought, knowing there would be no victory in combat. Victory would come from distracting the giants while wave after wave of dwarves evacuated, and the tunnel leading to the escape route was collapsed. As Glite collapsed the tunnel's exit, he knew he was sealing Colin's fate behind him. The giants of this new and strange land had finally done what the elements, bad luck, and decades of strenuous mining hadn't been able to. They broke Colin down, first mentally and finally physically. Colin passed that day, but not in vain. His plan to distract and fool the giants had been effective. With his dying breath, Colin Dane optimistically envisioned his fellow dwarves marching safely into their new home. Building a town much better than Froststone, training an army that could protect them from the giants, and creating a society that could finally live in peace. As they were introduced to their new home, the dwarves were determined to make sure Colin's sacrifice was not in vain, as the dwarves slowly but surely built up Froststone's successor, which would grow into a city called Thurgadin. The number of dwarves who wanted to find a way off the frozen continent dwindled, as the number of dwarves born on Velius eventually outgrew the number who still held memories from Caledon. Eventually, the last dwarf born on Fëdor passed away. Several generations of dwarves born and raised in their new home, surrounded by Velium and ice from birth, started to carry physical characteristics that differed from their estranged relatives back on Fëdor. Their skin paled and hardened, future generations decided they had grown so separate from their cousins in Caledon, and that the constant exposure to Velium had altered their nature so much that they qualified as a distinct race. The dwarves began to see themselves not just as dwarves, but ice dwarves, and renamed themselves in honor of the sacrifice and leadership that came from their first leader. The contraction of Colin Dane's name, the Coldane, is how they chose to identify, and would go on to develop their own new culture befitting their harsh environment and constant fears of war with the giants. The Coldane even named their political leader the Dane. Each new leader would take on the name Dane, followed by the numeral representing their order of succession since the original Dane. Meanwhile, it wouldn't be long before the giants, thinking they had rid themselves of the tiny nuisance once and for all, began spotting parties of dwarves in various parts of the continent. This time, the carefully chosen entrance to the Coldane city kept its location a mystery to the giants. Skirmishes breaking out in the tundra between giants and dwarves were common, and the rivalry between the two races would only escalate as the Coldane population, as well as access to resources, increased. What was once a dividing issue for the dwarves of staying on Velius versus trying to leave the continent would come to be replaced by a new debate that divided the dwarves, whether to confront the giants and lead an offensive against their city, or to remain in hiding and live the rest of their days inside the tunneled walls of Thurgadin.
Hey level uppers, it's Larry, and this is a 3-part series around the history of EverQuest's very first expansion, The Ruins of Kunark. The beginnings of Kunark had no shortage of turmoil, and the theme of power rising and falling remained persistent throughout the story. And what a story it is. The entirety of the continent of Kunark was originally occupied by an intelligent snake race called the Ssfhc. Chelsith, or what is known as the Over There, was the crown jewel capital city of the Ssfhc, and they spent a lot of time exploring not only the world of Norath, but also the very planes themselves, returning wealth, knowledge, and magic to their city. Throughout the Ssfhc's occupation of Kunark, they took an interest in enslaving the race of Ixar, who were children of Khazak Thul created back during the Age of Monuments, which was when many of the final editions of the Norathian races were created. While the original history of the Ixar before enslavement is relatively unknown, what is known was that they were divided and extremely vulnerable. This ultimately gave way to their entire race being enslaved by the Ssfhc, who would use the Ixar for labor, torture, and even as a food source. At their peak power, the Ssfhc race had shunned the respect towards their god, which was interestingly enough also Khazak Thul, and proclaimed that they had exceeded all mortal boundaries and had become gods themselves. A covert Ixar rebellion had already been in the works, but fate was quick to intervene. Khazak Thul and other gods were angered by this blasphemy, and a horrible plague known as the Green Mist was unleashed upon Chelsith and the lands of Kunark, which decimated the entire population of Snakemen along with their cities. The Ssfhc put forth all their magic and power in hopes of shielding their capital, but all that would remain of them would be a river of flesh and blood. Not all of the Ssfhc succumbed to the Green Death, however, and few would manage to use their ancient magic to escape secretly to the moon of Lucklin, where they created the Grey, a dome of vacuum around their settlement, to protect them. Meanwhile, the Ixars were completely unaffected by this plague, and with the Ssfhc seemingly extinct, the Ixars were now liberated, and thus begins the story of the rise of the Ixar nation. The Ixar recovery efforts took centuries, and over time they migrated around the continent and formed tribe states. The most prominent tribe states were the Kailong, Nassar, Obulus, Jarsath, and Kunzar. Conflict in Norath is forever unavoidable, and the need to create and fill the power void is a perpetual cycle. A key figure, the young and powerful warrior mage from the Kunzar tribe born in Terrassus, Vinral Sathir, had a new vision of uniting the Ixar nation. Over time, he proved himself capable and became the war chief of the Kunzar. In his new position of power, Vinral conquered and assimilated the 5 tribes, which was then called the Empire of Ik. The imperial city of Ssfhc was built, and this would serve as the base of operations for this newly formed empire. Learning nothing from their ancestors' captivity, Vinral Sathir enslaved the giants and froglocks of Kunark. Through this brutal aggression, the empire thrived and grew immensely in power. Torture wasn't out of the question either. One of Vinral Sathir's most loyal subjects, Kern Machta, was the imperial executioner and interrogator. And instead of having the halls of Ssfhc filled with unsavory sounds of torture, Vinral had a massive tower constructed where Kern could have his way with enemies of the empire. Vinral and his necromancer wife, Drusilla, who remained in the grand city of Terrassus, eventually started a family by having a son named Ryle. And Ryle would play an interesting role in this story soon enough. The inevitable nature of death is rarely ever accepted, and time is unrelenting. In his old age, Vinral Sathir feared what was to come. To compound the issue, Vinral's wife, Drusilla, had recently died, and in his state of fear and paranoia, he banished the citizens of Terrassus and used magic to seal the entrance to the city to protect his massive library of knowledge, as well as the crypt of his beloved from defilement. The dark arts were not unfamiliar to Ixars, and whether welcomed or not, it had been a practice learned and passed down since their ancestors' enslavement. With this accessible knowledge, Vinral made an unholy pact with Inaruk to grant him immortality, but in the form of the undead. This did not bode well with his son Ryle, who had been made aware of this by a close confidant of his father who had defected. Ryle disrupted the ritual, and this proved to be quite troublesome, as it left his father's soul trapped inside an amulet. Ryle took this amulet and hid it away to be forgotten. The throne was now his. And that's the end of part 1 of 3 of the History of Kunark lore session. Thanks so much for watching, stay tuned for the next episode, and we'll see you soon. Level up hype! Hey level uppers, it's Larry, and this is part 2 of the 3-part series around the history of EverQuest's first expansion, The Ruins of Kunark. We pick up with Ryle, Vinral Sathir's son, who just sabotaged his father's dark ritual towards immortality, and has now taken the throne for his own. Like father, like son, Ryle aggressively took more and more land, and his reputation was a ruthless one. His loyal warlords, Kern the Executioner, Karatakis of Northwood, now known as Worslick's Wood, and Chosuth the Vampire of the 5 Towers of Taraz, now known as Kaesora, were at the forefront of terror, and they had conquered the majority of the continent with the exception of a few giants and the Dragonlands. To ensure domination of the former, the giants, a southern stronghold was constructed, now known as Karner's Castle, to ensure their suppression. Seeing the writing on the wall, the Ring of Scale, or the Collective of Dragons, had an emergency meeting to determine how to best anticipate an impending Ixar threat. A young and powerful dragon, Trachanon, advised that aggressive preventative action be taken immediately. However, he was in the minority with this plan. The minority of the dragons in this vote decided to take matters into their own hands, and they formulated a plan to set up a trap to destroy Ryle on his warship during his next voyage, which the dragon saw to completion. The consequence of this action was severe and triggered not only a war with the Ixars, but also a civil war amongst the Ring of Scale. Ryle's next of kin was his son, Atrebe, an archmage who was much more reclusive than his father. He spent a lot of time in his underground laboratories with his small team of sorcerers practicing the magics of the ancient Ssfhc, who realized the possibility of fusing two intelligent species together. One experiment in particular, which involved a heretic Ixar and a young captured dragon, created an entirely new race called the Sarnak. These would serve as the meat shields of the new and improved army of Ik. Understanding the aerial disadvantage that his army would face, Atrebe experimented with fusing froglocks and dragons and created a completely new flying beast called the Sokokar. The Sokokar proved to be a very effective flying mount with the droves of Sarnak slaves that had been created. It was now time to strike the dragons. The civil war between the younger, more rebellious dragons and the Ring of Scale was a huge distraction and took their attention away from the Ixars for decades. This gave Atrebe the opportunity to bolster his ranks significantly. With the civil war at one of its most active points, Atrebe and his army of Ik advanced on both sides of the war and annihilated them. This effectively pushed the dragons back into their last remaining stronghold, Viashin's Peak, where they managed to bolster an impenetrable defense. Despite the massive success against the dragons, Atrebe ended up disappearing for unknown reasons. Speculation is that he was either captured, killed, or he was trapped from an experiment gone wrong in one of his underground laboratories. This would leave his first son, Gnak, next in line for the throne and to finally win the war against the dragons. Where Atrebe excelled in magic, Gnak excelled in combat prowess and strategy. The war would be devastating for all things around it, whether it be cities or landscapes across the continent, and the combat technology produced under Gnak's leadership provided his army of Sarnaks, Ixars, and Sokokars with weapons and armor way ahead of their time. The war would finally lead to one massive battle, which would take place in what used to be the Great Plains just north of Kabalis. Jaladar, the strongest and most capable dragon of the Ring of Scale, faced off against Gnak and his Imperial Sokokar, while their respective armies clashed. The intensity of combat was something out of this world. Gnak had the upper hand, and in desperation, Jaladar summoned a horrific spell. Just before the spell was released, Gnak struck Jaladar. In this final collision, the sky would be filled with blinding, incinerating explosions. The majority of both surrounding armies would take devastating collateral damage, which would also take their lives. Once the smoke and debris cleared, the formerly fertile, lush plains were now literally a field of bones. The Ring of Scale would never recover from the amount of casualties, but their hatred wouldn't stop them from achieving revenge. And since the Imperial city of Ssfhc was also lacking a leader, as well as an organized army, the dragons found an opportunity to take. Gnak left behind many heirs, however, only one was of age to take the throne, and his name was Shatal. The coronation was quick and void of any real celebration given the circumstances, and with it, the barely of age new emperor would face his most difficult test sooner than later, as Ixar scouts reported that there were some remaining dragons en route to Ssfhc. The young emperor did what he could to gather any guards, wounded soldiers, and brave civilians with arms. They mustered up the courage to put up a front line, but the first wave was quickly wiped out. Miraculously, the ragged forces managed to push the war-torn dragons out of Ssfhc, but it was the aftermath of the attack when the defending forces realized the true intent of the desperation attack. The Imperial Palace had been destroyed, and with it, all of Gnak's heirs, including Shatal, were killed. The Sathir dynasty had abruptly come to an end. And that is part 2 of 3 of the History of Kunark lore session. Thanks so much for watching. Stay tuned for the next episode, and we will see you soon. Level up hype! Hey level uppers, it's Larry, and this is a lore overview of one of the more challenging and rewarding dungeons of classic EverQuest, Guk. The story of Guk is driven by an incomprehensible amount of hatred, violence, and oppression. The story begins back during the Elder Age, which included the very first alliance of the gods Brelcelaris, Praxis, Tunair, and Rallis Zek. The alliance intended to help suppress any uprising of dragons created by Vision, and to accomplish that, many of the races of Norath were created in order to safeguard this effort. Seeing a chance to invoke fear into the world, Khazad-Thul also took an interest in having his brood of troll race take to the swamps, and it was actually the trolls who were the original inhabitants of the great city of Guk. Perhaps given the inherent bloodlust nature of the troll race fueled by their creator, there was inevitable opportunity for conflict with the nearby ogres and even inner factions of troll tribes. And a lot of this conflict surrounding the devastating transformation of Guk begins with a curious artifact and a prophecy of epic proportions. The Prince of Hate, Inaruk, found an opportunity to break the unity amongst the troll tribes by way of a young shaman named Zrakth. Zrakth, possibly enlightened by straying away from his creator, Khazad-Thul, was desperate to know when his troll people would receive the power that they had been promised by his old god for so long. In response, Inaruk offered a ritual that would give the young shaman a vision, but at a significant cost: his life. Zrakth initiated the ritual and went into deep meditation without food or water for days. On the 8th day, a vision came to him, the coming of the Grozmok, a troll to unite all trolls, to master and share the art of war and magic, and almost unsurprisingly, conquer all who opposed. A stone of Grozmok was materialized, and this would serve as the symbol of power to those who wielded it. However, the cursed nature of this prophecy is that many would die being unworthy to fill the role, and would be deemed as false Grozmoks. Zrakth was slain by the ceremony that brought this stone into existence, and one of his disciples took the stone along with the knowledge of this prophecy to his tribe. The disciples' tribe reigned supreme, and they tried to position themselves over generations to give rise to the Grozmok. That was until the children of Rallis Zek, the ogres, caught wind of this prophecy and its potential long-lasting harm to their way of life. The ogres took no time to act upon hearing this news, and attacked the homeland of the tribe, taking the stone back to their fortified strongholds for an extensive period of time. So much time, in fact, that knowledge of the stone had gradually faded amongst the troll people. Eventually, the entire Ralosian Empire was struck by a curse for their hubris, and they quickly descended from their position of power. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the two largest troll tribes at the time, Clan Broken Skull and Clan Yakesha, laid waste to the lands of the weakened ogres, and the marauders of Clan Yakesha found the stone while looting a decimated fortress. The stone was offered as tribute to Warlord Yakesha, and the tribe's ancients managed to translate the writing inscribed on the stone, which revealed the prophecy of the Grozmok. Unknowingly falling victim to the curse of the prophecy, Warlord Yakesha felt that he was the chosen one to be the Grozmok, and as a result, word spread across the land which drew a lot of attention towards the exposed new ambitions of Clan Yakesha. This created a heightened level of paranoia for Warlord Yakesha, whose mental descent took a toll on the morale and organization of Clan Yakesha, and the warlord isolated deep in his fortress, which is what we know as Guk. Throughout this story, a race of Froglocks, creations of Nathaniel Marr, had crossed paths with the trolls, and sadly ended up mostly being enslaved by them. Seizing the moment of disarray due to Warlord Yakesha's mental state, and the aggressive, violent advance from the Broken Skull clan seeking to reclaim the stone for their own, The now liberated Froglocks took up their former captor's arms and finished the job by taking over the entire fortress of Guk for their own. More time had passed, and this was not the last of Warlord Yakesha. His isolation deep inside the fortress allowed him to go unnoticed. This afforded him the time to spend in prayer to the god of Inaruk to help him escape. Inaruk heard the troll's prayer and upon closer inspection became outraged that the creations of Nathaniel Mar had taken the home of his children. Warlord Yakesha's true purpose would then be realized. Inaruk struck down a devastating, soul-robbing shockwave throughout the entire fortress of Guk, with the epicenter being Warlord Yakesha, who served as the conduit of this curse. Such a role proved to be fatal, and once the curse had spread into the mortal world, Warlord Yakesha was extinguished. This curse was so powerful, so evil, that it temporarily ripped the very fabric of reality and created a portal to Inaruk's very own Cauldron of Souls, a place where the god of hate promises suffering beyond comprehension and imagination. With their souls robbed, the surrounding Froglocks had the life sapped from them, and the hunger of hate now consumed them, all driven by one purpose: to feed souls to the curse. And that is the lore that brings us to the Guk that we all know and love. Thank you for watching. Make sure to check me out on Twitch and Discord, and we'll see you next time. Level up hype! Hey level uppers, it's Larry, and this is an overview of one of the most iconic classic mid-level dungeons, the Estate of Unrest. The tale of the Estate of Unrest, or what it was originally called, the Estate of Rest, is a grim and troubling one. It involves tragedy, jealousy, and murder. Let's go back in time a few centuries to help understand how this horrific tale unfolded. The story begins in Antonica, more specifically in Erudan. A noble erudite family, known as the Quelborns, were devout followers of the god, Quellius, and wanted to spread knowledge and awareness of their god's virtues of tranquility and peace all across Faedwer. Nicadius, the husband and cleric in the family, also looked forward to settling down with his then pregnant wife, Jessa, and raising their new family. The trek from Antonica to Faedwer was a perilous one, and Jessa was almost immediately struck with illness, struggling to stay alive. Jessa was able to deliver their daughter during the voyage, but unfortunately it came at a grave cost, and Jessa died shortly after. In memory of her mother, Nicadius named his daughter after her mother and decided to settle in the secluded mountains of Dagnar's Cauldron. The estate was eventually constructed, and Jessa's remains were later buried under the gazebo. Life was peaceful as anticipated at the Estate of Rest. Travelers and adventurers seeking solitude or recovery from the surrounding dangers were all welcomed here and were taught about the good word of Quellius. Over the years, the daughter, Jessa, grew up and married a dwarf named Kil Ruxif, and she would eventually bear his child shortly after. Or would she? The brother of Kil Ruxif, Garanel Ruxif, absolutely despised his brother, which was fueled by his immense amount of jealousy of his life. It was rumored that Garanel had an alcohol issue and was progressively becoming more unstable and even insane over time. One fateful night, Garanel snuck into the estate and tortured and murdered everyone. Nicadius, who was standing vigil at the chapel, yelled out for Quellius just before being struck down. Quellius did, in fact, appear and was infuriated at the grotesque scene caused by the envious dwarf brother. He was subsequently cursed, which caused him to die immediately, and the curse itself reserving Garanel's spirit in the afterlife to spend an eternity in pain, and was doomed to the confines of what we now know as the Estate of Unrest. Time had passed, and the evil-filled ghost of Garanel had festered in hatred and pain for so long that he actually started to strengthen as a result of it. Meanwhile, back in the heretic city of Paniel, A curious priest of Khazad-dûl was intrigued by the story of what occurred at the estate. Unfazed by the dangers that had been reported, the dark arts priest traveled to the estate to see the chaos firsthand. Upon the priest's arrival, Garanel attempted to kill the intruder. However, this particular foe to Garanel was much stronger than anticipated. The priest was able to subdue Garanel and threatened to banish him into eternal darkness. Not fond of the void, Garanel decided that he would hear this priest out. By the end of their conversation, the priest became fascinated by how things came to be for Garanel and decided that he wanted to invest all of his dark powers towards the cause. In a gross display of Khazad-dûl's power, the priest raised the dead and intensified the evil across the entire grounds of the estate, even sacrificing his own life to see Khazad's will through. And that's how we get to the estate of unrest that we all know and love. Once again, thank you all so much for the support and the kind words from my previous videos. Thank you again for tuning in, and we'll see you next time. Level up hype! Hey level uppers, it's Larry, and this is a lore overview of one of my favorite city zones in EverQuest, Payneal. On Project 1999's Green server, Payneal was added on September 4th, 2020. With the addition of the city, the ability to create erudite Shadow Knights is now a reality. This also brought a few other changes to the server to include shrink potions, special quests, and additional necromancer spells such as the highly anticipated subversion line, better known as Twitch. At the time of this recording, there are no comprehensive patch notes to highlight all of the changes, but what I wanted to do in this video is to actually outline the lore of Payneal and how it came into existence, because I feel like it's truly a fascinating tale. So here we go. Payneal is the city where worshippers of Khazad-dûl reside, also known as Khazakites. And this was not necessarily by choice. Practitioners of necromancy once lived within the gates of Iridan amongst the erudites. However, due to their unrelenting practice of this forbidden art, the powerful necromancers were outcasted from Iridan and subsequently labeled as heretics. A battle of epic proportions took place as the followers of Irud wanted to extinguish all that remained of these followers of the god of fear. The battle was cataclysmic, and at its apex, a massive tear into the earth was created by the impressive escalation of magical damage done by both sides. Both sides responsible for this irreparable damage were shaken to their cores and decided to cease any additional conflict for the time being. The heretics could no longer organize their efforts openly and had to retreat into the cavernous depths of what is now known as the Hole. Being secluded not only bought them time, but also gave the illusion that they had completely phased out from existence. This could not have been any further. This is where and when the original city of Payneal was born, and gave way to the heretics to practice their dark art of necromancy uninterrupted. While exploring the depths of their now thriving underground city, they discovered a curious item called the Vault of Living Stone. This was a self-repairing artifact created by the god Brel Celeris, intended to serve as a magical seal to protect Norrath from the plane of Underfoot, which was riddled with vicious elementals and other unsavory types. The heretics, determined to try to figure out how to harness the artifact's powers, managed to damage it just enough to break the safety seal that kept Norrath safe for so long. The full regret of their mistake wasn't fully realized until Earthen Lord Yale and Underfoot's denizens swarmed through what is now the Broken Seal and, in quick fashion, demolished Payneal and its residents. With their intelligence and maybe even a stroke of luck, the heretics were able to repair the seal and keep any additional creatures from the Underfoot at bay. But their old city of Peniel would never be occupied by them again, and was now occupied by Earthen Lord Yale and his horde. The surviving heretics that managed to flee relocated their efforts and found a suitable location near the top of the chasm that was just out of reach of any harm. In memory of what was lost, the heretics named their newfound city and what we now get to experience on Project 1999's Green server as Peniel. That's all I have. I hope you enjoyed a little bit of a lore session around the city of Peniel. Looking forward to doing some more content like this in the future, especially as we get closer to Kunark. Just as a reminder, we have a thriving Discord community, so make sure to check the description below to see how you can join that server. And also, for those of you who don't know, I also stream on Twitch Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays starting at around 8:30 p.m. Central. So feel free to come check me out over there. Appreciate you watching. Thanks for everything. We'll see you next time. Level up hype!
There've always been mysteries surrounding EverQuest. Tales of a clockwork dragon, quests that haven't been discovered, swords made of fire, horrors beneath the waters of Lake Wrath. This guy? But since then, a lot of these have been debunked or even proven. So I wanted to focus on some of my own personal EQ mysteries. Things that I've always had questions about but could never really explain. But in a world so large, where to begin? Right here with Velius! It's finally been released, and you know what that means, right? The drowned citizens are back in the Freeport sewers! Woo! Now when I tell someone that they swim worse than a drowned citizen, it has some real weight to it. But on a more serious note, I want to talk about this super important statue in Thurgadon. I have a theory about who this is, so if you'd all take out your Velius manuals and turn to page 14. Alright, brief lore lesson. Once upon a time, a bunch of dwarves were sailing around Norath and they got lost in a storm and were carried off to Velius. Now, the leader of these dwarves was Colin Dane, and seeing the potential wealth and fortune of this long-lost continent, they landed there and were immediately attacked by giants. Long story short, Colin Dane sacrificed himself so that his people could escape, and they later founded the city of Thurgadon, and so on and so forth. These dwarves then adopted the name Cole Dane in honor of Colin Dane, combining his first and last names, and ever after, the leader of the dwarves was referred to as Dane. Here's some footage of Dane Frostreaver IV. Is he being permacamped? Are there people sitting there? Okay. Here's a picture of him. I believe this to be a double Tolkien reference. In Lord of the Rings Tolkien lore, the dwarves kind of passed on a name, Durin, much like the Danes of EverQuest. And I won't bore you with the details of that. I could, but I won't. That's reference 1. Reference number 2 would be the actual name Dane. I'm sure you're all familiar with Dane Ironfoot, Nain's son, Lord of the Iron Hills, who slew Azog with his red axe at the Battle of Azanul Bazaar during the Third Age and later became king of Durin's folk after Thorin Oakenshield was killed at the Battle of Five Armies. So I think this is Colin Dane. Seems like a pretty good assumption to me. He even has his magical pick, Snow Chipper, in hand. Nerd! Or you know what? Now that I think about it, it's probably just Brel Ceralis. Here's another statue that's always bothered me. Why is this a hill giant? Shouldn't it be an ice giant? Well, no. Besides the fact that an ice giant statue would probably look a lot like a normal ice giant, this is actually the homeland of the giants. After that fiasco with Ralazek, the gods put a curse on all of his creations. Ogres and goblins were stricken dumb. I don't know what happened to orcs. Maybe they were given red eyes and green skin and kilts. But the lush green land of the giants was covered with ice and snow, and the giants that didn't flee their homeland slowly turned into ice monsters. Now I know what you're all thinking. That explains the giants, but what happened to this guy? Well, I don't know. But don't worry, Goblin King. I'll save you!
A crown
rightful king.
Druid runes, everyone's favorite thing. Besides being an obvious Stonehenge reference, I still have no clue as to what these are or where they came from. As far as I know, there's no lore about them, but I mean, druids probably made them, right? There's certainly enough to get the job done. They're made out of giant, dark stones with sharp, evil-looking red symbols. That doesn't seem very druid-like, which leads me to believe that something isn't right with them. On closer inspection, I began to notice some strange things about the marker stones. Okay, so follow me on this. A lot of the druid rings appear to be broken down, while others are perfectly intact. I thought that was weird, so I decided to start marking these down on a map, not really thinking anything would come of it. Then I began to notice that there's a lot of druid rings that can't be ported to, and I mean a lot. So I started adding those as well. The living dead can be found at a lot of druid rings, again leading me to believe that there's something very wrong with them. Rainbow dragon butterflies. Some zones are particularly strange, like the Wrath Mountains. There's 2 druid rings. Look at the unkempt druid's marker stone. It's huge. It has those things from the inside on the outside. In Noctulos there's a druid ring and 3 druid poles. And what are these poles? After locating every druid ring and pole in the game and mapping out their locations and the zones they're in, I discovered that I was wasting a lot of my time and that none of this means anything and that the developers are crazy people. Speaking of the Wrath Mountains, what a strange place. There's sphinxes, lizard people, dragons, cyclops, giants, undead, giant undead, and amongst all of these, giant arm statues. Or are they? I assumed that some past civilization had made them, but these mountains didn't even exist until a terrible event unfolded. Ready for another lore theory? Okay, so during the Age of Monuments, the followers of Ralazek, who seem kinda dopey now, but back then they grew to be very powerful, and they eventually opened up portals to the Planes of Power and challenged the gods themselves, specifically the Wrath Council for some reason, in their plane of Earth. The Rolosian army ultimately lost this battle as they couldn't kill the Wrath in their own plane, but Ralazek was so pleased with his creations that he led a second attack against the Council and was victorious. Having captured some of the Council, he brought them back to Norath and began executing them. It's said that when the bodies of the fallen gods struck Norath, mountains shot out of the earth, and nearby, having seen their brethren fall to the warlord, a lake was filled with the tears of the remaining Council members. Hence the name Lake Wrathtyr. Wraithtyr? I don't know how to say anything. I'm making it all up. I don't know. So here's my question. Are these arms all that's left of the fallen Wrath Council members? I'll let you decide. But the answer is yes. Also, there's a third arm all the way over here. How long has that been there? After playing EQ for years, I still managed to discover new stupid things in this game. I mean, look at it. It blends in with the walls perfectly, and it looks kind of like those rocks that are everywhere. And there's no reason to actually go over to it. It's not a marker for anything. Nothing spawns there. It's not even on any maps. Someone must have decided to just stick it over here, and that's amazing. From now on, when I play, I'll be here, at this arm, giving it a purpose. I'm having a great time. So what else is there to talk about? Muxon's sword? In Kara Isle? It's just a sword that isn't documented anywhere on the internet. That's kind of strange, but pretty boring. You know, I've always been fascinated with the mimic in Runny Eye. But that's just a stupid chest with teeth. No one cares. How about those wall mouths in Guck? Is that like a thing in the wall, or did the Froglocks paint that on there? Ah, that's dumb too. Although modern games have a severe lack of creepy mouths in the walls. The clock! Why is it at 4 o'clock? Why? But seriously, if you've looked at it a little closer than this, you'll notice that there's some markings on the side of it. Now my first thought was, there's no way the creators of EverQuest actually took the time and cared enough to actually have it say something. Okay, so after watching National Treasure, printing out the Rosetta Stone, and researching Google Images for 47 hours, I discovered that these markings are some kind of combination of Anglo-Saxon, Celtic, and Norse ruins. And when you figure that nonsense out, you can read right up here, Akanon Gnomes. I mean, of course, who else would have made such a mechanical machine? But what I love more than that is the text found below it. Sony EQ. They didn't write Kinos. They specifically had this text backwards so that it would reveal the Easter egg. I don't even know what to say anymore. This game keeps throwing 15-year-old secrets and arms at me, and I don't know how. But wait, are there any other places in EQ where you can find strange ruins? Well, I searched everywhere, and I mean everywhere, and I found one other spot. The EC Tunnel, specifically in the hands of druids. A lot of these symbols appear on the blade of the Nature Walker's scimitar. This one was harder to figure out because the small pixelated text is almost impossible to read, and there's a few runes that I just couldn't find, but you can basically fill in the gaps. It says, "May Earth and Sky protect you, KTR." And I assume the KTR stands for Karana the Rainkeeper, but the C and the K seem to be the same symbol, so I don't really know. On to the next thing. I'd like to take this time to talk about the giant gears of Steamfont for a second. Normally when I try to bring this stuff up to people, they never seem to understand what I'm talking about. These things are massive. I would even say comically large. If they helped power some kind of machine, it'd have to be the size of an entire zone, or maybe several zones, or West Karana. To the best of my knowledge, they aren't mentioned at all in-game, but perhaps this segment I stumbled upon from the Kunark strategy guide is the only clue we'll ever get to their origins. Many gnomes put new inventions on display. The most noted was a great clockwork spider that malfunctioned immediately after being unveiled. The gnome creator of this failed project still answers to this date for the chaos that it caused. I know it was you. I know what you've done, and you won't get away with it. Opal Darkbriar is a weird NPC. She might just appear to be the High Elf Wizard Guildmaster in the Academy of Arcane Science, but she's also the Dark Elf Cleric Guildmaster in the East Freeport slums? What? This nicely dressed man in the ill-begotten sewers seems to be the only guy who knows what's going on.
Greetings, beware the corruption that has infected Freeport. Even the Tower of Arcane Scientists is not safe from the slimy hands of the dismal rage. I fear Opal Darkbriar is not what she seems and is darkening the minds of her apprentices.
What a creepy weirdo in the sewers. If you actually go and talk to her, she says, "You're not a member of the wizard class. Be gone." What does it mean? Alright, I'm putting an end to this. I could go on forever, which I guess is a credit to this game, isn't it? You know, the more I look around and explore EQ, the more I realize just how much effort was put into it. I used to find dead ends or strange pots or seemingly meaningless NPCs and think just that these things weren't finished or didn't have any thought put into them. And the more I question these things, the more I discover how wrong I was. So the next time you're mindlessly grinding EXP or farming plat, take a second to look around, explore a little, go on an adventure, have some fun. This game is amazing, and there's more to it than just raiding or gathering items, in my stupid opinion. As for me, well, I plan to keep on learning and finding meaning in everything. I still don't know much about Kunark, and I really want to talk about the history of the deserts of Ro. Ever wonder why this thing is here? Well, there's a reason for it. Or how about the Oasis of Mar? Why is it called that? There's plague inns, this stone, 4-frame wall fire animations and Runny-Eye, this guy's face, this weird glitchy shelf and Soleil, what is it? The human faction? What's that all about? Terrorantula? I've never seen them. Egyptian scarab statues, secret fire pots, cat people lore? The mysteries of Norath whispered to me, called my name, even screamed at me, like the death squelch of a Bixie Lord. I knew there was only one thing left to do. Talk about more of them. There are so many mysteries in EverQuest that they couldn't possibly be contained in one video, so I've made another. And once again, these are my own personal mysteries. They may be common knowledge to some, or maybe you've never even heard of this stuff. I don't know. But in my most recent search for knowledge, I heard rumor of a man, a myth, a legend, Miracle and his magic highway. That means I'm gonna talk about lore. Miracle was a man who lived thousands of years ago, and he was once one of the erudites who founded Erudin with Erud. I don't know how to say it. The erudites were a small group of humans who were tired of the racist bickerings and wars and sought out the island of Otis as their new home. They were the intellectual type and would usually study one of the 3 schools of magic. But Miracle was different. He was power hungry. He wanted all the magic. And when he discovered a new school out of Neriak, necromancy, well, forget about it. He went nuts. In time, he found others who were interested in this forbidden art and formed the group known as the Heretics. And it wasn't long before the other erudites discovered what they were up to and civil war broke out on Otis, because trying to raise the dead is bad. So Miracle did the only thing that anyone would do in that situation. He ran away. Miracle spent centuries roaming the lands of Antonica, accumulating as many spells and magical treasures as he could and storing them in his creepy ice tunnels in the north. He even discovered the use of portals, which he created all around Norath to help speed up his search for knowledge and power. By the way, that's what Miracle's highway is. But I really want to finish the story. Meanwhile, Otis was ravaged by war. The whole was created by the erudites' magical firepower, and afterwards the heretics founded their city of Peniel there. And though after all this time Miracle had prolonged his life to a great extent, he was finally dying. He went back to the heretics, hoping that they had discovered some crazy, awesome way to cheat death, and since no one really knew who Miracle was after all that time, they welcomed him and traded knowledge for knowledge. And with his last remaining life force, he teleported back to his creepy caves and prepared his final spell.
The enchantment laced with necromancy was finally made, and Miracle hid his remaining and fragile life within the phylactery, a small device he had pilfered from the other necromancers. Clouds of mystical energy gathered and then dispersed, revealing a shell of the man Miracle once was. An undead mage, what ancient scripts and legends called a lich. In his haste, however, Miracle had made a miscalculation. The lich, while retaining all the mystical power of his former self, lacked a spirit. Only the mage's soul, and now locked within the phylactery hidden deep in the catch, retained the ambition and desire to amass knowledge and power. The spiritless lich possessed none of these human traits, and Miracle's soul screamed in silence as the undead creature began to aimlessly wander his menagerie of wisdom and enlightenment, his rooms filled with artifacts of power.
Oh my god. My f***ing voice. So what does this have to do with anything? Miracle's highway. Remember when I said that? For a long time, I thought this was just a theory, but I guess it actually existed in the game for a brief time. The idea was that the more evil-aligned races would have a hard time traveling around Norath, you know, because the boats are in good cities and there's like druid NPCs at the druid rings and such. So these magical teleportation firepots were added to the game so they could get around easier. And although they were quickly removed, they do seem to line up with Miracle's crazy hijinks. There's one in the Kinos catacombs that takes you to this hut in Toxulia Forest, complete with abandoned heretic pets all around it. I rest my case. You can't interact with these two at all on Project 1999, but you still can on the Easy server. There's another firepot in Neriak, a place that we know Miracle went to, and it takes you to the Dark Elf camp in Lesser Feydark. Makes sense. There's also a super secret hidden zone entrance next to it. Where does it go? You can actually click on this one, but it says that it's locked. There isn't a key for it as far as I know, but I figure a rogue might be able to pick the lock and open Miracle's highway one last time. So I went searching through all the slums, taverns, and back alleys of Norath until I found the most dastardly, underhanded, devious rogue in the history of Norath. It's Mashiara!
And thus we enter the city of evil and pass through the foreign quarter unmarked. Traversing the narrow streets of the commons, we made our way to the innermost gate. And crossing the mark of doom, we found the archway to nowhere. And there it was, the object of our desire, the last artifact of the legendary necromancer. And Mashiara stepped forward, abandoning all sanity, logic, and fear. She summoned all of her lore and skill and placed her hands on the ancient device. And then...
it doesn't work. It's also super interesting to note that this fire pot was mentioned much later in EQ's timeline. There's a dark elf in the zone's Sunrise Hills, whatever that is, and he mentions the portal in passing. He probably sounds something like this.
Most fools pass by that spot blissfully unaware of the great secrets hidden behind it. Have you ever stopped to wonder why there's such a beautiful archway leading to nothing?
I like this game. Miracle's Highway also gives some meaning to the secret portal room found in the hole. I actually wrote a guide on how to get there because it's kind of confusing. Here it is. Jump in! Somewhere in this mess of a zone, there's a false wall, and beyond it is a room with 3 portals. One takes you to Erudin, one takes you to Payneal, and the other takes you to Neriak. One of them may as well take you straight to Miracle's frozen, corpse-strewn hell tunnels. I rest my case yet again. And if you go to Miracle's Cave in Everfrost, you can actually find one of these Erudite-style huts. It's really small and has no roof. It looks suspiciously like a teleportation pad surrounded by the results of crazy miracle necromancy. I rest my case again. Also, who is this wizard man? There's a wizard guildmaster in Miracle's Cave that seems to be KOS to just about everyone. The internet says he's on Nagi Vox faction. That's weird. Miracle was said to have 4 different forms that he would take to study the different schools of magic without being known. Could this be one of those forms? What's up with all the strange wizard guildmasters in this game? You know, I never really understood wizards to begin with. I mean, be a mage, or a druid, or be nothing. You know what I'm saying? All right, Get that's with enough. it, I said that's wizards. enough. I'm putting a stop to this. That's Miracle's Highway. Hopefully you learned a thing or two. But this is just part 1 of a 7-part mystery series, and next time I'm going to be investigating one of the more lesser frequented yet super fascinating zones in all of EverQuest. You know, Miracle's Cave from the previous video reminds me of another strange labyrinth in EverQuest, the Gorge of Keen Zorb. I always thought there was something strange about this zone, and it wasn't until recently that I realized what it was. It has 2 names. We generally know it as the Gorge of Keen Zorb, because, you know, it's Keen Zorb's Gorge, but it's also called the Beholder's Maze. In fact, that's the only way to see if anyone is in the zone. You gotta do a Who All Beholder. It's weird that there's a less common second name for the zone, and it even looks like the devs were kind of confused about it in the Kunark strategy guide. They say it's called the Beholder's Maze, but it's also known as the Gorge of Keen Zorb. What? Are they playing the same game we are? And don't even get me started on the Kinos zones. Yeah, Kinos Hills is Key to Kurg. You know what that stands for? Kinos to Kinos Ranger Guild. What was wrong with the devs? But like I was saying, the Beholder's Maze. That name has always been kind of fascinating to me. I mean, think about it. What's the only phrase you've ever heard that uses the word beholder? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? And what strange monster can be found floating throughout the gorge? Evil Eyes. Let's look a bit closer at these Evil Eyes. King Zorb himself is pretty rare. I've only seen him a few times, and he drops a staff that's used in a quest. But did you also know that there's a super rare Evil Eye that can be found in Runny Eye called Borks? It's like a strange anagram of Zorb, if someone didn't know what an anagram was. And he drops a lens that's used in a quest to get another staff, the Staff of the Observers. The Staff of the Observers. Now, we observe with our eyes, right? But the quest givers use their telescope to observe. But what do they observe? The heavens. And look, there's a constellation. I wonder what it means. Wow, that sure was informative. I'm sorry. But check out the next video. It's already out. Go watch it. Here, I'll even put up a thing. Bam! Click it. It's a real video where I've actually solved one of my oldest EverQuest mysteries. I love this giant chessboard. I don't know how to start this. I love this giant chessboard. It's so magical and mysterious. It is the epitome of everything I love about EverQuest. Most people probably never gave too much thought to its origins. I bet most people just assumed the art team was bored and randomly stuck it in here. But no, you were wrong. You hear that, War Sheol _EM? At first I thought maybe the Giants made it, but they're pretty big even by Giant standards. Plus, I've never heard of a giant on Fadewar, so I'm ruling them out. Then I thought of the dwarves, great miners, and craftsmen
Craftsmen of the mountain halls.
But I figure even the dwarves know how to play chess. I mean, look at the board. It doesn't make any sense. To my understanding, the Black King is in double check. That shouldn't be possible. Unless they were playing Kaladim's street rules. Finding no real answers on Fadewar, I decided to descend deeper into the internet, and my research led me to EverQuest 2. And it turns out there's a giant chessboard in Butcher Block there as well, with the addition of a giant throne. So clearly someone was playing chess. They didn't just carve this as like a monument or something, which begs the question, who's playing giant chess in Butcher Block? Well, with the release of Velius came an all-new chessboard located in the Plane of Mischief with different textures and everything. So of course I went to examine this new piece of the puzzle. Okay, I've never been here before. This zone is confusing and scary. What is that? Okay, stay focused. Gotta find that chessboard. Oh hey, look, a little one. I mean, it's no giant chessboard, but it's a start. Wait a minute. Do you notice anything familiar about this chessboard? It has the exact same layout as the one in Butcher Block. Bristlebane was playing chess! Edit. Okay, they're not exactly the same, but it's close enough. Look at the board. All the pieces seem to have moved up one space. Some of the colors are different. Some of the pieces have fallen over or moved a little, but overall the layout is almost identical. There's still 10 pieces on each board, 6 pawns, 2 knights, and 2 kings, and this king is still in the weird double check position. It was Bristlebane. Clearly Bristlebane did this. It was Bristlebane! It was Bristlebane! Okay, for those who may not know, Bristlebane is one of the gods in EverQuest. He's the king of thieves, he's a trickster, sneaky, plays games, and the Plane of Mischief is his home. So it makes perfect sense that this is his giant magical chessboard, but this leaves us with yet another question. Who was he playing chess with? Was it Mayor Gubbin? Sorsha Hobbit friend? this thing? This guy on the internet has a theory that it was Brel Ceralis, another EverQuest god, and that they were playing for the dominance of Fadewar, which makes sense actually. Brel ended up creating 2 races on Fadewar, and the only race that Bristlebane made can be found on Antonica. So I guess he lost. The Kunark strategy guide even mentions something along these lines.
It is in fact a large chess set with pieces that look as though the gods themselves once played with them.
So that's it. There it is. I rest my case. This chessboard actually seems to be part of the lore of Norath. Neat. But there is another chessboard in Timorous Deep. I don't know why it's there though. They probably just needed something to put on this island. My favorite song even plays here, and oftentimes I'll sit and listen to the beautiful music of the chessboard. I don't want to interrupt the music, but I just quickly want to say to look out for the next mystery video, because it definitely won't be about board games, if you can believe that. I'll be discussing one of the most ancient and powerful races in all of Norath. What's happening? Fraps! Why do you do this to me? Why am I spinning? No! There are more EverQuest mysteries than there are stars in the universe. And someone's gotta talk about them. Anyone? Any takers? How about you? This guy? No? Alright, I see what you guys are saying. Looks like this task has fallen on me once again. Now, let's see. Last time I left off with the chessboard, and the chessboard is great and everything. I mean, don't get me wrong, everyone loves the chessboard, but you know what else everyone loves? Fire beetles. What's their story? Where do they come from? Why are there Clicknicks and Kinos and Clacknacks in Rivervale? Well, luckily for you, I stumbled upon a trailer for an unreleased expansion that was supposed to come out after Velius. Hopefully this will shed some light on the lore of the fire beetles. Play the footage! They've always been here, before all others, even before the gods gave any thought to the world. But they're forgotten now, hunted, destroyed, nearly swept off the face of Norath. Their history has turned to legend, and legend to myth. But there are some who remain. Listen, do you hear them? The hatred in their step. Look, do you see them? The fury in their eyes. Their time has come again. You must help the Beatles restore their kingdom in this all-new EverQuest expansion. The bloodline of the Beatles. Help the royal family regain their power on the new continent of Beatlia. Choose which family to help ascend the throne. The Clicknicks or the Clacknacks. And get ready to grind a lot of faction. Experience EverQuest like never before with an all-new playable race. Fire Beetle! Scuttle through Norath and explore new zones. Collect new items. Beetle Civil War! Feel your power like never before with alternate Beetle advancement points and an all-new level cap. Bloodline of the Beatles! You're in our world now. Wow, I can't believe they scrapped the Beetle expansion and went with the alien cat people one. Whatever. Okay, this next mystery is kind of, I don't know, out of my league. I'm in over my head with this one. It's too mysterious. It's the Chelsith Stone. Or rather, the Chelsith Stone image, because it's like a strange artistic rendering of the Chelsith Stone. Most of the information about this thing comes from EverQuest 2, so I don't really know if it's canon or applicable to EQ1. But to my understanding, that's how we know that this thing is in fact the Ssfhc stone, and that it's apparently part of a doomsday calendar that was made by the Ssfhc, the snake people that used to live on Kunark. But before I get into any of that EQ2 stuff, let's look at what we have to work with in classic EverQuest. This thing appears in at least 10 zones, which confirms the only thing that I know for certain, that it's important. The zones seem to be completely random as far as I can tell, and on that note, who is putting this graffiti everywhere? If it's a picture of the Ssfhc calendar, then why is it found on the 3 classic continents and not on Kunark? Do the Aviacs have something to do with it? What about this mechanical spider? What's going on over here? You'll probably notice that these symbols appear elsewhere in EverQuest. In fact, they're all over the place and they seem to represent different races, or cities, or deities. Who knows? This symbol is found in Erudin and in Miragul's creepy ice caves, and on most high-end ceramics. This symbol is found anywhere there are creations of Rallis Zek, and this one appears all over anything even remotely related to the Dark Elves. Brel Ceralis. I read a theory that this one could be Vishan, and that these 3 symbols could represent the gods who first created races on Norath to keep the dragons in check. Tunar, who made the elves, indicated by these 9 markers. Does that symbolize the Druiderines? Brel, who made the dwarves and gnomes, indicated by his candle crown, and Prexis, who made the Kedge, and he might have made other races, I don't know. The Othmer? I think he had a hand in making the drowned citizens, but the most interesting of all the Ssfhc stone images can be found in Permafrost. This one actually has Monopoly pieces set up around it to make it look more like the face of a clock, reinforcing the idea that this thing tells time to some capacity. Also, did you notice these giant Lady Vox claw marks out here? That's pretty cool. Ugh, stay focused. There was actually a thread a long time ago on the Project 1999 forums where everyone tried to figure out what this image means. I can't really tell if a conclusion was reached or not. There's another theory here, something about a lizard man prophecy, although it seems pretty similar to the Shisar one. Okay, time for EQ2 talk. Disclaimer, I don't know what I'm talking about. At some point someone found a secret cutscene or something in EverQuest 2 that revealed another layer to this image, and it fills in the gaps indicated by these points. So did they have all this in mind back in EverQuest 1? Kinda looks like it. So this is like 1/2 of 1/4 of some prophecy? Anyways, these new symbols have led a lot of people who know more than me to believe that this is indeed a calendar predicting the end of days. I guess these symbols represent events on a timeline, like the fall of the Combined Empire, or the Relosian invasion into the Plains of Power, the Green Mist, the destruction of Lookline. Does it collide with Norath? I don't remember, I might be getting my games mixed up. I've read that this symbol represents Vishan, or the Sleeper, or Inoruk, or Mayon Mistmore, or maybe Mayon was the arrow. I also read that he was the only person who actually knew what any of this meant. So if he was the one running around the original 3 continents putting this sign everywhere, then that would make some sense. It does seem to be made in Neriac neon. And I just read another thing, theorizing that these inner symbols may actually be a set of instructions on how to prevent whatever doom this prophecy is predicting. And you know what? I'm done with the Ssfhc stone. It's too much. I've checked out. You'd feel the same too if you tried to read through 90 pages of EverQuest forum lore speculation. I'm tired of mysteries in general. You know what? I'm gonna go actually play the game for a change. I'm gonna go to Kern's Tower and collect bone chips. People do that, right? This is gonna be great. It'll be nice not questioning and possibly convoluted mysteries for a change. You have to be kidding me. What is that? Why is that thing on the other side? Okay, so on the other side of Kern's Tower, there's some Ixar-looking druid rings. I bet you didn't know that. I bet you learned something here today. And to think all these years it's just been sitting on the other side of this wall, waiting to be discovered. It has this red Ixar Kabbalist symbol on it. That's it. That's all I got. Luckily, I was reading through the adventures of Sneaksy the Gnome one day, when all of a sudden, there they were. More Ixar druid rings. Yes, I know absolutely nothing about Kunark. Apparently this is the entrance to Ssfhc, and apparently this thing allows you to enter the zone, but you need a key to use it. So I decided to go searching for more of these Ixar teleporters. And since there's one outside of Ssfhc and Kern's, I began checking all of the Kunark dungeons. No. Nope. Definitely not. I don't think so. I don't know what that is. Yes! There's another one outside of Howling Stones, and once again it needs a key to open. So obviously they wanted you to have a key to get into Kern's, or maybe they planned for it to be another higher level Kunark dungeon, like Ssfhc and Howling Stones. Whatever the case, this definitely fits in with the theme of Kunark dungeons being painful and hard. You know, a staircase and some doors would do just fine, but no! These dungeons gotta be all magical and have no exits. On that note, how do I get out of here? Yeah, that might work, but I'm not really a wizard. Isn't the Field of Bone magical? It's gotta be one of the best zones in the game. There's unsolved mysteries, a tower that looks like Orthonk, an island with a King Khan on it, the skeleton of an ancient dragon that's actually part of the lore, underground tunnels with weird snake thrones. Who made them? The Shisar? This guy? I'm gonna go with the Shisar. There's spider caves and the ruins of Kaysora. The list goes on. Well, I guess that's the whole list. The point I'm getting at is that all things must come to an end, and this video series about mysteries and EverQuest is no different. But hopefully you've learned something. Hopefully you've come to appreciate this game a little bit more. You know, you'd be surprised by what you can find if you simply take the time to look. And maybe the next time you're sitting around the tunnel buying your golden Ifriti shoes or your Velium crystal wedding rings, you'll take a moment and ponder the existence of fire beetles. Or stop by Freeport and pay the drowned citizens a visit. Maybe you'll gather the gumption to figure out what this thing means, but I wouldn't recommend it. And as for me, well, I think my days of investigating mysteries are finally over. I mean, there aren't any left. I've seen them all. Done them all. I talked about all of them. The only thing left for me to do is actually play the game. So feel free to look me up in Norath. Maybe we can talk about lore and mysteries while I'm harvesting platinum pieces or negotiating my reputation. Maybe working on my epic mission or wangling some experience points. Gotta get my trade skills up, get my fashion quest on. You know, I've had the same set of armor for 8 years. I should probably work on that. I should really go to Kunark someday, maybe hit level 51. Did you know that the level cap was raised from 50 to 60? I had no idea. I was studying lore. I hear Velius is nice this time of year. Ooh, maybe I should go camp ahead. No one actually bought that, right? No more mysteries in EverQuest? There's nothing but mysteries in this thing. Did you know that there's a secret vault in Highkeep? And what about these graves in Mistmore? Who's this? And who's that? Is this bridge a lore dragon? Like that one? And who made these giant hands in the Inathul swamp? I know there's a lot of lore about the Froglocks and the Trolls and Kazakh Thul and the Mar twins and the desert and Selesic Row. I still haven't talked about the Oasis of Mar. What's wrong with me? Why does this stone exist? This is the only one in the whole game and it serves no purpose. And don't even get me started on the gypsies.
Befallen lore. Way back in the day, before Befallen was what we know now, Befallen, right? There are two possibilities which come up in the lore, neither one being decisive. Well, we know one definitely happened, and the other one potentially happened. First, the original structure of Befallen might have been a remnant of Takesh. We see some of the architectural designs that are in Befallen in the non-completely ruined sections mimic a little bit of what we see in Felwith. Okay, so there is some implication there that Befallen was made back in the age of Takesh by what we now know as the High Elves. Furthering that, we have a Thex mallet there, or I guess the pieces of a Thex mallet there, which is a symbol of the royalty of the rulership of the High Elves. So those two things lean us in that direction. But we know for a fact that it eventually came under the rule of High Lord William Taros, the ruler of the Order of Mars Fist. So Befallen was basically the chapter house of the Order of Mars Fist. They predate the Paladin and Cleric Guild in Freeport by several years. So these guys basically were the original Freeport Guard. They controlled the common lands, all of Freeport, all the way up to Kithakor Forest. And the chapter house, aka what we now know as Befallen, was kind of like their satellite location where they could base out of. So they're doing their things there, right? Everything's great. They're keeping the area safe. Meanwhile, back on the Kanos side of the house, we have Gynok Moltor, who is... There's two different stories about Gynok. One says that he was a merchant. One says that Gynok was a guard captain, one of those two. Conflicting, but either way, he ends up meeting Opala with a contingent of other people. Opala is the high shaman of the Blackbrow Gnolls, the Sabertooths, and she is offering a peace accord with the humans and the barbarians. Gynok Moltor, in one story, the merchant story, is that he's greedy and he sees she has all these magical rings on her hand and he wants them. The other story is that he is a guard captain and he hates all non-humans. Either way, what we know is that Gynok Moltor had a bone-bladed claymore and he wielded it, pulled it out, and cut Opala's paw off. She cursed him for all eternity, but they had already given Gynok and his contingent of people guest rights, right? So they weren't attacking them, even though he did this crazy, outlandish thing. But it permanently ruined any chance of good faction between the Gnolls, Alice, and Kanos. So Kanos, understandably very upset about this. They kick Gynok out. He's got to leave. But he's also cursed, and the curse is like he'll have bad luck, ill health, and poverty forever, and all his descendants will too. So eventually he's wandering around, and they find him in like the common lands or the deserts of Ro. He's found by the Order of Mars Fist, and hey, they're out here helping people, so they take him in. They bring him to the chapter house. Little do they know, they're bringing doom upon them, pretty much. So what happens here is, in the night, Gynok is there, everyone's asleep, and he is searching for any god that will listen to him. He wants revenge, and he's willing to sacrifice anything to get it. So some dark, malignant force reaches out to him while he's staying there in the chapter house of the Order of Mars Fist. And in exchange for him killing everyone there and sacrificing him to this dark entity, they will give him the power he needs to get revenge on Kanos and the Blackbrow Gnolls. So he does it. He kills them all in their sleep. What happens, though, is this dark entity, which is never revealed what it is, it's implied that it's not a god, that it is just some kind of evil force. It gives him the power he seeks, but it imprisons him permanently in Befallen. What became Befallen. So there we go. Gynok Moltor is stuck in there, right? He can extend his powers out just a little bit, but not much. Eventually, the Dark Elves hear about this, and they hear rumors that there is maybe a Thex mallet hidden in this place. So they send a contingent there, led by Elrod, Commander Elrod. He goes there. He's powerful. He's got some good allies. He is able to easily dominate the undead that are in Befallen, including Gynok. He gets the mallet that he wants, but then as he's going to leave, he realizes he can't leave either. He's been taken over by the force that controls Befallen too. He's cursed now. So he's stuck there. This goes on, Gynok and Elrod kind of feuding, but Elrod really being the new ruler of Befallen, until eventually a troll hears about this. a troll who is aware of the good old legacy of Yakesha, the Grosmok Stone. He's aware of that prophecy. He seeks a way to unite his people to be the prophesized troll. So he goes to Befallen looking for power. That troll becomes one of the, just named a Shadow Knight in the depths of Befallen that we see him in the game. He drops the keys and he drops the bone-bladed claymore, right? So how does he get it? He goes in there, he steals the weapon from Gynok, he plays Elrod and Gynok against each other, and he becomes the new ruler of Befallen. Again, he's cursed, he can't leave. Adventurers sometimes locate this place and try to plumb the depths of the area, but almost always they are slain. And the thing about this force that controls Befallen is, even if you kill all the skeletons, all the undead there, every night, when the sun is completely set, it brings them all back to unlife again and again and again. So, Redak Broken Skull is there, the troll. He's the ruler of Befallen now. Finally, after many more years, the person that we know as the Thaumaturgist, hopefully I'm pronouncing that all right, she arrives. She's part of the Burning Dead. She comes there, and she is seeking power so that she can restore Marnek Jal to life. He is a lost lich, and something that the Burning Dead really want to bring back. He's like their miracle. They almost worship him. So that's kind of where we're at in EverQuest 1 Classic when we see Befallen. We have the Thaumaturgist down there. She's got the Dagger of Marnek, which is actually the phylactery for Marnek Jal. Now, through the expansions, we eventually see more content from Befallen. Long story short, they are able to bring Marnek Jal back. He's in full power. He commands Befallen. He is more powerful than the force that contains all the other leaders of Befallen there. So he is able to move about freely, but he doesn't because he's still trying to understand the exact nature of this evil force here so he can use it to his own ends. Finally, a quest comes about and you want to cleanse Befallen, right? There's a group of holy knights who wish to cleanse Befallen once and for all of all the evil that is there and the evil presence that resides there. So they discover that what you have to do to permanently cleanse Befallen so that the evil is no longer powerful there is you've got to go there, you've got to acquire all the magical items, the magical weapons, which have been significant over the years, and you've got to slay all the evil there. In order, you've got to kill Gynok Moltor with the Bone-Bladed Claymore, Commander Elrod with the Thex Mallet, Redak Broken Skull with the Bone-Bladed Claymore again, the Thaumaturgist and Marnek Jal both with the Dagger of Marnek, and then after you've done that, the Force brings its last host back to life, its last opportunity to stay in this world. It brings back the risen High Lord William Taros, the original commander of the Order of Mars Fist. And if you kill him with the Dagger of Marnek, the curse is broken forever. That's the lore of Befallen. Hope you guys enjoyed.
Hey, level uppers, it's Larry, and this is a lore overview of one of the more mysterious dungeons in Kunark, the Crypt of Dalnir. To understand the Crypt of Dalnir, first you should understand who Dalnir actually was, and that story begins back during the reign of Emperor Gnak and the Age of Turmoil. For full chronological Norathian perspective, this is the same age where the Whole was created as a result of the massive magical battle between heretics and erudites. Dalnir, or with his more prestigious title, Haggle Baron Dalnir, was a noble and legendary weaponsmith who would on occasion study necromancy. In contrast to others who delved in the dark arts, Dalnir didn't want to rely on them to try to cheat fate or extend his mortality. He had accepted that his accomplished life would come to an end. To glorify his life, he wanted to build an elaborate but hidden final resting place, where his wealth, his vast library of history, and advanced arcane studies would symbolize his great intellect. Incidentally, the crypt was never intended for outsiders to marvel at his accomplishments. As a matter of fact, the crypt wasn't even intended for anyone but for Dalnir himself. Upon completion of the crypt, Dalnir saw to it that all involved with its construction were put to death. The only one spared was the servant of Dalnir, who was given specific instructions of burying Dalnir upon death. Naturally, it would be Dalnir's final act that would ensure that nobody would find his treasured resting grounds. Dalnir put a curse upon the entire crypt, which would seal it off from any outsiders getting in or insiders getting out. His servant would spend the rest of his days in solitude within the crypt. Sometime after the death of Dalnir, there was a scholar named Dag who, in his old age, had not only served Gnak, but had also even served Atrib. Upon Atrib's suspected death, Dag wasted no time to begin studying what was called the Forbidden Circle, which included wizardry, enchantment, and magic. His preference was wizardry. During this time, there were very specific laws in place that prohibited any Ixar from studying magic of this type, but Dag broke these laws and would continue to seclude and conduct private studies with his Sarnak slave, Cly. Only Cly would be allowed to assist with these blasphemous studies because nobody else could be trusted. Kurn Machta, the imperial executioner and interrogator of the Sebelician Empire, would commission Dag for a magical dagger to be crafted for his personal use. Dag traveled to Kern's tower to start his work, and he also brought a special forge called the Forge of Dalnir, which belonged to Haggle Baron Dalnir himself. This forge would imbue magical spells and properties into weapons. There was an incident in particular where Dag had stepped away from his work, leaving his journal behind. The Empire was already suspicious of Dag, so the opportunity wasn't missed to go through his personal belongings, if the chance presented itself. Of course, his journal contained all the details of his secret forbidden practices. This information was immediately passed along to Kern, who was told to deconstruct Dag. Kern allowed Dag to finish the dagger, and after the final stages of enchantment, Kern shackled Dag and informed him of the judgment that he would be facing. Kern then plunged the newly crafted magical dagger into Dag and killed him. Dag's property and belongings would then be burned to ensure that there would be no other Ixar bold enough to explore these blasphemous studies. Shortly after, a few Ixar guards were to escort the Forge of Dalnir back to Kabalis, along with the Sarnak slave, Cly, to be reassigned. However, being quite capable with the knowledge he had learned over the years from his now deceased master, Cly enthralled the Ixar guards and disappeared with them, leaving the Forge of Dalnir behind. Cly took this forbidden knowledge and used it to gain incredible power. Being familiar with who Dalnir was and the magical powers observed from the Forge, Cly would reunite with his Sarnak people and coerce them against their will into joining him in retaking the crypt. Only Cly would be able to break the curse protecting the centuries-old crypt of Dalnir. Once Cly and his followers, or for faction's sake, the Cly, were established, they completely excavated the crypt and expanded it even more to create an immense underground laboratory. Cly knew that the allure of the non-curse protected crypt with the vast amount of riches and knowledge would be quite the attraction for would-be looters. But for Cly, this was an opportunity to create a trap. With his powerful ways of mind control and coercion, non-assuming treasure seekers who entered the crypt would be possessed. Their primary purpose now to serve the hive mind of the Cly and defend the crypt with their lives. And that is the lore that brings us to the Crypt of Dalnir that we all know and love. Thank you for watching. Make sure to swing by Twitch and Discord, and we'll see you soon. Level up hype! Hey Level Uppers, it's Larry. And this is part 3 of the mini-series around the history of EverQuest's very first expansion, The Ruins of Kunark. We pick up with the last known heirs of the Sathir bloodline being killed by an attack on the imperial city of Sebelis. Now that the power of the bloodline had been lost, the Ixars needed to reorganize their efforts into something that would stand the test of time, and ideally would return prosperity to the Empire. This was when the governing entity was formed, the Emerald Circle, to help rebuild the great empire of Ik, The Emerald Circle was comprised of 5 nobles who found great success with rebuilding the Ixar Empire, but once again, the Ixars found a way to divide into 5 tribal states, and unsurprisingly, led them right back into internal conflict. The Ring of Scale was playing the long game, and were busy influencing turmoil amidst the Ixars, and a perfect storm was brewing. Over the course of approximately 700 years, problems were ever present both internally and externally, and the Ssfhc Empire was eroding. The first city to fall was the richest trade city Kunark had ever seen, led by Lord Rakashir, the city of Torsus, or what would eventually become the City of Mist. More on that in a different video. As a result of the Empire's gradual corrosion, the spirit of conquest, or even revenge, had ignited the many races within Kunark and beyond. Goblin lords from Fadewar invaded the continent in massive droves and took Karnar's castle. The Froglock slaves in Ssfhc had revolted, taking most of the Ixar citizens by complete surprise. The giants organized several attacks that destroyed all of the warlord outposts before focusing their efforts on the many surrounding cities. The Empire of Ik was weakened beyond anything it had experienced before. As all of this is happening, the exiled dragon, Trachanon, had been watching very closely to the Empire's deterioration, and decided it was time to rally his allies and strike. The dragons proceeded with their aggressive attack, and effectively reduced the Empire's cities to ashes, with the final blow coming from the poison dragon himself, who decimated the former glorious imperial city of Ssfhc and took it for his own. The Ssfhc Empire had been destroyed. Once again, the Ixars found themselves scattering to recover, and their empire would never look the same again. But not all hope was lost. The Crusaders, an army of Ixar Shadow Knights with some mystics and legionnaires, were led by a very powerful Shadow Knight named Rock Nylok. Rock Nylok looked to purify the lands of Kunark that had been taken from them. Throughout their crusades, none would be taken prisoners or slaves. The vision was that the empire would be built solely by the Ixars. The first priority of the Crusaders was to reclaim Karnar's castle, which was occupied by a goblin clan. The goblins tried to defend it for 20 days, but it was all for naught. They were overtaken and massacred. The next objective was the city of Cabalus, but something very bizarre would happen, and no detailed records exist of what really did happen. All that is known is that Rock Nylok made a pact with something very evil and would suffer from it greatly. During the Battle of Cabalus, a strange rain fell, which shrunk the Crusaders of Rock Nylok to the size of dolls, and their heads were set aflame. Rock Nylok's head burned red, and the goblins squashed the would-be emperor and his entire army. The Ixars would nearly fade into obscurity and would simply just try to survive for the next 500 years in small segmented tribes. Meanwhile, the intelligent abomination species previously created by a Trebe, the Sarnak, had taken advantage of the Ixars' decline and established themselves in the massive military fortress of Chardok. They had also been delving quite deeply into dark knowledge, breeding froglocks and goblins to do their bidding. There was a particular Sarnak cult led by a powerful priest named Zalgaz, who discovered that critical pieces of dark knowledge were within the tombs of Terrassus. The Sarnak cult investigated and learned of a ritual that involved the bones of Veneral Sathir's son, Ryle. Almost immediately upon starting the ritual, the priest in command has regret. It is at this point that evil in its purest form had been unleashed, with a bit of irony. After 1600 years of torment, and his soul being trapped in an amulet, Veneral Sathir had now materialized into the spectral body of his backstabbing son, Ryle. He wipes out all the Sarnaks responsible for this ritual with the exception of the one, Zalgaz, who he converts into a vampire to do his bidding. For the next 100 years, Veneral traveled across Kunark in relative secrecy, collecting whatever sources of power he could find. He also managed to coerce the goblins and giants to follow his lead, with the promise that he would grant immortality and untold power. Once he had acquired enough power, he had occupied and rebuilt Karnar's castle, which would serve as his fortress and the focal point of his dark and evil magic. With it, He created a powerful legion of lycanthropes called Drolvargs, as well as an army of undead minions. Vinril also took it upon himself to resurrect his wife Drusilla, a loyal companion to help see his new undead empire through to completion. Over about 200 years, there had been an attempt by the High Elves to establish an outpost on the continent of Kunark, but the first attempt had been completely foiled by the Froglocks. The Dark Elves had found temporary success in establishing one on the other side of the continent, only for it to be taken by Vinril Sathir. The next High Elf attempt, led by the Paladin and Chosen of Tunair, Firiona V, would be a success, and the outpost of Firiona V was established. There was celebration, but it would be short-lived, as the High Elf Paladin would be kidnapped by Vinril Sathir's puppet, Danik Dorantath. The High Elves then declared war on the Ixar Empire. Meanwhile, the Ixars had found another opportunity to unite. This time they were led by a powerful warrior named Vecin, who wanted to see the Ixars return to glory, in not the same way that the Sathir bloodline had failed them in the past. Vecin took over the captured city of Cabalus, which would also be known as New Cebalus, the capital of the Cabalisian Empire. Vecin regarded the resurrection of Vinril Sathir a direct threat to the rise of the new empire, and he aimed to do whatever it took to stop it. And this is where the timeline begins to the expansion that we all know and love, the ruins of Kunark. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the history lesson on Kunark, and we'll see you soon. Level up hype! Hey level uppers, it's Larry, and this is a lore overview of one of the most recognizable dungeons in Kunark, Kern's Tower. This story takes place back during the reign of Vinril Sathir, who, at the apex of his empire's power, acknowledged that there were more sinister ways to ensure fear was perpetuated throughout the empire's domination. Violence is almost second nature to Ixars, and quelling any dissent or rebellion through said violence helped safeguard complete control over the empire. During a time where Ixars were conquering, enslaving, and murdering all those who resisted across Kunark, it eventually got to a point where the processing of enemies of the empire could be streamlined. Kern Machta, a byproduct of the Ixar way of life, was always obsessed with torture. He was unforgiving to his enemies on the battlefield during his military campaigns, and that paired well with his loyalty to Vinril Sathir, who decided that Kern be promoted to the Imperial Interrogator and Executioner. In this role, Kern had free reign to spread fear and collect subjects for his torturous ways completely unchecked. Seeing this as an effective way to consolidate the torturing efforts, Vinril Sathir ordered that Kern be built a massive tower to serve as Kern's violent playground. Even though Kern had his own tower, he remained very active at the front lines of Warslick's Woods, pushing an aggressive offense against the giants. Any giant or resistance that wouldn't be killed in battle would be escorted back to his tower and would be subjects of his hundreds of different torture devices that he had on hand. But even bad things must come to an end, and Kern had somehow found himself in what he felt was the climax of his torturous career. An infamous enemy of the Empire had been captured, and Kern wanted all hands on deck to ensure that no detail would be missed with the methods of pain that he would inflict to his prized possession. So much detail, in fact, that it took the attention away long enough to allow a prisoner to attempt escape. The prisoner was being held captive in the basement of the tower, which also served as a massive storage to malfunctioning or decommissioned machines of torture. In desperation and in sheer fear, the prisoner fashioned a tool to help him dig a tunnel far enough away from the evil tower to escape what was most certainly going to be a slow and painful death. Tragically, the prisoner wouldn't find the exit. Instead, he would find his fate by digging right into a portal that would unleash the dark children of Brel Celeris, the Burinai. The Burinai, who were quite proficient with necromancy and mysticism, would advance into the basement depths of Kern's tower, and would be disgusted by what they would discover. They immediately determined that it would be existentially necessary to destroy all that they could within the tower as quickly as possible. The swift advance would take Kern completely off guard, and he would be captured. In a twist of fate, Kern found himself at the receiving end of the torture process, and he would be tortured for an entire year before eventually succumbing to his wounds. Tapping into the dark arts, it's suspected that the Burinai raised the fallen jailers and other Ixar inhabitants into a state of undead torment as eternal punishment. And that's the lore behind the Kern's Tower that we all know and love. Thank you for watching. Make sure to check me out on Twitch and Discord, and we'll see you next time. Level up hype! Hey level uppers, it's Larry, and this is a lore overview of one of the more interesting dungeons in Kunark, the military stronghold of Chardok. This story begins with the reign of Atrib Sathir, the third emperor of the Sathir dynasty back in the Ixar year of 432. Atrib was well known for the extensive amount of time he spent mastering the dark arts, and he would shape the racial dynamics of the entire continent of Kunark. After countless failed attempts, Atrib would eventually succeed in magically melding Dragon and Ixar to create a completely new race of intelligent dragonmen, the Sarnak. Atrib would immediately understand the quantitative value of being able to endlessly create his own army of thralls, and in secrecy, he did just that. Being able to organize and train these soldiers required a facility in itself, and that's what led to the construction of Chardok. Chardok would remain under Ixar control for nearly 900 years, until the fall of the Sebelician Empire, and by this point, the Sarnak were as structured, disciplined, organized, and arguably even more intelligent than their creators. The Sarnak would take over the military fortress and create their own hierarchical system in what would be called the Dizok Empire. The Dizok Empire would establish a strong presence across the continent of Kunark and would take over several outposts and fortresses throughout it. A flourishing economy led by the Dizok bloodline would lead their people to prosperity for hundreds of years, but would also make them a bit more xenophobic over time. With the accidental summoning of Vinral Sathir's spectral form by a cult of Sarnaks unassociated with the Dizok, Vinral was relentlessly focused on rebuilding the Empire of Ik to its former glory of 2,000 years past. He also learned the most effective way of doing this was to do it quietly, through subterfuge, as opposed to brute force. He was particularly cautious about drawing attention from the Ring of Scales since, of course, they would be swift to put an end to his efforts. And while possibly not immediately aware of his great-grandson's involvement with the creation of the race of Sarnak that led to the Dizok Empire, he was keen on the critical role that they would play in his greater plan. Perhaps unknowingly using a page out of the Ring of Scales' Corrupt From Within playbook, Vinral would employ a shapeshifter by the name of Korokust to infiltrate the ranks of the Dizok royalty in Chardok. This new strategy of placing agents and moles across the continent was actually quite effective for Vinral, as it allowed him to pull strings of local politics to be favorable to his broader plan. The agent, Korokust, was not only able to become in good standing with the Overking Bathazid Dizok, but would eventually become amongst the king's closest circle of trusted advisors. To get to that level, he had put in place an elaborate plan to, ironically, expose the Ring of Scale agent named Khajiit, also a shapeshifter, and ultimately assassinate him, which he was successful in doing so. What Korokust was also successful with doing was building a case around why he should have more oversight into the council's affairs to help, as he put it, flush out the filth. Korokust's unyielding loyalty raised some flags with certain members of the Dizok family, particularly Prince Selrak, who wrote a letter to his father expressing deep concern around the conspiracies that Korokust was spreading to elevate his power and control not only over the delicate aspects of the Dizok Empire, but also with the family itself. With Korkus now in a position of great influence within the Dizak Empire, all that remains is for him to inform his master, Vinral Sathir, that all the pieces are in place. And that's the lore behind the Zone Chardock that we all know and love. Thank you for watching. Make sure to check me out on Twitch and Discord, and we'll see you soon. Level up hype! Hey level uppers, it's Larry, and this is a lore overview of one of the most intriguing dungeons in Kunark, the City of Mist. The story of the City of Mist, or by its actual name, Torsis, is a story of prosperity overshadowed by heartbreak. After the Shasar had succumbed to the Green Mist Plague, the Ixar people wasted no time before starting to build the foundations of their future empire over the next few hundred years. Most Ixar banded together to 5 major tribes and built cities, such as the Kunzar tribe building Charasis and the Kailong tribe building Vexar. Lord Rakashir would go on to build the city of Torsis, which would serve as a critical trade city for the Ixar. Through his leadership, the city would become the richest trade city Kunark had ever seen. Bustling bazaars, vibrant festivals, and devout faithfulness to the Church of Khazad-dûl were all pillars of this wildly successful city. With the eventual construction of Ssfhc, the Ixar cities would thrive in might, power, and grandeur. Lord Rakashir's wife, Queen Neashir, was also instrumental to much of her husband's early success, and her and the Lord would eventually start a family by having a daughter. Despite the lavish and comfortable lifestyle, Queen Neashir would become weary and tired of her husband's politics, which started to take a toll on their relationship. There is a festival in particular that Lord Rakashir hosted to appoint another high priest into the Khazad-dûl clergy. The festival would also include the High Scale, which was an order of knights that would attend the event to present and judge various contests of skill in arms. One knight in particular that was present at this festival was named Kieran. Kieran may not have been the mightiest of knights, but he certainly had a successful track record out in the battlefield. He also had quite the controversial reputation amongst the High Scale. Traditionally, it wasn't uncommon for knights of the High Scale to practice complete celibacy. However, Kieran would convince the public that females played an integral role in the religious crusade, and that celibacy, while it still did have a purpose in divinity, non-celibacy also had equal importance within the church. The Queen found Kieran's presence and energy to be quite attractive, and the two would have a secret relationship behind the back of Lord Rakashir. In one instance, the head housekeeper discovered Kieran's high-scale icon left behind in the royal chambers while Lord Rakashir was away on a journey. The Queen's infidelity eventually turned into her disappearance from the city, and she would never be seen again. At least, not alive. Lord Rakashir was seemingly devastated by his wife's disappearance and immediately had scouts deployed to search the surrounding area for any traces of her, as well as hiring mercenaries to venture into dangerous Froglock territories in the event that she was kidnapped. But there would be some accounts that Rakashir was more aware of this betrayal than most thought. Whether it was a facade or general concern, nothing would surface. Lord Rakashir would question the faith of his god Khazad-dûl, and action as a result of his wavering faith started to become apparent to the church, whose funding was effectively reduced to nothing. And perhaps Lord Rakashir's wavering faith may have been set in motion by this betrayal. Khazad-dûl wasn't amused by one of his followers being a non-believer and taking an entire city with him, so a clear message had to be sent. Khazad-dûl would send a minion to kidnap his daughter and banish her into eternal torment, which would seal the fate not only for Rakashir but for the entire city of Torsis. In pure defiance and even hopelessness, Rakashir would start to set in motion the complete collapse of the trade city's economy. At this point, Khazad-dûl had had enough, and the same green mist that put an end to the former Ixar's oppressors, the Shasar, had come full circle and was deployed by the god of fear to obliterate the residents of Torsis. The once glorious city of Torsis now consumed by mist, would have its residents replaced with their undead versions. The palace reavers and golems that were once assigned to protect the city were now left with no other directive than to destroy anything that would enter. Rakashir would also be conjured back into the city in spectral form, but even more disturbing is that so did the queen. And this was an indication that she never actually left the city after all. Considering the fact that Kieran's death out in Otis happened well before this event occurred, the mystery behind her disappearance starts to take on a whole new meaning, and with Rakashir being at the center of it. And that's the lore behind the dungeon City of Mist that we all know and love. Thank you for watching. Make sure to check me out on Twitch and Discord, and we'll see you next time. Level up hype! Hey level uppers, it's Larry, and this is a lore overview of one of the most historically significant dungeons in Kunark, Howling Stones. There is a ton of context that's captured in the History of Kunark series, so make sure to refer to that as needed. Once the Green Mist had all but destroyed the entire population of Shisar, the Ixar people would form into independent tribes across the lands of Kunark, and they would start to build their own towns and cities. One tribe in particular, the Kunzar, were responsible for building the grand city of Terrassus, and Terrassus would grow and thrive for 200 years, leading into one of the most significant figures being born from it, Vinral Sathir. Originally a potent warrior mage, Vinral Sathir became a practitioner of necromancy over time, and he was always seeking knowledge and power behind the dark art. There was a rather powerful piece of text, in particular called the Unholy Writ of War, and this caught Vinral's attention. Before Vinral was born, there was a powerful Ixar named Kotis, who had mastered both mysticism and necromancy to impressive levels. Even more impressive was that he was able to establish a direct line of communication with the god Zabuxaruk, who held the knowledge of unholy battle magic. This was the same magic that the Shisar once used to dominate virtually everything. A pact was made between Ixar and God that would grant this tome of unfathomable and evil dark arts to Kotis, but would require him to sacrifice 100 intelligent beings, which he fulfilled. The circumstances behind Kotis' death are unknown, but Vinral was able to secure this text and decipher it. While the mysteries of immortality weren't as accessible as he hoped, having access to this unholy writ of war allowed him to implement advanced war techniques and command armies of animated dead. His Kunzar armies conquered their opposition with unyielding fury, which eventually led to the uniting and assimilating of the 5 prominent Ixar tribes. Whether it was the fate of the Sathir bloodline or just the Ixar way of life, Vinral would commit patricide once he had grown so much in power, and under his leadership, the empire would start to branch out from Terrassus, growing substantially in power and presence. Vinral would marry Drusilla, who was the eldest daughter of the Obelisk tribe of wizards, and the two would build the greatest empire ever known. Drusilla was completely compliant with continuing to unleash a wave of terror and domination across Kunark to their enemies, and as time went on, she would manage many of the empire's affairs from Terrassus, while Vinral himself would start to operate out of the newly constructed imperial city of Sebelis. Approaching old age, Vinral obsessed over trying to unlock the secrets of necromancy that would allow him and his wife to live forever. Unfortunately, Drusilla would die unexpectedly, and not live to see the end efforts of her husband's quest to their immortality, and this devastated him. He saw to the formal funeral rituals and her burial within the elaborately built crypt of Terrassus, but almost immediately after, Vinral cast every citizen from the city. Only the Royal Ixar Guard and select servants were allowed to remain within the city, but this was against their will. It was their life sentence to serve the deceased empress through death. Vinral also ensured that the entrance to the city was concealed to the best of his ability. In his desperation, Vinral would resort to making a pact with the god of hate, Inaruk, which demanded that the weak and sick were routinely sacrificed to swell Inaruk's cauldron of souls. In return, Vinril would be given the knowledge of lichdom, which required a dark ritual to be performed. He prepared an amulet into which he would siphon his soul, and this amulet was to be placed in his corpse upon his own suicide. A successful ritual performed by his loyal initiates would allow Vinril to rise again as an immortal, undead king. Drusilla and Vinril's only son, Ryle, would be made aware of his father's evolving corruption and aimed to put a stop of his quest towards immortality. Ryle interrupted the ritual at a critical point that rendered it a catastrophic failure. In the same patricidal way that Vinril came to power, Ryle had ensured that the family formality had gone full circle by killing his father mid-ritual, which effectively captured his soul within the magical amulet. Ryle destroyed his father's body and attempted to hide any evidence of this foul play within Terrassus. However, the loyal servants that were more sensitive to what exactly happened took the amulet left behind and hid it in the crypts of the city. This is when the dark cult formed that dedicated their existence to reviving Vinril's soul once again, and that cult's name was the Arisen. It was thought that Ryle was the only one with knowledge of how to enter the city, but that wasn't entirely true. One of Vinril's royal guards who had died in Terrassus was in possession of a scroll that he kept which contained the secrets of how to enter the city. This particular royal guard must have been in high regard to Vinril because his body was sent and prepared for burial by the mortician of Sebolus, who thought the scroll he discovered with these instructions was simply nonsense. The scroll was lost for decades, but the descendants of the Cult of the Arisen would eventually discover it, and this would help refocus their efforts on their primary purpose. Decades after his treachery, Ryle would be killed in a surprise attack by Trakenon and his band of outcast dragons, and the wreckage, located in the North Sea of Timorous Deep, wouldn't be discovered for hundreds of years. A sledge merchant, or scavenger, who the Arisen had connections with, brought in a wealthy haul of items from the wreckage that included the pendant of Ryle. With their improved knowledge of necromancy, the Arisen believed that if they could find the body, or bones, of Ryle, that they might be able to resurrect Vinril using the amulet that his soul was trapped in. But despite the vision, the plan never came to fruition. Surprisingly, Ryle's corpse, still draped in jewelry, would be found after a scavenger discovered it near the wreckage many years later. He would take Ryle's corpse as a trophy back to be sold to the highest bidder, which happened to be a goblin king named Kabaktok. Kabaktok placed Ryle's body in his throne room and claimed that it was a goblin ancestor of his who defeated Ryle. There was ongoing, escalating conflict between the mountain giants and goblins, and the mountain giant king, Farslik, a descendant of Warslik, captured the goblin stronghold that included the now bones of Ryle, which the giants took as a souvenir. These bones would travel back and forth throughout conflict until they were eventually sold to an Ixar merchant named Glistes. The cult of the Arisen were very much still present in this current generation, and still had connections throughout the continent. Once word spread of these remains being acquired, the cult moved quickly to purchase them and used the old tattered scroll to gain access into Terrassus, which they were successful with. The cult spent 5 decades within Terrassus trying to find the Amulet of Sathir within the city, which had recently been devastated by a massive earthquake caused by meteors hitting the continent. Their original goal was still intact, and they hoped that by bringing the soul of the father into the body of the son would allow them to resurrect their first king of Sebolus. Finally, the cult located the amulet and were ready to perform the dark rites along with the bones of Ryle. Initially, nothing happened, and the cult members believed that they had utterly failed. They left the bones of Ryle on an altar beneath the ruins of Terrassus. However, the cult was incredibly successful in ways they could not have imagined. When the ritual was performed, the souls that had been trapped in Inaruk's cauldron of souls were able to escape their torment and re-enter the material world. The influx of dark energy awoke the spirit of Drusilla Sathir, and it is said that it was her doing that allowed the ritual to be set up for completion, which wouldn't happen for another 300 years. It would be the small sect of Sarnak who discovered the scrolls once used by the cult of the Arisen and unwittingly completed the ritual, which ultimately brought Vinril Sathir back into the body of his son, Ryle, but also cost the looting Sarnaks their lives. To this day, the haunting howls of the damned from past and present are heard echoing off the stones of the canyon. And that's the lore that brings us to the dungeon Howling Stones that we all know and love. Thank you for watching, thank you for subscribing, and make sure to check me out on Twitch and Discord. We'll see you soon. Level up hype! Hey level uppers, it's Larry, and this is a lore overview of one of the most defining dungeons in Kunark, the Imperial City of Ssfhc. As a friendly reminder, there is a lot of context that is captured in the History of Kunark series, so please be sure to refer to that as needed. The peak of the Ixar's might and power culminated into the magnificent capital city of Ssfhc. From its construction to its fall, the city would see no shortage of transformation over the countless years of its existence. As a starting point to this story, let's begin with the monumental War of Joining. Vinral Sathir of the Khunzar tribe and his army of live and undead soldiers were able to showcase their terrifying strength across the lands of Kunark. Through this strength, he was able to conquer and annex the remaining 4 Ixar tribe states, which at the time were the Kailong, Nathsar, Obulus, and Jarsath. As the first king of the newly formed Ixar Empire, Vinral heralded in a new era of empire building that started with the Khunzar city of Ssfhc. This city underwent significant renovations and mind-blowing expansion to become the capital city of the empire. Much of the growth of the Empire of Ik sprawled across the continent, and Vinral realized that in order to sustain the scale of his empire's expansion, he would need to also ensure that there was a labor force large enough to allow for it to happen. Thus began the First Slaves' War. In this war, the Empire of Ik crushed and enslaved the mountain giants, forest giants, and froglocks in a sweeping campaign of carnage. With the slave labor now at peak levels, Vinral looked to expand the Empire's trade opportunities, so he had 2 naval shipyards constructed, including the Danak shipyard, which is located in what is now known as the Over There. The Empire's growth continued at insane speeds with the help of the enslaved races, and powerful monuments and cities were erected in the name of the Ssfhcian Empire. With trade routes established, the capital city of Ssfhc and the Empire's other cities, such as Terassus and Torsus, thrived for hundreds of years. The Empire's military might would go well beyond its ground forces, and the Empire of Ik would virtually become immune to piracy due to its navy's potency. Even after his forceful patricidal takeover of power, Ryle Sathir would continue the same egomaniacal empire-building strategy that his father began. He would lead vast armies and seize the most productive mine on the continent from the mountain giant resistance, who would subsequently be enslaved by the reliable ruthlessness of the empire. The exponential growth of the Empire of Ik started to raise flags with the remaining factions on the continent, and when cornered, the magnitude of survival far exceeded complacency. The Ssfhcian Empire would continue to thrive over hundreds of years. Ssfhc itself was well established as the mecca of the Ixar race. The city's population and size rivaled any Norathian city in existence. Each Sathirian emperor would face their fair share of challenges during their reign, but it was Etrebe, son of Ryle and 3rd emperor of the Empire of Ik, who would accelerate the ball of conflict into motion by mounting an attack against the Ring of Scale with his powerful air force of half froglock, half dragons called Sokokars. And while his victories were decisive at first, the deep hatred that the Ring of Scale would have for the Ixar would turn into a 54-year war, which would also lead to the faction of dragons laying waste to many towns and smaller cities across the Ixar Empire. The war would reach its apex when the 4th Emperor of the Empire of Ik, Ganak Sathir, and the leader of the Ring of Scale, Jalad Dar, would both succumb in their final battle, which ultimately rendered the war as inconclusive. However, the Ring of Scale spirits and armies were smashed and broken, and they were forced to retreat. it would take them years to recover. The Ixar recovery went much better overall. The might of the slave labor helped them rebuild from the immense devastation quickly. However, the toll that their military numbers had taken throughout the 54-year conflict, and especially the final battle, was also nothing to take lightly. Surprisingly, the city of Ssfhc had escaped much of the collateral damage from the constant conflict, but time was running out. With the death of Gnak, arguably one of the Sathirian bloodline's most inspirational emperors, there was a massive gap in leadership and morale that the Empire needed to solve for. Shatal Sathir attempted to fill this gap, but the Ring of Scale, while mostly defeated, would take advantage of the newly instated Emperor's lack of experience or preparedness. The Ring of Scale's surprise attack on the Imperial Palace of Ssfhc would destroy the new Emperor, along with the hatchling heirs of the Sathir bloodline. Despite this attack, the prosperous days of Ssfhc weren't over quite yet, and the Ring of Scale had no choice but to rebuild their army in order to have any meaningful impact against the Empire of Vic again. With no guidance from an Ixar of royal bloodline, it was the nobles of Ssfhc who took it upon themselves to create the Emerald Circle. 5 of them, to be exact. These 5 nobles would enhance Ixar cities and trade, rebuild the navy, and return prosperity to the Empire. But it would only last for so long. With no enemies to vanquish, the arguments over land and influence escalated to a feverish pitch within the Emerald Circle, and they would ultimately disband. The Empire would revert back to 5 great states based upon the ancient tribal divisions of the Ixars themselves. This sprung the imperial city of Ssfhc into disarray, which infectiously and understandably started to deteriorate the entire empire. What would follow would be a several hundred-year civil war across the entire continent, as noble families and merchant houses waged war against each other, seeking to gain the upper hand and claim the title of emperor. Most of the empire's cities were hanging on by a thread, and the capital city of Ssfhc was no exception. Outside sources started to pay attention. The Ring of Scale would take advantage of the lack of unity across the Ixar people, and the many races that had succumbed to being enslaved for generations and generations were now becoming aware of their enslavers' growing vulnerability each passing day. It would be a series of earthquakes that would serve as the tipping point for the declining Ixar Empire. The shipyards and harbors that supported critical trade routes for the Ixar had been decimated. The naval fleets and merchant vessels of each of the Ixar tribe states were wiped out in massive tidal waves. Commerce is brought to a complete standstill, and starvation starts to spread across the footprint of the empire. Precious artifacts and wealth of knowledge is lost when the ancient city of Terrasses is rocked into ruins. The citizens and armies of Ssfhc, weakened by the effects of a failing empire, tried their best to recover, but the starving Froglocks would have no other choice but to revolt, causing irreparable, irreversible damage to the former glorious imperial city. Since being responsible for the death of Ryle Sathir, the pure hatred that Trachanon had towards the Ixar had been festering for nearly 600 years throughout his imprisonment. The battlegrounds of Gnak and Jaladar had never really recovered either, and it was still polluted with bones of those who fell in that magnificent battle. Seeing an opportunity to send a clear message, Trachanon would go on a murderous rampage against the vulnerable Ixar and toss endless amounts of their corpses into the field of bones. He intended for this to be a warning to any who would seek to fill the shoes of the Ixar and their failed empire. The Ring of Scale, now led by Jaladar's daughter, Baradar, would seek to stop Trachanon from utterly obliterating the entire Ixar race, but it would fall on deaf ears. Trachanon would vow to stand watch over the Ixar that if they should ever rise again, he would be there to smash them down. To ensure this vow to completion, Trachanon would finish the job that the liberated Froglocks had started, and he would decimate the city of Ssfhc beyond recognition. The once great council chambers of Ssfhc would now serve as the nest for the unrelenting, ever-vengeful dragon for the next millennium. And that's the story that brings us to the dungeon Ssfhc that we all know and love. Thank you for watching. Make sure to check me out on Twitch and Discord, and we will see you next time. Level up hype!
The season's changing once again. Daylight wanes while shadows grow longer, and wind mournfully howls through the dead leaves. A chill challenges the fading warmth of summer, and suddenly you're just a little less certain that there isn't a pair of unfriendly eyes on your back. Lock your doors, draw your curtains, and join me for the story of a single broken heart that sealed the fate of an entire city. Kunark is an unforgiving land. It's no exaggeration to say that everything on the continent is bloodthirsty. Those who are not allied with the Ixar will find very few friends here. It's a land of extremes, with scorching deserts, bitter tundras, and festering swamps. Where life can find a foothold, it does so desperately, flourishing to the point of uncontrolled overgrowth. The Emerald Jungle is just such a place, a lush rainforest teeming with life. Here, explorers will find ravenous plants, nightmarish leeches, and mosquitoes large enough to suck out your soul. What I'm saying is that Kunark is Norath's Australia. However, alongside this abundance of flora and fauna, somewhere between the jade canopy and the spider web of roots, there's something rotten. A corruption lingers in the heart of the Emerald Jungle, reaching out to contaminate those who wander too close. This impurity can be traced back to one place, an abandoned city half devoured by the surrounding jungle, forgotten and left to rot in the humid wilds. Its cracked stone and crumbling walls seem to stand stubbornly defiant against the encroaching vegetation, a wrathful shadow of its former glory. Those who came across these ruins noted how the sun could never quite get through the everlasting mist that surrounds it. Not knowing its true name, the ignorant simply called it the City of Mist. It is now only a place of death and memory. Ghosts of merchants aimlessly wander the decrepit streets. Skeletons of long-dead slaves stare at nothing for decades, while golems continue a ceaseless patrol, not realizing that there's nothing left to protect. The only living inhabitants here are the deranged, the bewildered, and the lost. Mentally and spiritually twisted by the darkness hanging over the city, they are prisoners without lock or chain, yet unable to escape all the same. The decaying finery hints at a robust past that was once full of life and even luxury. The cause of its downfall has been a great source of speculation. The populated city fell silent and still overnight, not to a war, not to a plague, but to something that didn't spare a single soul to tell the tale. Before its downfall, this place was known as the Ixar city of Torsus. One could say it was the jewel of the Ssfhc Empire, for its citizens enjoyed lives of indulgence. Crusaders found power, and merchants found great fortune, while nobles enjoyed exotic goods and entertainment. This tale begins during the reign of Lord Rak Ashir and his queen, Ne Ashir. Though they had inherited a wealthy city, the citizens credited their royal couple for its continued prosperity, as they were considered paragons of Kazakh Thule, who was clearly favoring the city with his good graces. While everything seemed perfect, it was in this golden age that Torsus took its first steps down the path that would lead to its ultimate destruction. The truth of what happened is only known to the spirits who still linger there. When defeated, they drop historical documents that establish a timeline of events that led up to its downfall. A merchant's diary page states that there was some sort of commotion at the castle. Rumors abound that there is an assassination, or an attack by dragon-commanded froglocks, or even divine intervention, though the merchant is uncertain why Kazakh Thule would strike against the loyal Lord Rak. A crier's scroll announces that Lord Rak will be appointing another high priest into Kazakh Thule's clergy. A merchant's letter confirms that the church does not need its usual amount of silk to make new robes, as Lord Rak has cut the royal donation. The church is trying to hide this fact, but the merchants have noticed how the church's funds have dwindled. A written announcement confirms that Queen Ne has gone missing, and Lord Rak seems desperate to find her. A priest's diary page laments that the church's funding has been cut yet again. He secretly wonders if the loss of Queen Ne has driven his lord crazy. Finally, a slightly guilty student log admits that the owner missed Mass yet again for a class that was scheduled at the same time. The student hopes that the new archpriest will discontinue further Masses and plans on missing the next Mass as well. These records indicate that Torsus somehow lost sight of its spiritual path, and without the awe and inspiration of that which was greater than itself, it eventually withered away. It also suggests that the disappearance of his queen is what caused Lord Rak to lose faith, straying from the path of Kazakh Thul and laying the groundwork for the city's demise. Now that's where the story ends for some, but a refined Lahore like myself keeps digging. Books obtained from the ghost of Lord Gaiask have an interesting theory as to why the previous Lord Rak became so despondent during his reign. The head housekeeper's log from Lord Rak's reign states that while the Lord was away on a journey, a high-scale icon was found in the royal bedroom. This is a particularly juicy scandal because these icons were only worn by the Crusaders of the High Scale, who were a divine and, traditionally, celibate sect of knights. That was until Kern joined their ranks. He was the exact opposite of celibate, and frequently lectured the use of females during religious crusades. His various victories helped support his message that non-celibacy also had its place within the church, and apparently within the queen. He'd been in Torsus for a bazaar a few weeks before the queen went missing, and they'd caught each other's fancy. Kern died not long after that, far from home in the ruins of Old Payneal, and his body was never recovered. A shrine depicting him among many women was built to honor his controversial reign. Gods, I wish I could find that shrine. Kern's ghost actually still haunts the hole.
Phrasing.
Though he still looks surprisingly alive for being dead for so long. I suppose his raw charisma is enough to defy death itself. If you return the lost icon to the sexy ghost, he will proudly admit to doing the dirty deed, and wonders if you're there to accuse him of the queen's death. He decides he wants the truth to be known, and gives you the promised ring of Queen Ne, and says that if you show it to the queen, she'll remember all the salacious details. Returning the ring to the ghost of Queen Ne, she will admit that there's nothing left to hide before attacking, saying that if you can't defeat her, then you're not strong enough to see that vengeance is served. Once Queen Ne is defeated, she drops her diary and the key to her husband's quarters. Her diary confirms that she was tired of political monotony and attracted to Kern's more dangerous lifestyle. Now, one may think that Queen Ne's disappearance was simply her running off with Kern, but if that were true, then why is her ghost still found in the ruins of Torsus? After all, none of the records mention that she died, only that she disappeared. All this evidence implies that Ne didn't run off with Kern in the weeks after he left Torsus, as many have speculated, but that she was murdered. It's likely that Rak killed her for her affair, and covered up her murder by saying she disappeared. Gaia's historical article even confirms that it was a well-known fact that Rak's despair over his missing wife was mostly an act to preserve the illusion of his nobility. Clearly Rak had lost his faith long before his queen had lost her fidelity. So then, if it wasn't the unfaithful queen, just what was the cause of Rak's melancholy? The answer lies deep within the plane of fear, the realm of Kazakh Thul, the faceless god and creator of the Ixar. Within this nightmarish place, cowering among the powerful servants of fear, there is a frail Ixar hatchling. She doesn't respond to attempts at conversation. Her tearful eyes stare blankly ahead, yet see nothing but the consuming terror surrounding her. This is Rak's daughter, and the only way you can help her is to end her suffering. Bringing the child's tear to her father's ghost, Rak will finally recount what happened that fateful night. He says that a minion of his god came to him one night. He knew it was Kazakh Thul because he was frozen in terror. The being took his daughter and vanished. When he regained control of his body and thoughts, he felt nothing but betrayal. And that was when Rak stopped caring. Now, we finally understand what happened to Torsus. By the time of Rak's reign, Kazakh Thul believed that the citizens of Torsus had taken his blessing for granted. In the dead of night, he stole Rak's daughter as a warning and a promise that he could take so much more if the Ixar didn't suitably worship him. Rather than spurring his servant to action, it had the opposite effect. His god had already taken his daughter. Her absence left no fear, no hope, just a consuming despondence. For the remainder of his days, Rak went about sabotaging the connection between his people and their god. He never told his people to neglect Kazakh Thul. He simply made it acceptable and even rewarding to do so. This decline of faith continued until the Faceless One finally ran out of patience with his treasonous children. Kazakh Thul chose a mist to convey his displeasure. A paradox of the green mist that had once brought the Ixar freedom. The fingers of fog that enfolded Torsus in its grasp brought only death. The citizens choked on the mist and fell as the sun was engulfed in a thick haze. It happened too quickly to run, hide, or pray. By Kazakh Thul's displeasure, the dead rose, and there they stay, suffering testaments to the fate of the faithless. Lord Rak intentionally set up his city to fall, even if it took decades after his own death to do so, ensuring that Kazakh Thul would never receive the praise he sought from its citizens. He knew it would mean little to the Faceless One, who could just as easily feed on the fear of Ixar, yet he carried out his grim task all the same, damning himself and his fellow Ixar in the process. It was the self-destructive act of a ruler that had lost everything that mattered to him, and the only way he could strike back at the god who had wronged him. For all the suffering Lord Rak's plan caused, his accomplishment has given him no sense of satisfaction or reprieve from his sorrow, only the cold knowledge that he'd done his work and done it well. Redemption lies far beyond the grasp of the City of Mist. Its crumbling bones and surrounding corruption serve as a testament to the wrath of a vengeful god, and as a rotting grave to a grieving father who never forgave himself. Thanks for watching, stay safe, and I'll see you next time. Every person, every place has their scars. Norath is no exception. The chasm of the over there, the burning woods, the literal scars of Velius, and of course, the hole. And like any scar, it has a story to tell. Deep in the bowels of the earth lies an elaborate city, teeming with constructs, riches, ghosts, and the creatures of the underfoot that killed them. And Kern. Hi, Kern. Just how did such an advanced city end up abandoned at the bottom of this cavernous pit? Well, the short answer is erudite pride. The long answer is that one day, the erudite race decided that they'd finally had enough of the smooth-brained, mouth-breathing populace, so their leader, Erud, led an expedition to find an isolated home where their tall foreheads and massive egos could study the world in peace. Setting out from Kinos, they traveled across a quiet body of water, which was then named Erud's Crossing, and found such a place on the continent of Otis, where the only other halfway civilized occupants were a race of cat people called the Kirans. While they didn't exactly like their new visitors, they weren't technologically or magically advanced enough to do anything about it. So they remained in the south while the erudites settled in the north atop the Grand Plateau. Thus, the city of Erudin, named after their leader Erud, was built by the erudites. Again, massive egos. Things were well in the sparkling city for a time, until the erudite Miracle had a midlife crisis and became obsessed with unlocking the secret to immortality. For this, he called out to the dark gods, and Ssfhc answered. Yes, Ssfhc is doing things again. He does a lot of things. He shared the gift of necromancy with Miracle, giving him the potential of immortality through death, if he was strong and clever enough to master it. Miracle took this knowledge back to Irudin and shared his sinister discovery, hypothesizing that not only would he and his cohorts be able to live forever, but that they would be able to enslave the spirits themselves. Unsurprisingly, a sizable portion of the population didn't appreciate the dark arts, and forced those who did out of the very city that they had helped build, calling them Kazakites and heretics. A mere 200 years after the founding of their city, the erudites broke into civil war, divided over the study of necromancy. During one of these bloody skirmishes, Irud himself was killed by the very people he had once led. In the wake of his death, the citizens of Irudin decided they'd had enough. Discarding their moral high ground, they leveled a deadly spell against the heretics' camp in Toxilia Forest. One that couldn't be blocked, and one that wouldn't leave a single survivor, intent on ending the war once and for all. The heretics sensed their impending demise and began crafting a response of their own. They knew the oncoming barrage couldn't be stopped, but it could be redirected. The erudites unleashed their attack in one of the greatest concentrations of magic that Norath has ever seen, and the heretics responded in kind. Survivors described the collision of spells as earth-rending, an explosion that shook the very bones of the world, and a crashing energy that seemed as though it would tear a gash in the very sky. As the terrible magic faded, and the dust finally settled, it revealed a changed Otis. Irudin and the heretic city were untouched. However, there was a giant smoking crater where the Kirin city of Sharval had once been. As fun as it is to imagine that a magical explosion sent a mass of cat people and Earth flying through the stratosphere and careening into the moon, further study reveals that the collision of the two spells changed the nature of both. The magic morphed into a massive teleportation spell that ricocheted Sharval through the wizard towers, or as Al-Kabor calls them, quadriliths, and deposited the Vashir tribe of Kirins onto the moon of Luklin in a way that was actually survivable. The heretics saw the impressively deep hole left behind by the spell, and not being ones to pass on an opportunity for a new home, they trekked down into the pit and began construction of their own city, Payneel. During the construction, the heretics found that the force of the blast had gone so far down that it reached the living stone, a barrier Brel Cerulus himself created to keep his creations in the underfoot from invading Norath. In typical arrogant erudite fashion, the heretics began experimenting with the divine energy of the living stone, planning to harness it and send earthquakes to Irudin until the city was reduced to dust. Instead, their tampering breached the barrier to the underfoot. Earth elementals flooded into the city of Payneel, quite literally crushing the heretic forces. They would have surged to the surface and continued their destructive path across Norath, if not for the surprisingly selfless act of a wicked man. It was Darton of the Dark Truth, a knight of Ssfhc, who stayed behind to contain the minions of the underfoot. He managed to create a magical hatch that repaired the break in the living stone, trapping himself behind it in the process. The heretics that managed to escape thanks to his sacrifice founded a new city, which they also named Payneel. They're just not very good at naming things, are they? From then on, the founding city was referred to as Old Payneel, but as travelers discovered the massive wound in the earth, it simply became known as the Hole. Being that erudites can never seem to leave well enough alone, and the fact that they'd left a ton of their artifacts and books behind in the evacuation, they once more tempted fate by researching how to open the very hatch that had saved them. They eventually discovered a blood ritual that would weaken the hatch long enough to temporarily open it. But it also weakened the blood donor, who usually became a victim of the monsters waiting right behind it. Some years later, this process was simplified to a magical key, one that the heretics would sell to naive adventurers who had no idea of the horrors that awaited them down in the hole. If you're wondering if the denizens of the Underfoot ever have managed to escape, they have. All thanks to an egotistical little gnome who never learned from history and was thus doomed to repeat it. But that's a story for another day. Thanks for watching, stay safe, and I'll see you next time. The Lake of Ill Omen. Surprisingly picturesque for a man-made lake. Well, dragon-made to be more accurate. There's actually a surprising amount of history behind these waters, or should I say under them. Just kidding. There's no sharks in the Lake of Ill Omen. No boats either. I've just always wanted to do that. Here's the Lake of Ill Omen. This cozy spot just off of Firiona V has everything you could want. Sun, sand, and a drowned city that's still inhabited by its undead residents. There's also fishing, if you're into that. But maybe you're not here for the fishing, or sand, or Nub's black granite. Maybe, just maybe, you're wondering about the ruins jutting out of the lake. Well then, pull up a crumbling piece of Ixar legacy and make yourself comfortable for the history of Vaxar. It all began with a singular event that occurred on, by the Ixar tracking of time, year 406 after Greenmist. The book Captain of the Sea reads, during the infamous battle at Timorous Deep, Captain Visk Irontail is defeated, as well as most of the Sebelisian navy. A horde of dragons descended upon them. The navy was vastly outnumbered, so was the end of the great Captain Irontail. Long live his spirit. It was this attack, instigated by the dragon Trachanon, that pulled the dragons of the Ring of Scale into war with the Sebelisian Empire. Trachanon was a grand blue dragon that was favored by his goddess Vishen, and blessed, or perhaps cursed, with foresight. He watched the Ixar with great interest, still wary of the accomplishments of the Sissar that had come before them. He believed the Ixar were a great threat to dragonkind and wanted to attack them to halt their impressive progress. But the Ring of Scale voted him down in favor of more subtle tactics that would destroy the Sebelisian Empire from within. Trachanon could not accept this answer. No one but Trachanon himself knows why he took a flight of dragons to attack the Ixar naval fleet against the wishes of the Ring of Scale. From the few cryptic remarks the dragon has given on the subject, it seems like he was trying to prevent some greater wrong from occurring, going against his own foresight to do so. Perhaps the fate he ultimately suffered was punishment for going against his own visions. The dragons called up a squall at sea and sent the entire Ixar navy, along with Emperor Ryle Sathir, to the bottom of the Timorous Deep. Little wonder why there's an entire island full of their skeletons. This one dances. This attack surprised Jaladar, the leader of the Ring of Scale, as much as the Ixar, given that he hadn't approved of any plans to attack them. Regardless of his desires, the Ixar Emperor had been killed in the attack, and they were out for blood. Thus the fight between the land lizards and the sky lizards began. During the war, patrolling dragons noticed one place in particular, the dome city of Vexar, was incredibly popular with the Ixar. They came to find that the Kailong Ixar tribe had found a magical spring that could heal all injury and sickness, no matter how grievous. An entire city had been built around these miraculous waters, and a dome constructed above it to protect it from dragon attack. Upon hearing this report, Trakanon wanted to act instantly. Unfortunately, his rebellious naval attack didn't exactly make him the most popular dragon in the room, and he couldn't raise support for the assault. Luckily for Trakanon, he found an ally in the dragon Garrodon, a slightly more popular dragon who supported the attack and was able to convince others to join the cause. You can't talk about Vexar without talking about Garrodon. He's the dragon that made it happen. With the flight at his side, Garrodon led the attack on Vexar. The dragons split into two teams. Some clawed at the pillars and walls that supported the dome, working to collapse it and trap the Ixar inside, while others called upon the waters to flood the valley, planning to dilute the spring and drown the inhabitants in one fatal blow. The plan worked, and dragons fled from under the dome as the pillars began to give way, all save for one. Garrodon himself had been caught in a snare and was still fighting the city guards when the dome fell. He was trapped and the water was beginning to flood in. Even with no chance of escape, he continued to fight the Ixar until, finally, a fatal blow was landed on the dragon. With his last breath, he scorched the top of the dome with his flames, then fell from the air, crashing into the theater below. Garrodon died as the city was engulfed by the rising waters, and the magical properties of the spring were forever lost. He dealt the Ixar a significant blow, but at the cost of his own life. Trapped and with the waters rising, the citizens of Vexar turned to the greatest of arts, necromancy. Knowing they were going to die, the Ixar set up a constant surge of necromancy to run through Vexar and keep themselves animated through death. However, they realized that this surge would also bring back a certain unwanted dragon. In order to prevent this, they painted mystic markings on the theater where he fell to stifle the flow of necromantic energy to Garrodon. They also ground up some of his bones for their magic, just to add insult to injury. Then they died, raised, and haunt their sunken city to this day. With all the necromantic energy running through Vexar, it isn't surprising that Garrodon's spirit can be found lingering in a corner, hungry to reunite with his body. Talking with his ghost, he will attempt to tug at your heartstrings by saying that the Ixar have been torturing him for generations. He begs for you to collect some of his bones so that he'll have enough power to reunite with his body and depart to the next world. If you're dumb enough to believe this dead dragon and bring him his bones, he will possess his body in the theater, and rather than be put to rest as he said he would, he will happily attack anyone that comes within reach. And you would deserve it, because honestly, when has a dead dragon not been a vengeful bastard? Those who would like to see a fairly well-preserved Ixar city should take a dive down to Vexar. It may not be living history, but it's somewhat close. There's also tiny cursed hands down here, and that makes the trip more than worth it. As an interesting side note, here's what the maps of Mirist have to say about the Lake of Ill Omen. Legend has it that any Ixar that goes swimming in the waters will be plagued by horrible nightmares about their death, which would occur soon afterwards, and their body would rise to wander as an aimless corpse. Perhaps this is the effect of the diluted healing waters that were once able to mend wounds and even extend lifespans. Though this legend is so old, the Ixar themselves don't pay it much mind. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Hello all. So I've been really curious since we landed on the shores of Natimbi, what the story was of Gates of Discord. It's kind of hard to figure out just from going to the zones and looking around. It's kind of hard to tell from the quests and the raids exactly why we're doing any of this or who we're killing other than for better loot, which is a compelling reason in and of itself, but I want to know more. So just as a caveat before we go too deep into this talk, I've collected a lot of information about this from a bunch of different random stuff on the internet. Probably some of it's wrong or incorrect. I filled in some of the gaps with interpretation. If you know more than I do, I'd love to hear about it. So, where are we going? Gates of Discord takes place on Telosia, which is this little guy down here, south of Otis. You can't see on the map, but the reason why Telosia has never been found is that because no one's dared brave the Abysmal Sea, which is a huge, vast sea that's apparently much scarier than the normal oceans that separate the continents on the planet. So after we freed Zabuxaruk from his prison in Plane of Time, Zabuxaruk gave the mortal races more knowledge. He was originally imprisoned in Plane of Time because he helped the mortals transcend to the realms of gods, and this dude's just super excited about sharing with the mortals what he knows. So shortly after Zabuxaruk gave the mortals more knowledge, Kaliav Jinuar of the Wayfarer's Brotherhood began having these horrific visions of a place beyond the Abysmal Sea. Very Obi-Wan Kenobi style disturbance in the Force. So the leaders of the Wayfarer's Brotherhood, Morden Rasp, Kaliav, Nadaria, they set out to build this enormous city-sized ship that could survive the voyage. They did two things. They built the Queen of Thorns, which is the massive city-sized ship, and they also located the Gromzok Stone. The Gromzok Stone is this like powerful artifact. It's actually on the Queen of Thorns boat. You can find it, but good luck finding it. And that's sort of the reason they were able to finally get through the Abysmal Sea. And when they got there, they found like a small landmass just off the coast of Telosia that seemed to be uninhabited, and they set up camp there and set up portals and things like that, and then began exploring Telosia. But what they found when they first arrived was some pretty horrible stuff. Only one adventurer survives to tell the story. Even the shores of Natembi seem overrun with things that aren't friendly. And that's when the Wayfarer's Brotherhood gets us involved. They say, hey, there's this huge new continent out there. You guys are pretty good at clearing out Mistmore catacombs. Maybe you can kill these things too. So if we want to find the source of Kaliav's horrific visions, we're going to have to fight. So in addition to the horrifying creatures on Natembi, the explorers also find a race of elf-like people known as the Yunjo. And there are three factions of Yunjo. There are the Trusik, the Nihil, and then the Enslaved, and or the Slave Resistance. So one of the factions is called the Yunjo Slave Resistance. So the Trusik are headed up by Vrex Barkst Karat and Nakofia. These guys are the religious fanatics that worship Trushar, a false ocean god. We killed Koronov already. He's the real ocean god. Don't these guys know? Jeez. The Trusik really have a zero-tolerance policy for non-believers. Their plan is you believe or you die. That way, there's no dissidence. The Inkata Zone, the Unmasked Chapel, is their home base. That's where Nakufiel, who's kind of their prime leader, lives, and Ukwa is one of their holy sites. That's where Rex Barks Karat is. We gotta kill these guys to prove to the Nihils that we should be trusted with access to the most sacred parts of Teologia. So that leads us to the Nihils. They are non-religious Yunjo. The Trusik hate them because they don't believe in the Trushar, and the Nihils do not want to just be killed because they don't believe in Trushar. The Nihils are really the main allies helping us on Teologia. They want our help too, but they don't really trust us. They've been sort of fighting against the Trusik for a long time, and now there are some other invaders to fight against as well. So the fantasy of doing all the trials in Vexed and the sewers of Nihilia and Tipt and all those places really are all about working with and building trust with the Nihil, so that the Nihil will finally let us into Kotaz, or let us into is wrong. They're going to help us figure out how to get into Kotaz and Kivik and eventually Zebu as well. So that's their plan. There's also the Yunjo Slave Resistance. They need our help. They're trying to break free and fight back against an invading force that's conquered Telosia. The invaders have enslaved them and forced them to fight in their army. So if you kill enslaved Yunjo, they didn't want to fight you. Sorry. But wait, the Yunjo aren't the only thing waiting for us on Telosia. The Telosian invaders are there as well, and about the same time as Kaliev started having his horrific visions, unbeknownst to the rest of us on Norath, because we didn't know about Telosia, a portal opened in Telosia, and an army of invaders was unleashed upon those lands. They destroyed much of what the Yunjo had built and enslaved them. So who are these invaders? They are the Legion of Mata Muram. They're sometimes called Muramites. There's like Muramite armor and things like that in the loot, and there's a bunch of pieces named after Muramites. Muramite is just sort of like a word for those who follow the overlord Mata Muram. His army is built up of a bunch of different species that have been enslaved or conscripted over his conquest. And their plan is to take over Teolosia, but now that we're here, they also are going to say, oh, there's a lot more work to do here. We've got to conquer all of Norath. And so they're going to cross the Abysmal Sea and come to destroy all the other places as well. So we got to stop them. So Overlord Monomoram's plan is pretty simple. It's very Thanos, right? Conquer worlds, enslave their population, force their strongest to fight in his armies. So that's why we have all of these different species in his army: the Mistruk, the Kiv, the Anuk, the Akun, the Huval, the Ix, the Akav, the Nok, the Ratuk, and actually a lot more. This guy's done a lot of conquering. In this invasion, there's sort of two main places that this war takes place between the invaders and the Nihil trying to defend Telosia and us, the adventurers, where we come along. The first one is Ssfhc, which Ssfhc, Lair of the Elite, is sort of what it has become. It used to be a once great Yunjo temple, but it's been annexed by the Muramite invaders. Its artifacts have been pillaged, and it's now the home of the leaders of this invasion. The Nihil can help us get in. It used to be their temple. They know about this place, but they want us to help defeat the Trusik first, which is why we had to clear Aqua to get access to Quivik, and then clear Inkuta to get access to Ssfhc. Takarish Zyke, the final boss, holds the signet of command necessary to access the top floor of the temple. The top floor of the temple of Ssfhc is called Tasvi, or Takvi, I'm not sure. The seat of the Slayer. This is just the top floor of Ssfhc. It's like a second zone in the game, but like it's the way you get into it is by requesting an instance from an NPC at the beginning of Ssfhc. He'll only give it to you if you have the signet of command from defeating Takarish Zyke. So this zone is just the most powerful lieutenants and commanders that have been sent by Overlord Monomoram to Teolosia. Cuvo leads them. Tunat Maram is actually his title in the Legion. It's not part of his name. I think it means like lieutenant of Monomoram, or like right hand of Monomoram, or something like that. But his name is just Cuvo. So if we defeat him, we're going to end the invasion of Norath. But when word of this reaches Overlord Monomoram in the realm of Discord, well, I'll see you there. That's all I got. That's the story of Gates of Discord. It's why we're there, besides the loot. Thanks for watching.
Hello, my fellow Norathians. First, I would like to thank everyone that participated in the EverQuest request. There was a lot of interest in the Froglocks and Barbarians, and I just happen to have a story that includes both. So get ready for a lot of name pronunciation disagreements and low-quality drawings. Here's a question. What do Northmen from the frozen tundra and frogmen from the swampy south have in common? Aside from their obvious inferiority to the tiered doll, of course. According to the books From Pawn to Paladin, surprisingly a lot. I'm not even being lazy by trying to cover the origin of two races at once. The fact is that barbarians and froglocks could almost be considered twin races. Speaking of twins, let's go to the most famous pair, the Mar twins. Mithiniel Mar and his sister, Erelisi Mar. They were created by their father, Tarumar, the Phantom Lord. However, he brought them into being without a predetermined divine purpose. Highly irregular, yet not uncharacteristic for a neutral god. Being brought into existence without a cause to champion, the twins decided to walk among the mortals to find one, setting out on the continent of Tunaria, or as it's now known, Antonica. This confused the other gods of nature, who mocked the twins for trying to find anything worthwhile among the lowly mortals, and attempted to influence them to their own causes instead. Among those who wanted to recruit the twins to strengthen their forces were Inaruk, the god of hate, and Kazakh-Thul, the god of fear. With this common goal in mind, these two sinister gods thus formed a pact, creating an alliance between their children that still exists today. The trolls actually immortalized this pact by naming their homeland for both gods, blending their names and christening it Inathul Swamp. I suppose it's a better name than Kazakhruk. They're trolls, you can't expect much. Inaruk sent his Teardal followers after Irolisi to tempt and seduce her into corruption. But while her father hadn't given her a divine purpose, he had given the goddess a brain, and she easily saw through their deception. To escape the followers of hate, she traveled to the forest of elves that hadn't been twisted by Inaruk's spiteful touch. It was there that she found warmth, beauty, and probably some interesting plants. So it was that Erolisi Mar was embraced by that most mortal of traits, love, and became the goddess of it. While his sister was harassed by the forces of Inaruk, her brother was beset by the minions of Kazakh-Thul. The Faceless One sent all manner of horror against Methiniel to instill fear in the young god, summoning phantoms, serpents, and unnamed abominations to torment him. Where his sister had been blessed with wisdom, Methiniel had been gifted an ironclad will that these lesser underlings could not hope to break. Realizing that the young god would not fall prey to such minor terrors, the crafty Kazakh changed his tactic. He used Methiniel's bravery against him, luring him deep into the swamps of Norath, where his deadly, dark presence was strongest. There, Methiniel was ambushed by an army of trolls, lizard folk, and creatures of unspeakable horror. Overwhelmed in the very heart of the Faceless One's territory, he became a captive of the Lord of Fear. Imprisoned by magical bonds, he was relentlessly tortured by his captors. Methiniel desperately prayed to his father, repeatedly asking for forgiveness and salvation. Yet his prayers went unanswered, while his torment continued. Weary from his constant torture, and weakened by the dark magic of Kazakh-Thul, Methiniel fell into a deep slumber. Unfortunately for him, he would find no reprieve in his sleep, for nightmares fall within the realm of the Faceless One's daughter, Terris-Thul. Her father bade her to enter Methiniel's dreams and use her skill to subtly deceive him into surrendering his gift of life. No specific details are given on exactly what this is or how it works, but this gift seems to be how gods create mortal races, making it an extremely valuable resource. Using her masterful manipulation of the subconscious, she tricked the slumbering god within his dreams and stole his gift of life. Once she had what she wanted, she returned Methiniel to his memories of the worst of his waking tortures, plunging him deep into unceasing nightmares. There was no escaping his torment. Awake or asleep, he suffered the worst that fear had to offer. All seemed lost for Methiniel. Between the merciless, unceasing attacks of Kazakh and Terris, it seemed all but inevitable that even his impressive will would break, and he would become yet another minion of the Faceless One. However, Terris doesn't have sole jurisdiction of the subconscious. While she is the Lady of Nightmares and takes after her father, her brother, Morelthul, is the Lord of Dreams and takes after his mother, Quellius, the goddess of tranquility. Oh, I can feel the eyebrows raising. Unfortunately, my drawing hand is tired. Isn't that right, boy? So I'll have to explain myself in part 2. Don't look at me like that. You saw this was part 1. You knew what you were getting into. Thanks for watching. Stay safe. And I'll see you next time.
Okay, so Velcator the Sorcerer lore. Obviously, we know Velcator the Sorcerer created what we know as Velk's Labyrinth, right? It's this huge maze-like structure where there is like a kobold village, there's an Ssfhc, and there are all of these creations that are like living ice. And there's a big castle, and inside that castle we have none other than Velcator the Sorcerer himself. So, Velk is the most powerful Promzek sorcerer to have ever lived, as far as we know, at least since the fall of the Relosian Empire. But he was banished, he was condemned into exile by King Tormax and the rest of the Promzek society. So we have to ask, why did this happen? Now, we know his motivation since he's been banished has been to return to Kael, depose King Tormax, and take over the city for himself, right? He wants to be the king now. But we really don't know what got him there. However, if we look at Velk's loot table, it gives us a little bit of a hint here. So check it out. We have 2 items I want to draw your attention to immediately. The Bone Bracelet of Condemnation and the Bone Ring of Condemnation. So both of these items are Necromancer only, okay? Now, also we have the Silver Sword of Yalrek. Keep this in mind. So, Velk has items designed for each one of the casters, right? There's like a Mage-only item, Necromancer-only item, Chanter-only item, and Wizard-only item. But we're really interested in those Necromancer items because if you look at Kael, when Velius came out, there were no other Shadow Knight or Necromancer mobs there, with the exception of one, a visiting noble, aka someone who's not from around there. I don't know, where he's from, but he's the only Shadow Knight in the zone. Instead, we actually see a lot of clerics and a few paladins in the zone. So it gives us an idea that maybe necromancy was not kosher in Kael for whatever reason. Maybe that was just something they weren't cool with. Now, we look at the Silver Sword of Yalrek. There's not much of any other mention in EQ about this Yalrek character. But what I did find was there are, way later in the EverQuest timeline, there's another spell that is related to Yalrek. What it does is, as a mage spell, it summons you a bag full of weaponry. All the weapons are silver weapons. It's like silver longsword of Yalrek, silver axe of Yalrek, this kind of thing. So we associate silver weaponry. The first thing that jumps to your mind probably is fighting werewolves, right? Because werewolves are traditionally in fantasy seen as weak to werewolves, but it's also associated often with fighting undead and things like that. So we can almost hazard a guess that this Yalrek was maybe a paladin, right? There's not much in the way of werewolves on Velius, but there is one, Olvar, which is a were-being of sorts, Garu, and he's considered a huge threat to like the Gnolls and Iceclad. So there might be something there. But the point we're looking at here is that the sword of Yalrek, Yalrek's sword, right? He's not going to give it up. It's in possession of Velcator. So we think he's maybe a paladin. Velk has his sword, and Velk has items which imply he has dabbled in the arts of necromancy, which we already have circumstantial evidence is frowned upon in Storm Giant, Frost Giant society. So here's what I think happened. I think as Velk was exploring all the elements of magic, he started looking into necromancy in secret. I think this Yalrek person discovered him. I think to try to hide it and not let it get out, a battle ensued. I think Velk killed Yalrek, one of his Storm Giant brethren, stole his sword, and then was promptly discovered, right? Because it's kind of hard to hide something like that in such a small society. And then he was permanently banished. He was condemned, like his Bone Bracelet of Condemnation, his Bone Ring of Condemnation. He was condemned into exile for the rest of his life. Now, you might wonder, like, how do we know that Yalrek was really a Frost Giant at all? He could have been just like some other dude, right? Maybe it was an adventurer, and Velk killed that adventurer and took his sword. Well, the name Yalrek is very reminiscent of a bunch of other Frost and Storm Giants in the zone. Specifically, that last 3-letter bit, Rek, with a preceding bit, is used frequently with higher tier storm giant names. A lot of storm giant nobles and wizards in particular have that rec name. And furthermore, almost every mob that drops a silver item in Kael is some form of noble or some form of sorcerer. Even the guard that stands next to King Tormax himself, right? He's got 2 guards. One of those guards is Irek, Bloodfist. Maybe it's Yalrek's brother, who knows? But it points to this person definitely being a storm giant based on circumstantial evidence. And we have, I think, a good theory on why Velk was potentially banished. Now, let's look at some of the other items he has, right? He's got the Crystal Crown of Confusion and the Crystal Rod of Confusion. These are enchanter items, but the idea of a crown and a rod, these are things which are almost exclusively associated with royalty, particularly rulers or kings. So there's already a king in Kael. I don't think he's looking for a second king to show up. But if Velk wanted to be king and he was discovered to have that ambition, that could be another reason that he was ousted. Or maybe since he has been exiled, since he's been condemned to living his days alone in his caverns, that's when his desire to become king came about. But it's a rod and a crown of confusion. So there might be an element of madness going on with Velk. Maybe all his years in isolation away from his kin and all his deep studies of magics have begun to drive him mad. It's not confirmed anywhere in the lore. We don't really get a lot more information on Velk, but just piecing it together from the items that are available from Velk's loot table, this is the best I've come up with. So I'm interested to see what you guys think of that theory, but that's my theory on what happened to Velk.
The Desert of Ro, a land of death and oppressive heat, holds many ancient secrets within its scorching sands. From the hordes of undead to the mysterious Spectre Island, the desert covets many secrets. One such secret still stalks the dunes to this very day. Accounts from traveling gypsies tell of a massive spider that lords over the southern desert of Ro. Large enough to dwarf sand giants and with an intelligence above that of a typical animal, these tales are commonly taken as mere rumor, while those who have seen the beast have christened this intimidating creature, Tarantula. This impressive spider fully earns her name. She's the largest spider on Norath, one of the stronger monsters in the area, and attacks all players on sight. Far from just being a random monster, Tarantula is actually a part of Norath's history. According to Monsters of Norath, scrolls from the former elder capital of Ssfhc indicate that it was druids who originally created these massive spiders to defend themselves against the armies of Rallo-Zek. This theory is further supported by how spiders in southern Ro will attack orcs, a race created by Rallo-Zek, on sight, while leaving player characters and other monsters alone. Though Ssfhc has fallen, and the forest has since withered to a dry desert, it seems an entire colony of these druid-enhanced spiders are still thriving somewhere in the sands, living relics of a lost age. This would explain the inconsistent accounts of the spider's size, and probably why Soulless Crow tried to kill them all with fire. Tarantula was once part of a quest that started with Blixkin and Opop in Misty Thicket. Blixkin is a halfling that gives out a quest for collecting bug pieces. Apparently, if you complete his first quest he would offer you a second one to hunt down Tarantula. After finishing his first collection quest he did not offer me a second quest. When I tried to turn in Tarantula's heart and legs he refused to take them. If you would like to kill this living bit of history for yourself, be prepared to kill a lot of other things first. She is a rare spawn that doesn't seem to have a placeholder, but once you see Tarantuling spawn you're on the right track. She doesn't drop anything impressive, and her questline is broken. But just seeing a creature of her size, knowing her history, was well worth the hunt to me. Oh, she also gives you this nightmare fuel upon her death. Don't worry, unlike their mother they don't attack. They'll simply wander off into the unforgiving desert and grow, continuing the legacy of Tarantula. Thanks for watching.
Wait, Did you see that? Go back, go back. Yeah, that. Let's talk about that today. EverQuest has no shortage of strange and interesting creatures, but perhaps none are so unique as the large, reanimated hands that lurk in the corners of the world. These abominations are usually only found in areas with a high number of undead, with most adventurers encountering their first reanimated hand in the estate of unrest. These hands seem to prefer using their middle finger as their head, even though any one of their fingers could serve this function just as well. Despite lacking eyes, ears, or a nose, these massive hands use their entire body as a sensory organ to see, hear, and even smell their prey, likely through some unknown magical means. These hands are also proficient magic users, having an array of spells at their disposal. Coming face to finger with one of these monsters is truly a unique, if terrifying, experience that begs the question from many horrified adventurers: where did these things come from? After many hours of research and late nights, I found the answer. You see, giant hands are, in fact, giants' hands. That's right, these aren't creatures that look like hands or hands that were somehow grown to a massive size. These freaky hands found throughout Norath are from the giants themselves. So then, just how did these hands go from scratching giant butts to becoming their own independent abominations? I'll tell you. To answer that, we have to go back to Ssfhc's failed campaign to assault the Plains of Power with his army. After losing, Ssfhc left his creatures to the mercies of the gods they had just failed to kill. There was little forgiveness afforded to the cruel and aggressive creations of Ssfhc before the campaign, and even less afterwards. The warlord's children would know the wrath of the gods, as every race that marched with him suffered. The gods cursed the giants with stupidity, and stripped them of the majority of their innate magic, so they could never again open a portal to the gods' plane. Praxis also took this opportunity to pluck one eye out from each Ssfhc giant, turning them into a cyclopean race that no longer had the depth perception to accurately throw boulders at his beloved Kedge. With that, the giants were reduced from one of the most powerful races on Norath to a scattering of simple god-fearing creatures. All save for the storm giants, but that's a story for another day. However, the gods found their curse couldn't completely strip the magic from the most powerful members of the giants' race. So, for good measure, they cut off their hands as well, to ensure that they could never wield magic again. Sometime later, resourceful necromancers, like yours truly, found these hands and reanimated them into servants, creating the monstrosities we know and love today. Reading their description in Monsters of Norath, it states that reanimated hands are not immediately aggressive to adventurers, and will only attack if provoked. They can even understand and write in most languages. I bet that would be an interesting conversation. The book also specifically states that these hands don't have the mouths we see in the game, so this was a feature that was likely added after their creation. I guess the developers didn't want to see a monk and giant severed hand get into a lethal slap fight. Thanks for watching. Dragons. As the first living race on Norath, it's no surprise that they've had a monumental influence on the history of the world. If you've played EverQuest, you probably know this dragon. And this one. Maybe even this one. But what about this guy, Zlandakar? He resides deep within the caverns of the Dragon Necropolis, a sacred place where the children of Vishan lay their dead to rest. If you can navigate your way through the twisted, trap-filled tunnels guarded by cheatery that hate you, and manage not to get served up by these Dancy boys, you'll be able to hold an audience with Zlandakar himself. I'll admit that he might not be as rare as a reanimated hand or a certain giant spider, but his story is one of a kind. Zlandakar is an outcast, an exile like Lord Nagafin and Lady Vox, but for an entirely different reason. While Nagafin and Vox were exiled and imprisoned for trying to make illegal dragon babies, Zlandakar delved too deep into the dark arts of necromancy, going so far as to devour the bodies of his fellow dragons slain in the war against Carafirm to gain additional magical prowess. His cannibalism has augmented his necromantic powers considerably. However, it's also earned him the eternal hatred of every living dragon on Norath. This includes his own brother, Clandakar, who stalks the western waste ready to fall upon Zlandakar if he ever leaves the hallowed grounds of the Dragon Necropolis. Since the laws of Vishan forbid dragons from killing one another, Zlandikar would likely be condemned to the halls of testing, which many consider to be a fate worse than death. Zlandikar is described in Monsters of Norath as a sleek, black-scaled dragon with wings of dark purple. His mouth appears to be quite large, as his lips have receded around massive teeth chiseled to a razor's edge from gnawing on the bones of his deceased brothers and sisters. While killing the cheatery that serve him will slowly lower your faction with him, Zlandikar appreciates the spirit of those who would face his army just for the chance to talk to him. Speaking with him, he will admit that he'll have to shore up his defenses in the future, and he'll ask why you've disturbed him. If you tell him that you seek Jaladar, he will fondly remember feasting on his corpse, and complain that the wailing of his shade has been keeping other dragons away, preventing him from eating as well as he would like. Looking at the art from the book and the in-game model, he really does look withered when you compare him to other black dragons, maybe even starving. The book also describes him as often ill-tempered and hungry. Zlandikar is also known for his vast hoard of trinkets, and if you're willing to help him by killing Neb, he will give you the key to Jaladar's tomb. Neb is the leader of the Paybala, a faction of rats opposing him and the cheatery. If you give Zlandikar his head, he will keep his word and reward you with the key to the tomb. Pretty honorable for a cannibal. Alternatively, you can speak to Neb, who will tell you that the Paybala were the original rats that evolved from the magics of the Dragon Necropolis, and that Zlandikar created the corrupt cheatery by sharing some of his ill-gotten powers with them. Neb claims that the cheatery are all just toys in the dragon's eyes, which is why he doesn't seem to care when you slaughter them. If you choose to kill Zlandikar and give his heart to Neb, you will also be rewarded with the key to Jaladar's tomb. Unsurprisingly, most adventurers that wanted the key opted to kill the Ratman rather than the Dragon Necromancer. But for those who do manage to kill Zlandikar, there's a chance he will drop an item called Frekadar's Talisman. If you want to know who Frekadar is, or was, you'll have to go back out to the Western Waste and find a black dragon named Harladar. If you have a high enough faction with the Claws of Vishan, when you greet her she will frantically tell you that her whelp, Frekadar, is missing. She says that the last one to see him was Clandakar, who spied him near the entrance to the Dragon Necropolis, but she can't enter there as long as she's alive, and asks that you find him for her. If you give her Frekadar's talisman, she'll realize that her whelp fell victim to the bony jaws of Zlandikar. She'll thank you for killing the blight on dragonkind, and reward you with the Shroud of the Dar Brood before leaving to mourn. So there you have it, Zlandikar, possibly the most universally hated dragon on Norath, who has managed to dodge punishment for his acts by squatting in the sacred grounds of a graveyard. One of the last of the first brood, an exile, a historian, a corpse-eating, whelp-killing king of rats with a hoard of magical items. And an accomplished necromancer who discovered a way to a greater power through cannibalism. Bite by bite. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. When you play an online game, it inevitably changes you. The friends you make along the way, the challenges you overcome, the grudges you develop, and the unique, beautiful world you get to, oh, what the friggity fudge-coated frick is that thing? Do you ever feel like someone's watching you? Well, it might be these guys. Eye guys. These things have been disturbing Norathians since the game launched, and it's not hard to see why. I personally find these things horrific specifically because they're not monsters with a large eye, they're just huge floating eyes that are evil. They have no ears, noses, limbs, or mouths, and their floating allows them to move with complete silence, like a murderous cloud. Apparently they don't need to eat either, just sleep and stare. They are able to hear, but not very well, and rely primarily on sight to spot any incoming danger. They can also vibrate the antenna protruding from their thick, vein-covered hides to emulate voices. They understand common, so in theory they could communicate with other races, but all attempts to negotiate with them have failed, as they much prefer using their charm magic to enslave any intelligent beings around them. Their charm spells work on players too, so if you're not careful while fighting them, you just might end up as an NPC's pet for a while. Talk about a confidence killer. If you meet an evil eye that tried to blow you up instead of swoon you, congratulations, you found the rarest of the rare.
Wizard eyes! See, evil eyes come in two flavors, enchanter or wizard. Enchanters will hang out in small groups or communities, surrounded by slaves. Wizards, on the other hand, enjoy their own company and will not gather with other wizards or associate themselves with the enchanter groups. Evil eye wizards are stronger than evil eye enchanters, as they focus directly on elemental damage. In fact, they're so strong that the froglocks of Lower Guck worship them as powerful allies or even gods. For their part, the evil eyes don't seem to return their affection or even care about their fate. The exact origin of evil eyes is unknown, and the Monsters of Norath book doesn't give us much to go on either, only proposing two theories of where they might have come from. One is that there doesn't seem to be any record of evil eyes before Ralosek's campaign against the gods, and they may be a holdover from the war. I think this is implying that they're actually creatures from another plane of existence that use the portals Ralosek's kids created to enter Norath. The other possibility is that the evil eyes were once a group of human enchanters who were trying to master various forms of transmogrification and somehow screwed it up so badly that they became giant floating eyeballs as a result. The truth of their creation may never be solved, but I do know for a fact they're not reanimated giant eyeballs because they're very much alive. I checked. The largest community of evil eyes in EverQuest is in the Gorge of King Zorb, a gathering of enchanters led by, you guessed it, King Zorb himself. And they have a long-running feud with the Pit-Claw goblins of the Renii Citadel at the other end of the gorge. Sometimes I think the only reason the halflings of Rivenvale haven't tried to clear out the Renii Citadel is that the goblins serve as a buffer between them and the evil eyes. According to the book, the evil eyes are slowly expanding their influence outwards into other lands, which is why you see them in places like East Corana. Sorry, High Pass Hold, I know you already have a lot to deal with. I can't figure out what this shrine, altar, or pattern is supposed to mean. There's a pillar back here that I also have no idea what it's for, but it seems to have an eye symbol on it, so I doubt the Minotaurs or Goblins would have built it themselves. While we're on the subject of crap I don't know, this. What is this? Is this a tail? An optic nerve? There's definitely a disconnect between the artwork in the book and what actually ended up in the game. Another minor inconsistency is that the book says they always float, even in death, but in the game they clearly drop when you kill them. Well, that's all the information I have on these creepy peepers, and with that we've covered all of the standalone body parts that inhabit Norath. Yep, that's all of them, all 2 of them, just hands and eyes, nothing else. Nothing else. Nothing else. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Alright, full disclosure, I was actually planning to do a video on the Kedge, but my hard drive decided to die and take all of my footage and scheduling down with it. Big thank you to my friend Ssfhc for helping me get back up and running. Seriously, I'd be sunk without all of his help. I'll link his Twitch below if y'all want to check out any of his stuff. It's not EverQuest related, but it's still pretty good. Thanks again. Hello, my seekers of spooky, my hunters of haunts, my listeners of lore. I have a special story for you tonight, so dim your torches and lend me your ears, for this is the story of the Estate of Unrest. The estate lurks at the edge of Dagnor's Cauldron, a home to numerous abominations and a grave for many careless adventurers. Everyone knows the history of the estate. A noble family living at the mansion were randomly murdered by a crazed dwarf one bloody night, and the place has been haunted ever since. Except, why would a noble family build such a beautiful home on the edge of the stinking, boiling pit that is the Cauldron? And how could a single dwarf kill an entire family in one night? This abbreviation leaves out all the gory details that make the estate the decayed masterpiece of terror it's become. To truly tell this story, we have to go back, before the estate itself was even built. Dagnor's Cauldron, so named after King Dagnor Butcherblock IV, who plunged to his death in the waters below, is said to be marked by the displeasure of the gods. Brel Ceralis' anger at his own dwarves has manifested as streams of lava that run just under the earth of the cauldron, leaving it with a humid and clingy air that smells of seawater, sulfur, and decay. Only the most hardy plants and animals can live surrounded by the jagged rocks and near boiling waters. It was the same landslide that so angered Brelceralis that also cut off the pool from the sea, isolating it from Prexis forever, and creating a new strip of land in the cauldron. This new strip of churned rock and mud was surprisingly fertile, and in time the rich soil gave way to such miracles as fruit-bearing trees. Upon seeing this one piece of land in the cauldron that didn't suck, the local orcs and gnolls immediately began to fight over it. It was around this time that a man named Aranosh came from beyond the waters, a priest of the goddess Quellius, seeking to spread the teachings of peace and cooperation. Upon seeing the bloody conflict engulfing the cauldron, he declared that bringing tranquility to this humid, forsaken land would be his life's mission, and, in a move that would have gotten anyone else horribly murdered, decided to settle on the very land the orcs and gnolls were fighting over. At first, this strange priest was no more than a humorous novelty. A lone man preaching peace was hardly a threat to either tribe, and while he was viciously mocked, he was largely ignored in favor of the unceasing battles between the tribes. Yet, as Aranosh continued to develop the land, and the walls of his compound steadily raised, attention turned to him once again. Aranosh was threatened, yet he did not falter, for the unwavering faith in his goddess and his cause pleased Quellius enough that she smiled down upon him and blessed him with plot armor, allowing him to continue his work. Once the temple was finished, the very creatures that had insulted and threatened Aranosh began knocking on his door. At first, it was only a few curious souls visiting under the cover of night, but soon, orcs, gnolls, and others were coming to the temple in greater numbers. The priest accepted everyone with open arms, tutoring them in the ways of cooperation and the teachings of Quellius. While he was never able to completely cease the battles of the cauldron, the area around his temple remained peaceful, and he even managed to convince some of the warring denizens that not everything could be solved with hatred and fear. Lies and slander, of course, but his ability to persuade was truly impressive. As remarkable as Aranosh may have been, he was still mortal, and eventually died of old age. After his death, the temple was abandoned, yet it was left untouched out of respect for his legacy. As the years wore on, his temple finally collapsed, and the rotting wood nurtured the surrounding plant life. A sweet story, isn't it? But that's not why you're listening. While Aranosh died peacefully in his bed, his predecessor, Frederick Willhaven, and his family wouldn't be so fortunate. Welcome back. Now let's follow this story to its bloody conclusion. Several centuries after Aranosh's death, another priest of Quellius would make the journey to Dagnor's cauldron. Lord Frederick Willhaven was yet another goody-two-shoes priest of Quellius. He was so inspired by the tales of Aranosh's legacy that he made a pilgrimage across the sea to find the ruins of his temple. Along with his very understanding wife, Lady Anna, his eldest Maria, his son Gaston, and his young daughter Sarah. After months of searching, they eventually found the remains of the long-lost chapel. Upon discovering the holy site, Frederick declared that he would not only follow in Aranosh's footsteps, but would do one better by bringing both peace and culture to the cauldron. It's important to note that Lord Frederick was not only a priest, but a noble as well, something that was reflected as he began designing plans for the new estate. A modest temple wouldn't be enough to accomplish his goals, thus he commissioned an entire manor, including a ballroom, chapel, infirmary, library, main dining room, and all the other luxuries modern civility had produced. He also included a tap room in his designs, believing that alcohol would be an excellent way to soothe tempers. The manor was built with the family chapel constructed directly on the foundations of Aranosh's original chapel, inheriting the same protections that had guarded the previous priest. A hedge maze, gazebo, food garden, gazing pools, and meditation chambers were also added for the comfort of the guests. Once this truly massive undertaking was complete, the Willhavens proudly christened it the Kindly Estate. All were welcomed to visit the estate and heal, or give up their violent ways and stay. Frederick's first success was a troll named Stonebite, who agreed to a more peaceful life and took a job as a bartender of the tap room. Stonebite was both charismatic and intelligent, surprising many of the guests who chatted with him. If he'd survived, perhaps he would have served as an ambassador for the estate. Instead, his rotting corpse still guards the tap room to this very day, torn between the urge to serve living visitors a drink, as he did in life, or tear into their flesh. In an effort to inspire peace between the races of Fadwer, Frederick was known to throw extravagant parties with generous amounts of music, food, and drinks. If the stories are to be believed, orcs and goblins danced alongside elves and dwarves in his grand ballroom. The kindly estate was truly a miracle on Norath, an oasis of tranquility in a world consumed with strife, and perhaps the only place where one could be judged by their character rather than their race. As we all know, where there is light, there will inevitably be a darkness hungry to snuff it out. Now here's the part we've all been waiting for. A lich named Tentragon glared at this miracle from the shadows. Its blessed presence burned hatred into his every bone. See, Tentragon had big plans, and the first step was getting a base of operations. He wanted a defensible position somewhere out of the way, without being completely isolated from a fresh source of nearby victims to turn undead. One of the most tragic stories in Norath's history was primarily motivated by real estate. Getting to kill a few holy followers in the process was just a signing bonus. The kindly estate was just what he was looking for in a lair, except there were a few things keeping him from simply walking in and claiming it for himself. First, there were the knights to contend with. A group of 7 human and erudite paladins, led by their captain, Torklar Battlemaster, were dedicated to protecting the estate, and had easily fought off his small horde of undead numerous times. Second was the terrain. The defensible position that Tentragon wanted so badly made it difficult to approach. Surrounded on 3 sides by naturally steep cliffs, and with a 10-foot-tall guarded wall protecting the only entrance, this peaceful sanctuary was impressively fortified. Last, but certainly not least of his worries, was the fact that he couldn't physically enter the estate grounds due to a talisman called the Hearthstone of Gentle Dissuasion. It had been created by Aranosh himself, and was buried with him, sanctifying the very grounds of the kindly estate. The Hearthstone, just as its name would suggest, turned away any heart that bore ill will towards the estate or its caretakers. Even though his withered heart was probably preserved in a phylactery somewhere, the Hearthstone sensed his murderous intent, and each time he approached the estate, it dissuaded him. Gently. Thus, the clever bag of bones came up with a plan. If his heart wouldn't do, well, he'd just have to find one that would. Now here's where that crazed dwarf we all know and love comes into the story. The lich fell upon a lone traveler named Garanol, evicted his spirit, and took his body for himself. By his own admission, Garanol wasn't a perfect dwarf by any means, but he wasn't a killer, and he certainly didn't harbor any desire to harm those at the estate. And it was the intent of Garanol's heart that the Hearthstone read. So when Tentragon approached the estate in his fancy new meat puppet, pleading that he was injured and in need of aid, he was carried in by Frederick's well-meaning clerics, while his murderous intent went undetected. In their blind mercy, they had unknowingly brought their own death in through the front door. Tentragon waited for nightfall before creeping out of the infirmary, steering his stolen body to the family wing, where the Willhavens slept soundly in their beds, believing that nothing could harm them on their sanctified ground. Only Frederick himself was awake, praying in the chapel when he was butchered by the lich. A permanently wet bloodstain marks where the priest died in front of the altar of his goddess. He was the first to die that night, but he was not the last. Tentragon then gleefully slaughtered the rest of his family one by one and performed atrocious rituals on their bodies before dragging their severed heads into the chapel, further staining the walls with their blood, ensuring the holy grounds were thoroughly desecrated.
With Frederick's death and the desecration of Quellius's altar, the wards of the Hearthstone weakened, allowing Tentragon's forces to flood into the manor to massacre the rest of the residents. The cries of her followers alerted Quellius, who looked down to see her murdered priest, her tainted chapel, and undead forces rushing in to finish off the rest of her faithful. At the eye of this carnage, she spotted the dwarf that seemed to be running the show. To say she was angry does not do justice to describe her wrath, for in an act that defied the very aspect she represented, she killed Garanel instantly, and found his death wasn't nearly enough to soothe her rage. For this atrocity, she cursed his very soul to remain on the bloodied ground for all time, never able to leave, pass on, or rest. After driving off the undead long enough for her followers to bury the fallen and abandon the estate, she withdrew her blessing from the profane land, leaving it to the evils that had been sown there. Under the influence of Quellius's curse, Garanel's corpse rose again with Tentragon still inside. He'd already been dead long before her hissy fit, and it was Garanel's soul that was trapped at the estate, not his own, so the goddess's curse didn't really inconvenience him. Once he was back in his own body, he would be at full strength, and with his new base of operations, he could sweep across all of Fadewar if he so desired. But the Lich neglected to account for one factor in his scheming, the legendary anger of dwarves. Garanel had been a lawful soul at heart, and watching his body being used for such nefarious purposes sickened him. Worse yet, he was now doomed to suffer all eternity for a crime that he hadn't committed. He might have been a cursed spirit, but he wasn't going to take this slight laying, standing, floating, whatever. He couldn't return to his body while Tentragon was occupying it, but he found he could dominate Tentragon's weaker-willed servants to his bidding. When the Lich went to recover his true body, he found it was no longer where he'd left it. Garanel's new forces had taken it and hidden it away somewhere in the estate, trapping Tentragon in a far weaker vessel. The two continue to wage war across the estate to this very day, the Lich looking for his real body so he can get on with his afterlife, and Garanel's ghost whose sole duty is to troll Tentragon until he has enough proof to show Quellius that he was innocent. The story doesn't end just yet. Garanel was the only one doomed to suffer Quellius's wrath, and for a time, he and the Lich were the lone occupants of the abandoned manor. That is, until several decades ago. Just as Frederick was drawn to the place from its sacred legacy, a dark elf necromancer known only as the Grim... The Grim? Really? Frickin' edgelord? The Grim had heard rumors of this wretched estate and traveled there himself to see if it lived up to its dreaded reputation. This traitorous Tyrdal had turned from the hateful embrace of Inaruk and converted to the Faceless One, Khazak Thul. Seeing the terror fostered at the estate, he decided it would be the perfect place to dedicate to his chosen god for the fear it might bring. The Grim dug up all the bodies in the graveyard, save for Aranosh himself, as the weakened hearthstone that he was buried with still had enough force to turn him away, and reanimated them as zombies. Some say you can still see the tragic figure of Anna Wilhaven wandering the grounds as a festering hag. The Grim then sacrificed himself in the chapel, not only desecrating it a second time, but consecrating it to the Faceless One. Khazak Thul was pleased beyond compare by this, enough that he decided to alter and strengthen Quellius's lingering curse. With his terrifying touch, it expanded. The curse now acted as a beacon to wretched and evil creatures, actively drawing them to the estate. The grounds became swallowed by perpetual shadows and gripped by an unnatural cold that persists no matter the time of year. Those who approach the manor with any shred of goodness in their hearts will feel the utter wrongness of it immediately. As a final touch, Khazak Thul ensured the curse meant only for Garanel would now be shared by all. For anyone that dies at the estate would now be trapped there just like him, forced to rise and wander restlessly for all eternity. Thus it became known as the Estate of Unrest. The curse continues to slowly creep out into the cauldron, yet Quellius is still so angered by the events that took place there that she refuses to review them, or even stand in the way of Khazak Thul. The rotting manor still stands at the edge of the cauldron, calling out to the evils of the world, beckoning them to join it. Despite the risk of having their very soul fall victim to the curse, adventurers continue to make the trek out to the old estate, as legends say that the many items of power that were entrusted to Frederick's care are still hidden within the Black Vault. Not all who go to this wretched place return, and those who do will forever be haunted by the shifting shadows, biting cold, and tortured wails of the Estate of Unrest. The western waste at the edge of Velius are claimed as dragon territory. They nest there, worship there, and are eventually put to rest there. Yet the eastern waste are noticeably devoid of their scaled presence. This isn't because they're willing to share their territory with the frost giants or Rygor orcs. The answer is much more simple than that. They're afraid, as they should be, as should you. The dragons cower at the beast that resides in the eastern wastes, the most powerful creature ever spat out of existence, an abomination that threatens all of Norath with its mere presence. The gods themselves don't dare challenge it, and Mayong Mismore himself locks his doors and hides under piles of his scantily clad followers at the mere mention of it. Veterans of the game still have nightmares about this wretched monster, and the echoes of its cruelty are immortalized on old forums. My fellow Norathians, today I don't bring you a story. Today, I give you a warning. Avoid the Eastern Waste at all cost, for it is the lair of this most terrible of creatures, with a vicious streak a mile wide, the Snow Bunny. This most foul, cruel, and ill-tempered rodent is responsible for more player deaths than all the other monsters and all the other existing MMOs combined. When it hops, the ground shakes. When its nose wiggles, the sky trembles. Sony EQ actually published a book on the Snow Bunny to try to dissuade players from seeking it out. There's one page of strategy, followed by 38 pages of the Snow Bunny's stats, and the remaining 27 pages are filled with a single word: run. Its terrible reputation is well earned, for I haven't even told you the most threatening thing about this monster. You see, when you die to the Snow Bunny, experience isn't the only thing you lose. Following death, the game will immediately crash. Not unusual for EverQuest. But when you log back into the character selection screen, the character that fell to the Snow Bunny will no longer be there, for it has been permanently deleted from the server. Sending a help ticket will only have the game masters denying that the deleted character ever existed, or that any mob in the game has such a capability. They've been instructed to lie to cover up their own horrible mistake. As you may have guessed, the Snow Bunny was never intended to be the unstoppable force of nature that it's become. It all began when Sony EQ hired a young woman for a summer internship. She was tasked with making a simple character model for the game, a bunny. The intern put her heart and soul into the project, lovingly crafting the furry little creature from the limited amount of polygons she had. The model was put into the game, and the intern saw her creation come to life as it hopped across the snow. Then she saw that same life taken over and over as players started killing snow bunnies, farming them,
The developers had made Snow Bunny's skin part of the Coldane Shawl quest, making them highly sought-after prey. The snow was stained with the blood of bunnies, each spawning to only live a few precious seconds before they were murdered for their skin. The intern couldn't stand it. She had given the Snow Bunny life, only for it to die, over and over. She had to stop the slaughter of her creation. Desperate, she turned to the dark arts. Waiting for a moonless night, she sacrificed an EverQuest Titanium edition in an unspeakable ritual and called out into the void. Surprisingly, it seems that something answered. The Snow Bunny changed that night. Its code became corrupt, maxing out every status and cannibalizing abilities from raid bosses to incorporate into its own. The Game Masters tried to delete the delinquent script, only to find that it was tied into the server itself. The monster couldn't be purged without taking the entire server with it. With the number of player bodies piling up, the developer was running out of options. In a last-ditch effort to stop this atrocity, they decided to try deleting the entire Eastern Waste zone from the Talonzek server. Rather than being a silver bullet for the bunny, it was a skeleton key. The deletion of its original territory allowed the Snow Bunny to hop to other zones. There was no stopping it after that. A highly populated PvP server became a graveyard within a matter of weeks, as the Snow Bunny was free to hunt down players. Talonzek was quietly shut down afterwards, the death knell in the fight against the Bad Bunny. No further attempts were made to contain or defeat the beast. It was simply left there, at the edge of the world. Originally, the developer told the Game Masters not to make any announcements about this anomaly, but a few Game Masters defied the order and managed to slip a warning into the game. An NPC enchanter named Tim was placed in the East Commonlands. When hailed, he would say this: "Be warned, ye adventurers of the beast of the Eastern Waste, for no man has fought it and lived. If you do doubt your courage or your strength, then go no further, for death awaits you with nasty, big, pointy teeth." Unfortunately, players took his warning as a quest and began flocking to the Eastern Waste in droves, and Tim was removed from the game. A different, more subtle warning was put in his place and spread across all of Norath. The Chelsis stone was created, with the symbol of the beast at its center. As the story goes, only the intern that created the Snow Bunny model could undo the unholy ritual that made it into a god. Unfortunately, nobody has seen her since that night, and the only clue as to what may have become of her was a small burrowing hole left near where the ritual had been conducted. So be warned, adventurers. Brave, curious, greedy. All your blood tastes the same to the beast. If you doubt my words, then just look at the bones strewn about the Eastern Waste, and know that if you don't heed this tale, yours will be next.
Well, can you spare some rations? 'Cause I sure need a drink. I lost my stuff, I'm feeling out of sorts. Those trains just keep chasing, no idea which way I'm facing. Has anybody here seen my corpse?
For some crimes there can be no respite. For some crimes there can be no forgiveness. For some crimes there can be no justice. The word dragon brings a certain image to mind. One of a fierce, towering beast clad in armored scale, with wings that can blot out the very sun. The Temple of Vishan is full of dragons that personify the strength and pride they are known for, all save for one, whose visage stands in stark contrast to all those around him. Dozakar the Cursed is isolated away from the other dragons within the halls of testing. He's small for a dragon. Slaying him brings no ill will from the other dragons in the temple, and when he's killed, he drops tears. Many adventurers have wondered who this dragon is and why he bears the title of the Cursed. Thanks to the book Monsters of Norath, some of these questions can now be answered. I briefly mentioned the halls when I spoke of Zlandakar, and hinted that it was considered to be a fate worse than death. Allow me to explain this ingenuity of dragon cruelty. Those who have allied themselves with the claws of Vishen can speak with Lindaniara the Keeper, who will bid them to prove themselves against the dragons in the halls of testing to earn some quality armor. Adventurers are told not to worry about slaying these dragons, as all who are killed within the halls will be returned to life by the power of Vishen. Adventurers can freely kill dragons here without earning the vengeful wrath of their kin. However, what Lindaniara neglects to share is that those in the halls of testing are not there of their own free will, and their return to life isn't by their goddess's mercy. They are criminals, imprisoned and condemned to the ultimate humiliation of being killed by mortals, only to be raised by their goddess after each death, so they may continue to suffer in their shame rather than join her in a glorious afterlife. Such is the fate of Dozakar the Cursed. He is of the first brood, the dragons originally deposited on Norath by Vishen herself. They say there are only a few mountains that are older than Dozakar. He was once hailed as one of the strongest dragons on Norath, yet he has fallen from grace and now lies all but forgotten by dragonkind. Dragons do not speak of the condemned. In fact, it's customary to score even their name from their memory to forsake the criminals completely, which is why no dragon in the temple will speak of what terrible atrocity Dozakar committed to earn him his place in the hall. However, the book gives us a very interesting possibility. Most suspect that Dozakar broke Vishen's law, that her dragon broods must never mate with dragons of another brood. Dozakar is said to have fathered Carafirm the Sleeper, the prismatic dragon that caused a great war, devastating dragon society, and, some say, threatening Vishen herself. Suspect, some say, talk about a lore tease. Accepting this possibility would mean that we found Carafirm's sire. He must have inherited his looks from his mother because Dozakar is not the most handsome dragon around. Perhaps it's all those years of being repeatedly killed and raised that has whittled him down to his current state. Underestimating him would be a mistake, however. With nothing left to lose but his pride, he viciously commits himself to every battle to avoid yet another undignified death. Speaking of Carafirm's mother, don't get too excited. I haven't found anything about her. I only know that she couldn't have been the same type of dragon as Dozakar, since she would have had to have been from a different brood to produce a prismatic dragon. Maybe the strain of growing a prismatic egg killed her. Perhaps she knew the fate that awaited her, and didn't allow herself to be taken alive. Maybe she wasn't a willing participant in breaking Vishen's law. Or perhaps she was, and Dozakar simply refused to expose her identity and accepted the punishment alone. Whatever her fate may be, it's clear that she's not trapped in the halls with Dozakar. Actually, he's the only dragon I've seen in the halls. All of the other inhabitants seem to be drakes, wyverns, and worms. If you're visiting the Temple of Vishen, perhaps you would like to stop by and give old Dozakar a visit. Just remember to bring your healer. He may not be able to die, but you certainly can. Thanks for watching, stay safe, and I'll see you next time. Welcome back. Before I go any further, I suppose I should explain how the god of fear and the goddess of tranquility had some godlings together. So here's the divine version of the birds and the pixies. When two gods hate each other very, very much and are fighting over the same realm for eons without gaining ground, they get desperate enough to put forth a portion of their own power in an effort to claim that realm. The portions of power that Quellius and Khazak-Thul sacrificed to claim the realm of dreams mixed and spawned two new entities. Morel-Thul, who grants mortals a restful sleep from the demi-plane of dreams, and Terras-Thul, who terrorizes them from the demi-plane of nightmares. So you can thank her for that nightmare. You know the one. It is. I just had to get through 4 other origin stories before I could get to theirs. Now, where was I? Being more like his mother, When Morel saw a fellow godchild suffering at the hands of his sister, he decided to intervene. While he couldn't stand up to his family and free Methiniel, he was able to steal the gift of life from his sister and flee. Knowing that his furious kin were going to be hot on his hooves, he split the gift of life, scattering half of it across the land sacred to his father, and where it fell, the first froglock Tads were born. Until this point, the swamp had only ever spawned foul and evil things. But thanks to Methiniel's gift, when the froglocks came into being, they reflected the bravery and valor that their father had shown throughout his trials. Once that was done, Morel visited Irolisi's dreams and gave her the second half of the gift of life. Soon after, it became evident to the fair elves that the visiting goddess was with child. Determined to protect their new goddess of love from the forces that had once pursued her, the elves took Irolisi far into the uninhabited lands of the frozen north. Among the harsh ice, they tended to the expectant mother and guarded her in the seclusion of the tundra. The details of the actual birth of the barbarian race stops here, so I'll leave the logistics of the propagation of their race to your imagination. If there was any issue of genetic similarity among her children, she obviously solved it. While the elves protected Irolisi in the north, and Methiniel was still being tortured in the south, the first generation of Tads grew into adult froglocks. Morel continued to guide the burgeoning race through their dreams, informing them that the god who had given them life was suffering in captivity. Guided by these dreams, the first Froglock army raised from the swamps of Norath and marched to Methiniel's prison, starting a war with the minions of Khazak Thul that would last for uncounted years. Despite their bravery and dedication, the Froglock race was new to the ways of war, while the tactics of the underlings of fear were practiced and crafty. The Froglocks held their ground and even enjoyed some small victories, but they were never able to get within reach of their imprisoned god. They didn't allow their defeats to discourage them, however, as the Frogmen never stopped their ceaseless assault against the daunting odds. After some years of fighting, a small army arrived on the border of the swamp that was Methiniel's prison. This army wasn't made up of trolls or lizardmen or even froglocks, but the ancestor of all man, the hardy barbarians. Just like the froglocks, the barbarians had been guided to the swamps by visions and dreams about their imprisoned god, and they were just as determined to free him. The alliance of Methiniel Mar's two races proved enough to tip the scales and break the back of Khazak Thul's army, even defeating the Avatar of Fear. For the first time in the history of Norath, the swamps were not safe for the evil creations of dark gods. The Froglocks and barbarians finally reached the trap god's prison, and using the guidance of visions they'd been sent, managed to free him. It was then that Methiniel Mar, finally freed from his torment by the brave and selfless acts of his children, discovered the mortal trait of valor. Methiniel also learned that his children had only known where to find him thanks to visions sent by Morel, who could have just as easily lied and manipulated both races to his own purposes. Realizing how important such a virtue was, he embraced that as well. Thus, Methiniel Mar chose to become the champion of both honesty and valor, the two traits that spared him from the corruption of the Faceless One. Had the barbarians not returned to their frozen home, perhaps they and the Froglocks could have forged a great empire. But they say the snow is ever the siren song to the Northmen, drawing them back to the tundra. It seems that the twins were so pleased with the barbarians that they used their power to continue an evolution of sorts, spawning both erudites and humans from this hardy race. While the barbarians have maintained most of their nobility, many Froglocks have strayed from the path of virtue. Some Froglocks seem to have completely forgotten their ancestry, while others have become secluded and suspicious. One tribe of Froglocks does seem to have maintained their worship of Methiniel, and appear to have been rewarded with a small evolution of their own, though I'll always prefer their necklace cousins. I found this story in the 2 books From Pawn to Paladin in the Plane of Knowledge library, if anyone would like to check them out themselves. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get these books back to the library. The librarian is very strict. Thanks for watching, stay safe, and I'll see you next time. In a world of gods and monsters, dragons and giants, ghosts and vampires, mere mortals are small, frail things. It's easy to be fearful in such an unkind world, and even easier to understand those who would risk an unkind death to obtain a power they could wield in the face of their frailty. But those who gamble with their lives tend to forget something very important. There are worse fates than death. The wretched visage of the Drachnid is a perfect example of such a fate, twisted from the perfection that is Tyr into a creature of servitude, bowing under the yoke of a vampire. While it's common tavern talk that Mayung Mistmore created the Drachnid, there's more to the story, and this one just so happens to start in the Lava Storm Mountains. For such an inhospitable place, a diverse number of groups are interested in the hard-earned riches that can be found there, and it's easy to overlook the humble spiders and beetles that crawl across the scorched rock. You'd never think they had anything to do with a dragon. Following his imprisonment by his own kind, Lord Nagathan immediately began experimenting with the powerful energies of Ssfhc's eye. He took common spiders and fire beetles and magically modified them into creatures strong enough to deal with any groups of would-be dragon slayers. Nagathan's greatest success dwells in a 320-foot tunnel called the Shaft. The shaft was being drilled by the Ssfhc mining company's Pride and Joy, a mechanical monstrosity duly named the Mole. The company's obscene device was once able to chew through stone with the power of 100 dwarves, but now it lies broken in the shaft, in need of repair, though it can't be reached because of Mother. Fondly named by the dragon himself, Mother is a truly massive spider, one that could rival Tarantula in size. Suspended on hundreds of thick webs, surrounded by cocooned victims, she lurks at the top of the shaft, awaiting her next meal. Atop her back is what appears to be a yellow patch. In truth, this is a far smaller spider called Father, who has fused himself to Mother. While otherwise defenseless, Father is able to exude a poisonous cloud when Mother is under attack. This pair of arachnids are the parents of stone and noxious spiders, but not the Drachnid. That dubious honor goes, in part, to another resident of the Lava Storm Mountains, the dark elf Najina. She dwells in what is thought to be old Ssfhc ruins, studying necromancy and the energies of the eye. Using either the same method that Nagathan developed, possibly consulting the dragon himself, or her own ingenuity, Najina was able to find a way to breed truly massive Black Widow spiders. She sent several of her pets, along with an emissary, to the vampire Mayung Mistmore as a gift, hoping to impress the old vampire. Mayung saw promise in the giant spiders, but he also saw Najina's pride and vanity. To ensure she did not forget her place, he fused her emissary to one of the Black Widows and returned him with a message, thanking her for supplying the raw materials for a true servant creature. Mayung continued using Najina's gifts and his own dark elf servants to create the first brood of Drachnid. Once they were able to hatch disgusting babies of their own, he dispatched his cluster of spiders to Kunark and Velius, using them to spy on the dragons and Furiona V outpost. Those sent to Velius never reliably reported back, however, either succumbing to the harsh elements or rebelling against their creator to worship their own queen instead. Drachnids are formidable, if not appealing, opponents. With the magic of a tier doll, the mobility of a spider, and a tendency to cooperate with each other, they've become a force to be reckoned with. They can even speak a butchered version of dark speech. Not that they have much to say to anyone aside from Mayung himself. A good deal of his creations have joined him in the demi-plane of blood, serving in his battle against the god Ssfhc Ro. This is exactly why I stay away from vampires. They seduce you and say they'll turn you into an immortal beauty. But the next thing you know, you're being grafted to a giant spider and sent to Velius to freeze your thorax off. Isn't that right, Trachnia? Can you imagine how long it would take to shave all those legs, or find 8 pairs of matching shoes? The horror. The horror. Thanks for watching, stay safe, and I'll see you next time.
Hi, GG Willikers. I'm getting a couple of different settings adjusted to go live. All right. I think all my settings are good. I hope everybody can hear me all right. If you can't, just say something. Either in Discord, you can send me messages on Discord at whyhellother, that's THAR, or you can, when I'm in-game, you'll be able to send me a tell in-game, and you can also message me on Twitch. Can you hear me all right? How's the sound? Willikers. Just saying that I can be reached on different locations, Discord, in-game, or by Twitch chat. So, in the ancient past of Norath, there exists a race of beings known as the Julos. Most knowledge of them has been lost to the annals of history and time, but if you look closely, if you read between the lines, you can unearth more than you think about this lost period of time in Norath's history. The Zulos lived in a place called the Dead Hills, or what we now call the Dead Hills. In ages past, it was also called the Great Unknown. And on our map of Norath, let's go to... It's a little early. This is in the Age of Adventurers. This is before EQ1. This is in EQ Online Adventures, and here it is the Great Unknown. So the area we're talking about is bordered by the Wraith Mountains, right here. And the mountains separate it from the Firat. And then, as time passed, some of that opened up, and we saw that there were actually a couple of different mountain ranges there, and that the Firat existed on both sides of the Wraith Mountains a little bit. And you have Lake Wraith Tier right here, and the Dead Hills are right here. By the time we get to the Age of Turmoil, this is the earliest maps we have in the Age of Turmoil. This is from the documents, the design documents. And you can again see here's the Firat, here's Lake Wraith Tier, Greenblood River, Aguk, the Wraith Mountains, and the Dead Hills. And Age of Turmoil. You have right here the Firat and the Greenblood River and the Dead Hills with the Mountains of Wraith and Aguk. Right there. In the Age of Destiny, which is the timeline of EQ2, we actually know that this area is still preserved. You would get there through the Straits of the 12, which of course is a reference to the Wraith Council, so the Wraith Mountains and Lake Wraith Tier, and it would be highborn. And again, if we notice in the map here from EQ Online Adventures, at the top is highborn. The Julos are gone pretty early on in our history. You don't see them in EQ Online Adventures. The race doesn't exist anymore. So what happened? Why are they gone? When did they exist? Well, some of the earliest tales of the Julos that we have come from a dragon sorcerer, and I apologize in advance because I am completely and totally going to butcher this name. I am, however, going to put it up on screen, and you will be able to see why I'm going to butcher this name. The dragon sorcerer by the name of Uvaja Zoviak. And to spell that, let's put it on a different background. So, Uva Zajoviak told this tale to the scholars of New Tannin in the Plane of Knowledge. Uva Zajoviak was considered a draconic legend by the dragons of Skyshrine in the Age of Turmoil. So in the times of EQ1, Uva Zajoviak was ancient even then. He was an ancient letter, and he considered the Julos to be many ages ago, remembered only by the spirits of the ancestor dragons. That's how long ago the Julos populated Norath. The Julos lived, as I said, in the lands that we would know as Tunaria, later in Tonica, in the southwest corner. The Julos themselves called their empire Barox, and it was made of several different kingdoms, which was led by a hereditary monarchy. The dragons described the Julos as wicked yet noble. Dragons lived in fear of the Julos, telling stories of their young, like ghost stories. For the Zulos were excellent at slaughtering the dragons and built cities from the bones and sinew of the slain dragons. Now we do see the Zulos in EQ1. We see them as we actually go to explore the Dead Hills. And this is a scout we see. It's important to know that this is an undead scout and that this sighting happens during the events where the Aetherneer is tainting the lands of Norath in EQ1's timeline. This is the Zulos Prime. As you can notice, there's clearly physiological differences between the Zulos. As they get greater in power, it seems like they tend to thin up. I had another image around here. I may have closed it by accident. This is the Dead Hills. There's something significant about this too. One other thing that we know about the Zulos is that they were incredibly educated and advanced. In fact, the Zulos created the behemoths. Now, if you're wondering, just what are the behemoths? Well, the behemoths are a race of ancient beings that populated Norath and were hypothesized to originally have just been created by the influence of magic. They were just naturally occurring creatures. But we obviously know that to be untrue now, because we know that they were created by the Zulos. The Zulos themselves tell us in EQ1, and we also have a Templar in EQ1 who tells us that. The behemoths were a race of immense reptile-like beings of gargantuan proportions. They were easily some 180 meters in length, with a very broad rib cage. Their limbs were long and powerful, perfect for striking down the greatest of prey. We see the Zulos not as living versions, but as dead versions in EQ2. And you can see in this image here the corpse of one. And that's in EQ1 in the Dead Hills. So let me come right over here. We're going to hide the name of that dragon instead. So in EQ2, when you come to the Nectulos forest, and the reason that Nectulos will be significant will be clearer later, but in the Nectulos forest, if you come, you will find Behemoth Pond. And there is the behemoth. You can see its tail over here and its giant rib cage. The tails of these beasts accounted for 1/4 of their length total. They often employ the tail in battle with larger beasts of their era. What larger beasts might those be? Dragons. The swipe from such a tail could kill a worm. They walked upon all fours, but fossils have indicated that they most likely rose upon their hind legs during battle. Their immense fossilized bones can be in various hard-to-reach locations of Norath. The fossils are quite a find, but never intact. One behemoth is rumored to still be in existence in the Age of Destiny, and was last recorded in an ancient dragonkind scroll to have been lumbering upon the frozen steppes of the frigid plain. The same scroll indicates a fear of these beasts among dragonkind, one of the first races to inhabit Norath. Romiak Justathorn tells us that his theory is that the early dragon communities could have been laid to waste by a single behemoth. They were also rumored to have been seen in the deep oceans. There was once an ancient water beast that was supposed to be a behemoth as well. So this is one of the creations of the Julos, which tells us a little bit about their capabilities. The Julos honored their dead, and in fact, some of the only remains that we have of the Julos are from the areas on Norath where they built a giant necropolis for their dead kings. These crypts, known as Ljanvan, gonna mispronounce that one too, I'm sure. That's Lxanbon, or King's Rest, were also made from the preserved bodies of slain dragons. It is from this crypt, which has been preserved in a planar space, that we know of the kings of Barox. And we're going to take a trip to this location, where it has been preserved in the Plane of Disease. So let me log in EQ1. And we'll go to so we're now in the crypt of the Julos in the Plane of Disease. This would have been where they put their kings to rest. And I'm, of course, getting killed by all kinds of things. Not really killed, but, you know, attacked. Because there are lots of undead here. I will show you this same place in EQ2 in just a moment. So while I kill these, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about them. We know that the Julos Empire lasted for 13 generations of kings. We don't know how long each generation was. Given that this was a race that could take on the dragons with ease, and who the dragons lived in fear of, we can assume that they were a pretty hardy race. Which probably means that they lived a long time. The dragons themselves lived for centuries, and still do live for centuries. So we can assume that the Julos had similar life expectancies, but that is an assumption. The first king of Barox was known as Bali Adan, the founder. Bali is considered the greatest of the Barox kings, and this is because he carved his kingdom from the wild lands with blood and steel and great leadership skills, is how it is described. One of the things that Bali is known for as well is being a extremely skilled crafter. He created an artifact called the Torch of Ljanvan, the Torch of King's Rest, or at least that's the name that it was given much later in the path last of the people. And it got that name much later because the dragons buried him, or excuse me, not the dragons, but the Julos buried him in King's Rest. And so when they originally buried him, they buried him with his torch. And this torch was known, and pardon me as I get my notes, it is said to look like an open torch with a burning blue flame and is known to possess immense power. Part of that power was said to envelop the user in a guardian shield of light blue flame that provided them with protection. Now, what's interesting about that is we also know expeditions during the era of the Age of Adventures, which is EQOA, we find out and find evidence that the Tyrdal visited the Dead Hills. So not only did they visit the Dead Hills, but while they were in the Dead Hills, they were visiting an area known as the Pagoda of Thex, or Pagoda of Talthex. The Pagoda of Talthex was where the Eldar Empire hid artifacts of power. They described it as hiding evil from itself by, hiding it in plain sight. Right, so the idea was that there were extremely powerful magical signatures in the Dead Hills, and so they wanted to use, the Eldar Empire wanted to use those magical signatures to hide the magical signatures of evil artifacts. And we know that the Tyrdal were there, and we know that the Tyrdal were there sometime in the 8th dynasty or before. Now, in the times of EQ Online Adventure, they were in the 47th dynasty of the Tyrdal. So we are in a much later period of time now in EQ2 and in EQ1. So, and at that time, basically what that meant was that the expeditions into the Dead Hills by Dark Elves actually predates the building of Neriak. And I say that this is significant because in Neriak we can find something very, very interesting. Both in EQ1 and in EQ2, there is a forge in Neriak. This forge resides in the Neriak Commons in EQ1. In EQ2, it's in basically what amounts to the new Foreign Quarter, because the Neriak Foreign Quarter fell, as we discussed in the last stream. It became Fallen Gate. But here, we have the Forge of Blue Flame. Let me do this so you can actually see it as well. This is the Forge of Blue Flame, and it exists in Neriak. It is the only forge of its kind. There is not a single other forge that has blue flame, and this blue flame is known to have magical properties. It's discussed in several different little tidbits around that this is a magical and it's a special forge, and nobody else has a forge like this. And who do we see in EQ2 working around this forge but the undead? So the forge is being worked by the dead. And again, that's going to have more importance later as we discuss and go further through the storyline. So now we're going to head back into the Crypt of Decay as we discuss the next of the second of the kings of the Julos that we know of. And again, I have to get my notes because these names are not easy to pronounce. Also, if at any time you have questions, please feel free to pitch them in. If you at me on Discord, it's easier for me to see that somebody's got a question. But you can send a message any way you like, and I will do my best to catch up and read it. All right, the second king of the Julos was Pizzo, P-Z-O. Pizzo was a warrior monk trained in the ways of self-enlightenment. He led the Great Enlightenment across the Kingdom of Barox. He was also known for a fondness of arena fighting. He had a weapon known as the Fist of Death. And as we're look at that, we're getting attacked over here in EQ2. So or in EQ1. So let's hide this, make that visible. There you go. We're gonna go back to the EQ1 for a little bit because we are proceeding through the Crypt of Decay, and we're gonna stop and look at some of the geography. And yes, we can assume that some of the geography changed over time. This is probably the part of history that most people, most lore lovers, know a bit about. Because it was the most readily accessible part of the history. So you can see in the crypt here, the Julos were very much well known for not just their necropolises, but for having a reverence for their dead. They honored and revered their ancestors. So this was a particular necropolis that was built specifically to their kings, but they also did, this kind of thing to more than just their kings. And they were known for preserving bodies. So you can see they preserved a hand that's here, holding the torch. The third king of Barox was known as a ruler of peace and harmony. He forged a great treaty with many neighboring kingdoms that lasted for many years. That's also interesting because we don't know what those great kingdoms were, but there are some heavy possibilities. We know that the dragons coexisted during this time. Another option might be the Glothae, right? The Glothae are an ancient race. Don't mind me, I'm trying to kill a raid. Not doing a very good job of it either. We'll see. We might not be able to do this. And here I am as a druid without a single heal. Loaded. Probably not my best decision. Believe we have to kill all the... It's been a long time since I've done this raid, so I believe we have to kill all the ads before we can kill him. I'm gonna try to get a heal up. You know what? One of these is a heal, isn't it? Go get him, fairies. Does anybody have any questions so far? we have to kill his other ads. Okay, so let's go to the fourth king. Next to the founder, the fourth king is considered the greatest king of the Julos. He was actually worshipped fanatically during his reign, which kind of lends to that idea that they honored their dead. So they may have had some form of god king themselves. Much like the Suldal do. Mido, the fourth king is named Mido. Mido was known for rebuilding the ruling palace into a magnificent building unlike any other. He also foiled many assassination attempts against his person and expanded his kingdom to include many new lands. So he was an expansionist king. Just double checking that no messages are being sent. And of course, healing myself. Oh, right. This is not EQ 2. You have to target yourself. Silly me. Okay. Well, while I am waiting for my dots to tick over here, we're gonna pop into EQ1. Or EQ2 rather. And visit this same zone. All the other names are done, so I think hopefully we'll be able to kill him now. Oh, right. So this would have been raid content in EQ1. And in fact is raid content. It helps if you have your damage shield up, right? Right? That's a thing. Also, this guy is blue to me, so that took me just a little bit longer there to kill him. And I'm gonna load my damage shield real quick. And I have not loaded in. Let's try that again. Alright, so we talked about Mido. Hi, Art Chick! We're going to talk about Akapan now. Akapan was better known as the Nimble. For his quick feet and quicker wit, he was a rogue at heart. He was most loved by his people, and that was the 5th king. The 6th king was known as Xandal. Xandal was a noble king filled with good intentions. He led his people to a new pinnacle in life standards. We have another king after that, the 7th king, Wavadozik. They loved their names. Wavadozik Adan. All of these kings are named Adan. The 7th king to ever rule the kingdom. Wavadozik was said to be the wisest. He was learned in the ways of priestly magic. His kindness and wisdom were unheard of. Randy Adan was a famed warrior in his own right. Nobody could match him one-on-one. During a battle, he led a small troop of his people and held off thousands of troops, turning the tide of a war. So we don't know who they warred against. We know his one-handed weapon was called Blood Defiance. Again, we can make some assumptions that he was fighting against the dragons, because they were so well known for killing dragons. After Ratty comes Cavilus. Cavilus was also a learned and intelligent king. He was called the Scholar King. He led his people in the building of the first schools and universities in the land, which honestly, in my opinion, is kind of terrible, because he's the 9th king, so right, he's number 9 in the dynasty, and it takes them that long before they start building schools. After him, you have Xu, or Shu, a sorcerer king that wielded powerful magic to aid and defend his people. He created many of his own spells during his reign, and was actually loved by all. He had the creation of an artifact called the Wrath of Souls. Then we have Feig Adan. Feig was the 11th king. He was known as the just and valorous king, and he was honored by his people with a holiday just of his own. Then we have the 12th king, so we're almost getting to the last of the dynasty here, and that's Darwal. Darwal was credited with leading his civilization into the final stages of a permanent golden age. And this is significant, because here's what we know. We know that these were their kings, right? Then we know, and the reason that this King's Rest is in the realm of Bertoxulus is because we know that the Julos actually fell prey to Bertoxulus, that he took a special interest in them, and he actually gained control over the spirits or souls of all of their kings, and he did that through there was a sacrifice of the 13th king that gave them power over all the 12. So let's say, and to understand why Bertoxulus did this, we need to actually go and tell a few tales. So we get a few books in EQ2 that are called the Remembrances. In the Remembrances, we find out that in the kingdom of Barox, over their the city of Darrow's Hollow, which was the capital city, a giant black obelisk appeared. Now in EQ2 and later in EQ1, we find out that these obelisks are void, right? They're void energy encroaching in. But this is where this obelisk appears, and what happens then is that the king Adan, which is the 13th king of the Julos, starts trying to figure out what these obelisks are, where they come from. It shows up in the city in the middle of the day, and it's bigger than their biggest buildings. And again, remember, their buildings were built out of dragon bones, right? So they had massive towering structures. They built and created the behemoths. So they were used to creating these large, massive things. And here comes this tower, and it's bigger and taller, and it is dark, and they have no idea what it is. They have no idea what's causing it. It's an absolute mystery to them. I might be going the wrong way in this place. So, one of the people that King Adan calls on to answer question is what is called the Priests of the Heavenly Pantheon. And he asks their frightening gods, that's how they're described, as frightening, for insight. After hearing gruesome threats of death and destruction, the king remembered why his ancestors drove the holy men into the wilds. I hypothesize that the pantheon, that the heavenly pantheon, might have included a lot of the gods that we know are dead in Norath. So that would be Pai Zhao, which would be the god of passion. That would be Enquilition, which would be the god of fire and destruction. The god of healing and growth and earth, which would be Pingwan Diku. And then, of course, the goddess of magic, Zhao Kunan. And possibly the god of disease, Zulvarian. Just because what we know of those dead gods, they were a lot more pure in their domains of influence, right? Their domains of influence were stronger than our domains in the Age of Turmoil and in the Age of Destiny, and even in the Age of Influence. Those domains are much smaller domains, right? Whereas if you were to look at the information about, let's say, Enquilition, it's destruction, annihilation, fire. It's not just one thing. So Enquilition would have been replaced by Soyusek Ro, right? Soyusek Ro is the god of the sun, but he's also the god of flames, right? It's not this all-encompassing, destructive kind of nature. Which suggests that the older gods, the elder gods, as it were, would have been more in tune with their influence, and it would have been a stronger influence. So basically what happens is they ask everywhere. The King Adan asks everybody, and nobody has any answers for him about this. Until somebody by the name of Ultor Szanvan shows up. And I just remembered I had a button that will help me with what I'm trying to do. He's behind me. Haha. Oh lord. That was way more than I wanted to aggro, but okay. I'm just gonna do this. And let them... Oh, do I have it? And they'll kill me, or they'll kill themselves on my damage shield. I need to actually load the other damage shield up too. The reason we're going through this is because, again, I've told you that the kings, the lost kings of Adan, are actually here in King's Rest, which resides in the plane of decay. Anybody who's in chat who feels like chatting, anybody can tell me what the name of the plane of disease is? You didn't know there was going to be a test, but there's totally a test. Anybody? Well, no, you might call it heaven, but no, it's not heaven. That's because you play a little playgrat. It's called Detriox Oculus. So the king has somebody reach out to him, and it's a person by the name of Ultor Szanvan, and he appears before the court saying that he knows what causes the obelisk to be there, that he knows why it's there, and that the answer isn't to be found anywhere else. The answer is to be found in the ancestors. It doesn't lay with magic or gods or stories, but it lies with the ancestors of Barox. So he says, I know how to speak. Ultor goes, I know how to speak to the dead. I can tell you how to speak to the dead and get the answers that you're looking for. I can help you do that. And this is how Bertoxulus slowly but surely starts to actually exert his influence over the Julos. He basically gets in. Ultor is actually one of the priests of death and decay that the Heavenly Pantheon was known for, and he basically lures over Ultor to his side, and Ultor becomes a faithful adherent of Bertoxulus. And then he goes to the people to the king, to King Adan, and he goes, okay, I got the answers you're looking for. He takes advantage of that fear and uncertainty that they had in order to take over. So what happens then is that Ultor, Bertoxulus' right-hand man, starts going, okay, well, first I'm going to show you how I can speak to the dead here, and I'm going to tell you some secrets here. And he starts feeding tidbits to King Adan, and King Adan, is just eating them up, and he's really starting to believe that this guy knows what he's talking about, right? Of course he does, because he actually, has some answers. He can tell me things that I don't find out any other way. And so they are getting these tidbits told here and there. And then Chancellor Ultor, because he has ranked himself up, and part of the way he ranked himself up was he just killed everybody else that would have been a threat to his power. So he goes to King Adan and says, okay, now you've seen what we can do, you've listened enough, your mind is open enough, now you can know the secrets of the obelisk, but we have to go visit King's Rest. And so King Adan agrees, and he goes to King's Rest, with Ultor, and he spends some time kind of communing with his ancestors, basically until Ultor is ready to sacrifice him. And that's what Ultor does. Ultor sacrifices King Adon and uses that 13th king in order to gain power and take control over the other 12 kings of the Adon. And the tale, as we're told from Barox, in remembering Barox, is, and thus is the tale of how the people of Barox would lose their king in these dark days. The obelisk still stands within the center of the twisted ruins of Darrow's Hollow, having never changed. Just as we lost our king in his search for answers to the obelisk, so too would we lose armies, great and small, in their own search. Countless parties of adventurers have ventured into that now open doorway on the side of that blackened obelisk, but none have yet to return. There's a little bit more there. I'll tell you a little bit more about what happens after Ultor gains control of the kings. But first, we're going to tell another story. This one comes from the book Remembrances Prime. Now, I have discussed previously on stream that Remembrances, or that in the planes of Norath and in the planar structure, Norath itself is called the prime plane, right? The material plane or prime. So it's referred to as the prime. Which shows that they're probably talking about Norath when this story comes in. And I'm just going to read this one. Reports have been coming in from as far away as the Great Forest and the Cherry Blossom Archipelagos, of people contracting a mysterious illness. For the past several months, this virus was nothing more than a rumor, but it has finally been confirmed by various mayors that people have been falling down sick everywhere. As odd as it is that someone could get even sick in our day and age, what makes this story more unsettling are the physical deformations associated with this sickness. Though specifications of the situation are unconfirmed, it seems as if the ill are suffering from what can only be described as changes of the body, including rapid weight gain and odd growth spurts. That has significance. Let me see, while I'm doing this, if I can pull up the image that I lost earlier. Hopefully the visuals aren't too boring for you guys as I go through. Okay. So we're gonna hide this for a moment. We did get in touch with the world-renowned Dr. Roger Effin, founder of the White Palm Hospitalers and inventor of the Panacea Cure, and asked him what he had to say about the situation. "This sickness is unlike anything I've seen before," he said. "The protrusions from the skull are the most unsettling of this kind. It's almost as if the bone is growing at a rapid pace, affecting the growth of hair as well." Protrusions from the skull. Right? Dr. Effin did leave us with a positive note. "I want the public to know that I will not rest until I find a cure," Effin said. "No matter how far I have to travel, I will see to it that the people of Prime can sleep comfortably at night." Dr. Bartholomew Oculus, or we might call him, Dr. Bart Oculus, chairman of the Association of Enterotropic Studies, disagrees with these findings, however. "I have told the people of Prime for many years that something like this would happen one day, but no one will listen. My findings show that the panacea cure will one day break down and corrupt the body. Oculus went on to say, this illness is nothing more than another one of the lies that Roger has been telling the public for years. If the public would have listened to me and started taking my serum, this illness wouldn't have spread as far as it has already. With that, Dr. Oculus stormed out of the room, ending our interview. In other news, we have been able to get an exclusive interview with the leader of the Shadeways Harbingers. Calling themselves only the Shadow Father, his group claims responsibility for the unauthorized construction of the black obelisks throughout Prime. Before conducting our interview, we did our own research on this mysterious Shadow Father. Our sources say that the Shadeways Harbingers only came together as a group 6 years in the Great Cold Land. 6 years ago in the Great Cold Lands. We might call that permafrost. Whereas the first obelisk was spotted in the Death Desert nearly 14 years back. That might be, I don't know, some part of the lands before the deserts of Ro grew. It's reasonable to say that we would have at least some part of desert land on Antonica before the deserts of Ro, showed up. Before the serpent spine were raised. Since then, several more obelisks have been constructed in some of the most hard-to-reach places, such as the Cloudy Plateaus, Serum Savannas, sounds a lot like the Plains Karana to me, and New Exitaran. All of the surrounding populations near these structures have coincidentally left. We have been unable to track down any of these immigrants for an interview, unfortunately. During our interview, all the Shadow Father had to say was the following: we have closed our minds for too long. Secrets from long ago are being revealed. Come to us and we will show you. Those who wish to know the lost knowledge will be taught and become like us. Those who reject it will regret their decision, but not for too long. Now, if you were to rearrange the letters of Dr. Effin, you would find that it spells Broadset Knife. And Dr. Bartholomew Oculus, Dr. Bart Oculus, Bertoculus. My hypothesis is that you have the Julos. The Julos are being infected with something. Something is infecting them. And they have this panacea cure, and this panacea cure is supposed to bring them unprecedented success, right? And remember, the 12th king, Darwal, was known specifically because he led his civilization into the final stages of a permanent golden age, right? Well, a panacea cure, a cure that works on everything, a cure that keeps people from getting sick, that certainly sounds like a golden age, of an unprecedented golden age, right? So there's this sickness that is spreading throughout the lands, right? And it's not getting better, and it's mutating the people that it infects, right? Now, some people in EQ2 have used that to say that the people that are being infected are Nightblood. I choose to think that they are being transformed into the Julos, right? They are developing horns. Because we see they get fangs, and we can see here, this one has got a bulgy belly there. And Prime himself, has giant horns, right? And we know these are the Julos, right? They tell us they're the Julos. And these are the undead versions of the Julos, by the way. We actually see them in EverQuest 1 when we go to the Dead Hills. We also find another thing in Dead Hills, and in fact, let's put EQ1 back on the screen. I'm gonna take her since she killed the second named real quick. We're just gonna camp over real quick, and I will show you a little bit of the Dead Hills. So I don't think that the Julos were turned into a race of undead mutants after being tricked by Bartoxulus. I think that there was an illness that was impacting the Julos. It was destroying the Julos. It was corrupting the race and turning them into this new form, right? And they had already taken a cure called the Panacea Cure, and that cure didn't seem to be protecting them from the Julos, or from the illness. And in fact, Dr. Bartoxulus says that the Panacea Cure is partially to blame, or is to blame, and that if they had just taken his serum, they would have been okay, right? So I think that Bartoxulus was like, fine, screw you guys, I'm out of here. And he left to start doing his own investigations and explorations. I believe there is some suggestion that that Bartoxulus actually did. The Dr. Bartoxulus may have actually planted that disease, but I don't have that like hard canon in front of me. I was still looking and doing research into things. But we pretty much know that Dr. Roger Effin is Rodset Knife, right? And Rodset Knife, he goes, no matter how far I have to travel, right? So what does he do? He starts looking for ways to travel between dimensions and worlds, to find the answer. So, who did I have in the Dead Hills? Okay, so let's turn this back on and you guys can see this is the Dead Hills. And this, well, you know what, let me make sure it's just, these are all creatures from the Aetherneer. As the Aetherneer has started to taint the lands of EQ1, we start to see creatures from Aetherneer show up. This is a tower. This tower is called the Tower of Rot. Kyle Bale is actually sent here wielding the Kinos Claymore to discover what's going on, while others are meant to kind of unearth on an expedition to unearth ancient artifacts. And Kyle Bale falls. He falls to the corruption that's at the heart of this tower. We are told by Valen in EQ2 that the Tower of Vul is also known as the Tower of Rot, is also known as the Obelisk of Lost Souls, and it exists in what we now consider part of the Firat. And if you look at the orientation of the Firat in EQ 2, you can see that the Firat is not oriented long ways. It's like oriented, it turned basically 90 degrees. And outside of the Tower of Rot are gigantic undead skeletons. Right? Those are massive creations. Sorry, I was checking to make sure I had no messages again. They are very massive, lads. And this is in the Dead Hills. So you can go to the Dead Hills and explore several different parts of it. So this is the Tower of Rot. And again, in a minute, I will go back to the map that we see that was basically our release map of EverQuest. And if you see when I pull it up down here, there's actually a single tower, and that tower is the only thing to be drawn in that section of the great unknown, the Dead Hills. And it's actually said, it's rumored, that if you go to the Dead Hills, that when you stepped on the land, your energy and will was sapped, your life force was sapped, and you would start to die until you stepped back out. The Deadlands also were known to have a clan of peaceful or pacifist ogres who abandoned Ralosek before the First Relosian War, and they lived here as well. You helped them during the same expansion to recover some of their own artifacts. So these, you can see the Dead Hills, and you see this right here? That's the tail of a behemoth. Right here. We are underneath a behemoth. I might not be able to get to the other sections of the Dead Hills yet. We're gonna see. I've only done some of these quests. But you can see there, you see that spine in the background? Let's see if I can get it good. See? And again, these are bone bridges and things like that. And we know that they would have been included in EverQuest 2. They plan to actually include the Wraith Mountains and part of the Dead Hills, and we know that it was part of the Dead Hills because they talked about bone bridges. Again, we're on Behemoth. Parts of Behemoth, and you can see this tower is huge. That is part of the fossilized behemoth. That also looks a lot alike. Load us all. You get to the Dead Hills in EQ1. You don't. So you would think if you look at this map, you would just pop right over the Lake Rethtier. We know we can go around Lake Rethtier. You would think you would just you would pop over Lake Rethtier, go through the Fearot, and come into the Dead Hills. But you actually don't. You don't go through the Wraithtier Mountains. We don't know why. You actually have to depart from the Gulf of Gunthak and go through Hate's Landing. And then you end up taking a boat here. So we work with the pirates here to come to this land. All right. And no, it looks like it might all be blocked off. But if you, again, look at this map, you can see War Priests, Poxel, Death Callers. They're all up here. This is where the Zulos are all at. A Zulos invader and everything else. So it's very twisty. And mountainous. Right? But again, just to show you, this is where we know the Zulos used to live. Look at these giant behemoth corpses. And the Zulos out here, the Zulos out here tell us that they are actually out here trying to resurrect their behemoths. Okay. I'm gonna log her back out and go back to fighting my way through the Crypt of Decay. And as we switch characters, we're gonna just kind of take a little bit of a look in EQ2. So as we are in EQ2, one of the things that we know about, one of the tales that we're told, is of the Springview Healers. The Springview Healers first come to us through EQ Online Adventures. That's where we first hear anything about them. And we are told the story of them. Let me find. That sheet. Like I said, I have a lot of pages and notes. I ended up with, I think, about 14 pages of printed. Does anybody have questions? Comments? Maybe pop and check my channels too. Okay. So we are told of a kingdom, and this is called in a Bertoxelan tome, and it is the tale of a society of healers that once tended to the mortally ill. The healers constructed sanatoriums across the kingdom and were renowned for their skills. Then a tragedy befell the kingdom. A great plague spread throughout the towns and villages. No cure was found for the plague, and quickly the houses of healing fell, becoming tombs for the plague victims. Soon, only one sanatorium remained free of the plague, becoming referred to as the Last House. The healers of the Last House pleaded to the gods to be spared from the plague, and they were answered. However, it was Bertocculus that answered their call with an offer of eternal life in exchange for servitude to him. A number of the healers agreed to Bertocculus' offer, betraying their brethren and murdering them in Bertocculus' name. The last house vanished from the kingdom, and the inhabitants found themselves in the planar realm of Bertocculus. So that's that. We also have in the time of EQ Online adventures, and again, this is why I think these things are all connected. In the time of EQ Online adventures, we go to the Dead Hills, and there is a great tower in the Dead Hills. That tower is known as Invar, and we go there and we meet Jail Wraith. Now, if you don't know what the Jail Wraith are, I will show you. Or at least if you don't know what they look like. These are the Jail Wraith. Nope. I had another one. Picture of them. I don't know where it went. We're going to close the Dead Hills because you guys have seen that now. The Jail Wraith look very, very similar to some other creatures that we have seen. We don't see any Zulos that we know of in EQ2. They would be probably exist. Well, that's not true. Excuse me. We do see Zulos in EQ2. We see them in the Crypt of Decay when we go to the Crypt of Decay, which I will do here in a minute. I thought I was a little bit further along in the quest than I was, so I'm going to have to kill that. And in fact, I'll put it up for vote. Would you rather see me going through the Crypt of Decay in EQ2 or in EQ1? Or would you rather me kind of go back and forth between the both of them? Here are some of the Zulos in EQ1 again. We see them in their ruins of their building. Speaking of, let me log. Anyway, these are the Springview healers. We meet them. They welcome you to the realm. Ah, yes. And here we're seeking, and there are the last house crypts, and you have to kill all their fun little friends. Oh, I say that, but you guys can't see what I'm looking at. You guys are still staring at a Zulos over there. Or, I mean, a Jail Wraith. So, the Jail Wraith, we do know that the Jail Wraith exist in some forms in EQ1. We see them in the Void. And it's confirmed to us that the Jail Wraith are a clan of Shadowed Men. They are not all the Shadowed Men, but they are a clan of Shadowed Men. Right? So, let's look at... Well, it's going to be in my screenshot, so I'm pulling it up right now. And while I do that, we're just going to... Oh, that's the Cult of Primordial Malice. You know, I never paid attention to how many of these you had to click, but what do you want to bet it's 12 or 13? What do you want to bet you have to click 12 or 13? Either for the 12 or 13 kings before. And then we get to come out and kill the Primordial Malice. Primordial Malice, for those who are unaware, if you look at the creatures of Primordial Malice, they're very fascinating. They are definitely undead. They have changed over time. But the Cult of Primordial Malice ended up in the Wraith Mountains. That's where they actually first set up. When they first set up the Cult of Primordial Malice, if you don't know who the Cult of Primordial Malice is, it's a cult to Lannis Teville, the Child of Hate, and the demigoddess of Malice. So the Primordial Malice set up they took what they could of Lannis Teville's remains, and they set up a cult in the Wraith Mountains, where they worshipped her and strove to help bring her back. We also have the Bubonians, which were created by Bertoxulus. Alright, and I am back in EQ2, or in EQ1, getting beaten up by some priests here. Come on! Mercenary. Oh. Speaking of getting beaten up. There we go. This is why I like to play healers, because I can tab out. Look, we're just gonna kill all of them and let the gods sort them out. They'll come back. It's their fault for trying to attack me. So, while I'm killing these, let me tell you about my hypothesis. I think what happened is that Bertoxulus, Dr. Bart Oculus, was furious and unhappy about what his people chose to do with the Panacea cure, which was Rodset Knife's cure, and he was worried about his people, and he was trying to save his people. He's looking for something to preserve them from death, and they were starting to undergo all these different changes, these physiological changes to their bodies. And he was concerned. And so he got really unhappy when he felt like nobody was listening to him. And so he took his research and went home. And I think that the Zulos themselves were probably created by Zul'Varian. I think that's why it's in the name. And they were created and went to, oh, right, this guy. But we can't go to this guy yet because we have to do something. It's been a while since I've done this instance, by the way. We can't go through there. Oh, but there's the Priest of Decay. You can see the Priest of Decay right there. The Crypt of Decay. Excuse me. Yes. Those who are Bertoxylin always come back. So I think that what happened is Bert got upset. He felt very betrayed. And so he started working on other cures, and I think that he fell in with the priests of decay and death, and he looked at necromancy as a potential treatment. Because what is the opposite of life? It's gonna be disease and decay. And so that was his answer. Nope. Look at that. We got some little pustlings on us. They went down. And so that led to his essentially to him becoming more and more powerful and researching more and more. And all the while, this illness is impacting the Zulos, right? Meanwhile, Rodset Knife actually leaves. Rodset Knife actually leaves he takes a group of people with him, probably all from one of the sanatoriums, and they leave to go find a cure. And that leaving is a literal leaving off of the plane of existence. He hops in his spaceship, his super spaceship, and he leaves. And he goes to start finding a cure for the illness. Bertoxylus himself is sitting around and exploring and trying different, cures with disease and answers for disease, and trying to figure out the answer. And I think in and around this time, we have a couple things that happen. One, Anashti Sul gets banished to the void. It's possible she was already banished, but I think that she gets banished around this time. And I think that Rowan Thier comes around and sees that this disease that has been unleashed on the Zulos, and he kills Zulvarian, because Zulvarian has upset the balance. And this primes the way for Anashti Sul to have her domain taken, and it primes the way for Bertoxylus to take over Zulvarians. And I think that that's what we have happened. I think that Bertoxylus is looking for power, and I think that he himself, because the Zulos worship their kings, right? They worship the undead to an extent. They definitely have a culture of ancestor worship, and in order to stop the decay from spreading, he goes to the crypts, and he starts searching there for ancient history that might, the kings might have, and trying to find anything. And I think, and he searches with the priests, right? He searches with the priests of death and decay, because if you can create death and decay, then you can stop death and decay. And that's what leads him into that power. And he obviously, we have a little video. There's the Crypt of Decay. It leads him into the power. And he's sitting around in the Crypt of Decay, right? And then what happens is he ends up trying to go build his power structure, and he does that by going to the priests of the heavenly pantheon that would worship death and decay, which would have in the past been Zul'Varian, right? And Zul'Varian at this time is gone. Zul'Varian has disappeared. You've got a priesthood without a god to worship, and so they're looking for somebody else. And this primes the way for Bertocculus to step in. And we have lore that tells us this is again information coming from the dragons, where they say that that the Bertocculus, at first he let only those within this ancient civilization of Barox, that's my insert, who held the power of decay and waste dear to their hearts to know of him. As these first priests of decay came to be one of their number, was held above the others. So these were the first priests of decay, right? So the first people who worshipped Bertocculus. And then his name was Ultor Svanzam the Putrid, and he led the priests of decay in the spreading of their dark doctrine. Ultor was able to scheme and murder his way into the position of the chief advisor of the present king of the civilization, aka King Adon. Once Ultor reached this position of power, he tricked the king into coming into the crypt to visit the tombs of his ancestors. Within the crypt, in the presence of Bertocculus' full might, right? So Bertocculus' full might existed only within the crypt, the crypt at this point. So again, I think that what we see here is this corruption and this harnessing and stealing of the spirits of the dead kings and the power that goes into them, because again, remember, the Julos revered their dead kings, right? So by being the leader of those dead kings, part of that reverence and that worship would come to Bertox. And I think we see Bertox here step into being as the new god of disease during this time. And it is through a ritual sacrifice of the king in the center. And then what happens is to assure that he has power, the 12 kings rampage through the land, causing death and destruction as they go. They were carrying an extremely deadly plague, right? So this extremely deadly plague is across the land, and it's spreading like wildfire. And they're looking for a cure, and this is how you lead to the last house in the Springview Healers. They were one of the places that was left over, and they are told that they would be given eternal life. I also hypothesize, as a side note, we know that an ancient race built the spires on Norath. We know that the jail wraith known as Rodset Knife was able to pop between worlds. He talks about no matter where he has to travel. I think that they built the spires on Norath. So, now I'm going to talk a little bit about the jail wraith, because the jail wraith. This is where I hypothesize that the jail wraith are the same race as the Zulos, and the difference really is that the jail wraith end up falling to the influence of Anashti Soul. So we in EQ Online Adventures, and all of this, by the way, this information that I'm about to tell you that comes from the Jaw Wraith and EQ Online Adventures, we really have to thank Rezakai for preserving, because Rezakai is the one who preserved the quest dialogue and is actually mentioned by name. So thank you, Rezi. So we find out that there's a tower in the Dead Hills called Invar, and in that tower is where the jail wraith are, and they call Invar has a tower, excuse me, but Invar is a city. It's called the Tome City. Sounds like the necropolis, right? And we are told that by the servant of High Priest Vorin, that the Death Head's beacon draws the spirits and the beings there. And the Jaw Wraith says, we offer your people solace and contentment, whereas your world offers them nothing but misery and suffering. The Jaw Wraith seek to care for this entire world. In time, all will journey to Envar, and we will care for them all. We come to this world as we have come to many. Here the people suffer, and we seek to end that suffering. I actually hypothesize that some of the Jaw Wraith may have been part of the house, the last house, right? That last house had not fallen to disease and then started to fall to disease. We know that some of the priests actually turned to Bertoculus, but some did not, and some were slain by the ones that turned to Bertoculus. So I think the Jaw Wraith are the faction of priests from the last house that did not fall to Bertoculus, to the plague, the original plague that was, wreaking havoc. And so if they didn't fall to that original plague, they would not have undergone the body transmogrifications that the Julos did, right? So they would not have gained the look that Bertoculus has. Oh. I must have died in EQ1. I certainly did, because I wasn't paying attention. Oops. We're just going to camp out in EQ1 for now. And I'm going to show you guys the pictures. Again. So here's the Jaw Wraith. But here is what Bertoculus originally looked like, right? And he was said to have had a handsome face, and his body was falling to plague. And when you go into the Crypt of Decay, which is where I would have to go, and I'd have to go get deep in there. But again, remember that this Crypt of Decay was built on the Julos, right? And you can see how they have the bones growing out of them. You can see here where they're morphing in between, back and forth. We have the story of Dr. Fine, and the story of Dr. Fine, that's what tells us that they were getting transformed. It tells us that they were they were growing ridges from their skulls, like their fangs and their horns from their head. They were gaining body mass, right? Which is what you see even Bertoxulus here. He's very skinny, but his stomach sticks out, right? And you see that in the Zulos. Their stomach does the same thing, right? So I think that the Jaw Wraith, and again, it's very similar body structures too, because they're a very thin race, a thin and long race, and so I think that the Jaw Wraith were the ones who took Bertoxulus' serum, so they didn't undergo the transformations, but what they did get was eternal life. Because the Jaw Wraith tell us in EQ Online Adventures that we have suffered for so long that we've taken it upon others to end the suffering, to end the suffering of others. You cannot know the endless torment of immortality. It is our curse, for we can never truly be destroyed. We wish this on no other people. In fact, we would not allow it to befall any other people. The suffering is so great. This is the will of Envar, and his will shall be reality. And now you will join us. We will care for you. We will continue our torturous existence so that your suffering may end. Let go of the pain of this world and find sanctuary with us. And in that, in the information with the Jaw Wraith, we find within the Jaw Wraith writings is mentioned a renegade Jaw Wraith that believed differently than the rest of his kind. This pacifist Jaw Wraith recognizes that undeath is not a gift of eternal life, but a curse. I think the Jaw Wraith may, or if the Jaw Wraith didn't get that cure from Bertoxulus, if they didn't take his serum, they may have looked to Anashti Sul, right? Whereas Bert turned to other gods, they turned to Anashti Sul. And if Anashti Sul is in the void at this time, and this is the same time period that we have the void pillar show up, and we know that they show up all across the empire, the Barox Empire, and that entire civilizations of people just all disappear into these obelisks, basically. So the Jaw Wraith then would be the early servants of perhaps of Anashti Sul, and what they want to do is take you into the tower, and you're drawn there, and they want to take you into the tower where you can be cured of immortality, so you would exist in a peaceful state with them. You would ascend, you would join them in the tower, you would join them in the void, where you would have no more suffering. That sounds a whole lot like the story of Anashti Sul, where Anashti Sul didn't want people to suffer, and so she created undeath. So this pacifist Jaw Wraith recognized that undeath is not a gift of eternal life, but a curse, right? So this Jaw Wraith did not follow along with the Anashti plan. It is written that the renegade Jaw Wraith, Ronset Knife, has visited many realms to heal and enhance the frail mortal inhabitants. So Ronset Knife went looking for a cure anyway, anywhere he could find it, and is just going around from world to world. According to the tome, Rodset Knife possesses great powers of healing and rivaling the dark powers of others of his kind. There are passages that speak of resurrection and mentions of rituals that enabled the Jail Wraith to communicate across worlds. And you're supposed to take it to the tome to somebody who's in the anagogical order of Kinos. So again, this is why I think the Tower of Invar is the Tower of Wool, is the Tower of Rot. It's at the heart of the Barrock's Empire, which would have been Darrow's Hollow. It would have been their capital. And when Bertoxulus unleashes the 12 kings, he unleashes the 12 kings upon his people in the heart of their civilization, and the heart of that civilization would have been it would have been Darrow's Hollow, right? And so I think that he unleashed the armies and the kings, and at the same time we know for a fact that Barrox is dealing with the Void invasion, and Barrox is dealing with the Zulos are dealing with the Void invasion, and they're dealing with a plague at the same time, right? And that this plague is transforming them. We know that Anashti Sul's plagues, right? Or the Anashti Sul is her influence creates undeath, right? So this plague is unleashed, and it's spreading, and it's changing people, and it's changing people into this undead form. And we saw that undead form with the Zulos Prime and everything in the Hills of Dead. And so I think that's our essential answer there, is that the Zulos are the Jail Wraith, and the Jail Wraith simply represent the version of the Jail Wraith, the Zulos. The Jail Wraith are the Zulos that turned to Anashti, or that they were given immortality. They had eternal life, but that didn't solve the problem, and it just kept their body from transforming. And so that's why we see the physiological differences between the Jail Wraith, who we are told, again by Valen, the Jail Wraith are a clan of shadowed men, and they are actually in service to Anashti Sul, and Rodset Knife does not fall to Anashti Sul. He does not, abide by her rules. He thinks that undeath is a cure, is a curse, excuse me. And he decides that he is going to cure everybody across the world. And in fact, when we have Rodset Knife come to Norath, in one of the tales, one of the things he does and says is, "Has the Zulos force arrived here yet?" And we're told in that story, and this is again official lore, that he is very much obsessed with the Zulos and preventing their corruption from spreading. That's what he's focused on. So that connects the story of Dr. Fine, right? Because we know Dr. Fine is an anagram for Rodset Knife. That connects Jail Wraith and Rodset Knife to the Zulos, to Darrow's Hollow, to the Dead Hills. It connects them to Bertoxulus. I actually, there's some rumors that Bertoxulus is a different race, but I actually think that Bertoxulus is a Zulos. The name coming from the Zulos and Barox and Bart Oculus. And I think that that's how we get it. I think they're all one race, that the Jail Wraith represent what the Zulos originally looked like before they were transformed by the disease, the plague that was making them all sick. The plague there's several different reasons for the plague. Perhaps the plague was there to kind of drive people to Anashti Sul, or maybe it was Zulvarians. Whatever it is, I think that both, basically we have the banishment of Anashti Sul at the same time, kind of when Rowan Thyr is trying to handle Zulvarian, which makes sense as to why Anashti Sul doesn't realize or seem surprised that she can't sense Zulvarian, and it makes sense why Rowan Thyr would not have immediately noticed that Anashti was banished, right? And it kind of makes the timelines make more sense together. By the way, we know that the shadowed men who worship Anashti in EQ2 in the Void are Jail Wraith, because they look just like them. Let me see if I can get that image for you. Gotta go through my screenshots. Oh, right. I'm supposed to. Okay, we're doing that, and while I'm doing this, to get set up to go to the Crypt of Decay, I am going to pull up this image that I took. Does anybody have any questions or feedback? What do you guys think of my hypothesis? Do you think I'm accurate? Do you think I'm just, all over the place, completely wrong? And where is the images? Don't mind me, I am looking for the... Aha! There it is. Because I found the picture I wanted to show everybody, but I had to find the right screen to be able to open it for you guys. that. So in this image, the important things to notice are they hover, they have, you know, their two arms, they're very small, kind of petite, almost erudite in nature. And they have runes, you know, little stones that kind of float around them. And, you know, you can actually watch videos of EQ Online Adventures, and in those videos, they actually attack with the runes. They'll throw them. In EQ2, we go to the Void, and we meet these. Same exact features, and they have stones that spin around, and they use those stones to attack you, and they hover. And look at these protrusions from their back. Don't those look really familiar? Don't those look super familiar? They've got the same protrusions coming out of their back. The only difference is the eyes. And we know for a fact that the eyes of void creatures, they get more eyes by being in the void, which is kind of considered part of pure magic or creation energy. So that's one of those things. Alright, let me go back to my EQ2 window. And we're gonna go turn into her, and that should put us... Oh, no, we have to go to the second one now. So again, I'm opening it up for questions. I think I've done an alright job, hopefully, explaining my theories about the Julos, and why I think they're the Jail Wraith, and how I think that they all inhabited. I think they were in more places in Norath than just in the Dead Hills, but I think the Dead Hills is where their capital city was, which is why their necropolis of King's Rest was there. And again, I talked about Nectulos. I showed you the corpse of the behemoth in Nectulos. Nectulos is also known for having a void presence in it, right? It's one of the zones that kind of lines up with where there's a void presence in, you know, EQ2 and in EQ1, and, you know, perhaps back in the age of the Julos. That could have very well definitely been the Cloudy Plateaus, right? The Nectulos could have been turning cloudy at that point. First of all, we know there's a lot of plateaus in Nectulos. When you are traveling around Nectulos Forest in EQ2, you see the plateaus everywhere. They're all over the place. You just constant plateaus. And before the land was cloudy, it was probably... I mean, before the land was dark, it was probably pretty cloudy. You know, the clouds of the Lava Storm Mountain slowly but surely built and would have created the Nectulos Forest, which is, you know, covered in darkness. So I think that that's, you know, where we get the Zulos, and I think that the Zulos are innately tied to to undeath, and that if you go around, you see towers, and those towers are places of undeath, and those towers are also places where you see the symbol, what would be the symbol, what I call the evil bunny of doom, but what is also the part of the symbols of undeath, in as we showed in the last stream, how in areas where there's a lot of undeath, you see that evil bunny of doom symbol, that symbol that is part of the Ssfhc, well, that's part of the Ssfhc stone itself, if you look at the Ssfhc stone, but definitely part of the what we consider the Ssfhc calendar, right? The two symbols, the Enoxus and Atok symbols. There's the one symbol that has what we consider the evil bunny of doom in the center. And I'm actually hypothesizing a new idea of what the evil bunny of doom is. What if the evil bunny of doom is not Seraphim? Because it never made sense to be Seraphim to me. What if it's the Zulos? Let's look at that symbol again. So let's look at that symbol. We've got the ears. There are actual eyes here. You don't see it on this version of it, but the eyes do exist there if you were to look in the black and white version. If you look at the symbol in Discord, you can see the actual evil bunny of doom symbol. What if this is the ears and the face, and those are the wings that come off their back? What if the Zulos are where the Dark Elves learn necromancy? Remember that we are told, we know there is information that straight up tells us that the Dark Elves ventured to the Dead Hills. When you go there in both EQ1 and in EQ Online Adventures, they talk about how there are runes and symbols that are found around the Invar and around the Tower of Rot. And those symbols look to be Tyrdal in origin, right? So, and they predate the creation of Neriak, right? And again, by a significant period of time. So what if the evil bunny of doom is not Seraphim like everybody believes, but is instead a symbol of the Zulos, which would be representative of Bertoxulus, which would also indicate that they have a greater part to play because they are tied to the void as well, and Rodset Knife, and chaos, right? And when we go through the timelines, as we go through the Plains of Prophecy, right? The timeline I'm doing right now in EQ2. One of the things to note is that a lot of the other gods show up, right? A lot of the other gods make a decision to do something. They plan to work, against Lannistaville. right? Who's trying to enter into the plane of time. And they, the Dark Elves are kind of split over working with her or not working with her, because, you know, we're just contrary like that. But Enoric helps with that. Gods of good and evil both help with that. Even Terras Thul helps. With that. But you know who doesn't? Bertoxulus. Bertoxulus doesn't help Lannis, and he doesn't help us. He sticks straight in the middle. And that in and of itself is kind of interesting. So I think that's kind of... Yes, Bert is definitely mysterious and kind of edgelordy, yeah. He's the god of decay. And so if this is the Zulos, and the Zulos are where the Dark Elves got necromancy, right? If they're where we learned death and decay magics, then from studying their ruins, it would make sense why this symbol appears all over Neriak, right? Because our alliance with the dead and undead is well known. It would make sense why this symbol is in locations of where great undeath have happened, right? So in Oasis of Mar, in the towers there, where there are undead, that's where you see the Evil Bunny of Doom symbol. In fact, when you see the Evil Bunny of Doom symbol, when you see that symbol that I was just showing in red, that symbol is in places where there have been great necromantic acts, right? Where you have undeath show up. And if the Julos, again, are related to undeath, if they are related to the powers of decay and living forever, and the jail wraith are associated with them as well, right? Then you have ties into the Void, you have ties into Anashti Sul, you have ties into Zulvarian that make the entire timeline that we have make a lot more sense. It puts a lot of pieces together so that things are more cohesive. Oh, hey Grimace, or no, Grime. Is there somebody else I have to kill? I have not done this instance in so long, and I'm only half paying attention to the game. So, questions, comments, feedback. I'm checking my tabs right here to see if I've got any feedback. else gone through all my channels, making sure I don't have any tells, any questions. Well, without any questions, I'll finish up here so we can go into the plane of disease a little bit. I'll kind of talk a little bit more, I think, about the behemoths, right? So the behemoth, the information about the behemoth and the theory of bioevolution was created by Romiak Gestathorn. If you're not familiar with Romiak Gestathorn, he was the leader of the Academy of Arcane Sciences in the Age of Turmoil. He was deposed by Opal Darkbriar, kind of in that in-between time. We find out that Opal stood behind Luke and Delir, and so she took over the position as the Foci, and that's what the leaders were called, is the Foci. I don't think I was supposed to have originally been able to go through this wall, and I think I just kind of managed to sneak through it somehow. I don't know. Oh. Did you stop now? Because these guys are not... Stopping and Grim is not attackable. Maybe I need to use the visage. Do I have one? Nope, I don't have a grotesque visage. And I need to gather one, I guess? Oh, yeah. Maybe I have to go around this way to get it. We'll see. Anyway, I was talking about Romiak Gestathorn. Basically he says he has a mana as the true creator of the beasts, and that mana creates out of necessity. And he actually also hypothesized that the Shadowed Men come from mana as well. He's the one who wrote the book about Shadowed Men. So, on the origins of Shadowed Men, he said that Shadowed Men are first recorded to have appeared in Norath in the Age of Turmoil. So we absolutely know that that's not correct, right? We know that they appeared before then. I'm getting teleported. Killed Rancine, right? Maybe I haven't killed Rancine yet. No, that zoned me as well. Speaking of dragon's bones, Okay. I'm clearly bugged, so we're going to go back to the plane of magic. And get there. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Shadowed Men being created from mana. Because part of the Shadowed Men, again, we know are the Zulos, the Jail Wraith. The Jail Wraith are a faction of Shadowed Men. So, but I do think that there's truth or there's evidence that could support that the plane, the void, is the source of mana, right? The source of arcane energy, the source of life, the source of creation. It's you know, we usually think of the void as nothingness, but it's also elemental chaos, right? It's where you go to become unmade. It's discord, ultimate discord, right? Order and chaos, order and discord, life and unlife in some ways. So the reason that the Shadowed Men became visible or more visible is because the anchors. So there's again other evidence that suggests that the Void has tried to make several incursions into Norath. And in fact, I wouldn't be all that surprised if one of the reasons that Ssfhc Row raised up the Serpent Spine Mountains was because he was trying to prevent the anchors from really taking hold. And we know, in fact, that Ssfhc Row is one of the only factions that directly, consistently works against the Shadowed Men. He is a negative faction for the Shadowed Men. In EQ1, you go to the Temple of Ssfhc Row and you do quests where they have you do stuff against the Shadowed Men. So maybe he that would give an explanation as to why the Serpent Spine Mountains were raised, is to kind of stop some of those forces from growing. So he said, that Shadowed Men hail from the mana flow. They appear globally and use a black obsidian monolith as a means of entering our plane. These shadow monoliths appear in any area with Shadowed Man activity. When the Shadowed Man activity ceases, the monolith disappears. Apparently I got something aggro on me. Here. There they are. Any entering the Citadel will find no activity. Within the Citadel is a means of entering a pocket of their plane of existence and turning the Citadel inside out. Enter this pocket and all Shadowed Men and their true Citadel shall appear before one's very eyes. But it's part of the mana flow. And again, that can also explain how Rodset Knife was able to travel through the planes, is utilizing the mana flow, right? Or the void. And again, this kind of, he traveled through the void, right? He left trying to find a cure for everything, and some of his people, you know, found eternal life as the cure. Rodset Knife is a Jail Wraith. And the Jail Wraith are what the Shadowed Men come from. If you give me just 1 second, I'll again show you the evidence that supports that. Not the least of which is we are told in EQ Online Adventures that Rodset Knife is a jail wraith who didn't agree with, who saw eternal life as a curse. Undeath as a curse and not a form of eternal life or immortality. And so he stood against it. And he was a pacifist, and he was trying to cure things. And we know that he traveled directly to Norath at one point in time and asked everybody, has the Zulos force arrived? Right? So he's chasing Zulos forces, or forces of decay and disease, and he says that, and there at that time there was a plague on Norath. And that comes from EQ2 lore that you can find on the website. And it's one of the earliest visitations by Rodset Knife that we see. But again, Rodset Knife comes from Norath, but the Jaw Wraith travel between many worlds. So I think that's where you see Rodset Knife, aka Dr. Roger Fine, or Roger Effin, transform into the god. Alright. Yeah, they're aliens because they live in the void, and the void is an analog for space in part. That's why there's one side of the void that's kind of like space, right? And that's why you have the Aethernauts, or Aethernauts, and they travel through the Aether, which would lend credence to the idea that that's the mana flow, right? That's how mana flows into our world, which would make it a source of creation, but unformed creation that hasn't been given shape or form. All right, here we are in the Crypt of Decay in EQ2. Which again, the Crypt of Decay is the ruins of King's Rest, which is where the Zulos come from. Just looking at the different structures around. Oh, all of today's music, by the way, comes from EverQuest and EverQuest 2, and it comes from zones related to plagues and death and chaos. So, remember how I was talking about the 12 kings of the Zulos, or the 13th kings? This is what's left of Wavidozik. And if I can find my sheet, I'll tell you why he is a spider. During his reign, Wavidozik was wise, and he was known for kindness and wisdom, So when his soul was ripped from its rest, it was put into an arachnid creature. He spreads venomous poison across the lands, driving those before him in fear and terror. The chitin of his hardened shell would make an excellent armor. So that's how it shows that it's a perversion of who and what he was as a Zulos. He's turned into a spider because he spews poison, right? As opposed to spewing wisdom, he spews poison. We do meet him in EQ1. It's just very tricky to get to them if I'm not paying attention. I will admit that as a healer, in 90% of the stuff that I do in this game, I can and do avoid the mechanics of solo content. So now we hear Darwal, right? And he was the last king. He's called the last king, but he really wasn't. The last king was the king Adan after Darwal. We have to do something with the barrels of pus, and I don't remember what they were. I have to put them... Yeah. So what we have here with the Zulos is we have a tale that spreads from EQ Online Adventures to EQ1 to EQ2. Again, it wasn't until the expansion where our Lady Lindenaria from EQ2 actually ends up in EQ1. And she is her presence and the presence of Lannis Teville and the life guide staff from EQ2 is actually corrupting the lands. It's corrupted the lands, and it's opened a rift because Lindenaria traveled through the void, which again goes through that idea of the void being a transient zone. She goes through the void and into the past in time, and she does that where she existed in the Aetherneer, and she goes back into the past. So she goes from our age in EQ2 in the Age of Destiny to the Age of Turmoil in EQ1, thus tying our timeline and EQ1's timeline back together again. And she goes back there, and the life guide staff goes with her, and we have to take the life guide staff away to prevent it from being corrupted, or being used to keep a portal open to our realm. And one of the things that Lannis Teville says to us during that encounter is that she would gladly be the queen of ruin and destruction. And this is kind of stuff that isn't necessarily about the Zulos, but it does tie into my thoughts that we are dealing with chaos ascending, which was the name of that expansion, right? We are dealing with the attempt at balance again, right? Order and discord, balance versus chaos. Speaking of Lannis Teville, let's go see her. So this is the chamber of the first king. There's Bertoxulus. And you notice that in this day and age, he's taking the form of a Ratonga or a Rokulik. Because in this stage and age, they would have been, the Julos are 100% gone, but the Rokulik are not, and they support him. So, speak your terms, daughter of hate. Ah, I stand before you more than what I was. I am the god of malice, the destroyer of Anoric. I have returned the mistress of torment and elevated the dream scorcher. Join our ranks, Plaguebringer, and you shall have worlds to anoint with decay and decrepitude as your spoil. I will, Bertoxulus says, I will savor the taste of such success, delivered by my legion of ardent worshippers. Lannis Teville, you could have filled your stomach to the bursting by now if it had not been for the actions of the others of the Pantheon. Bertoxulus says, you hold neither the Chaos Stone or the swords of the Godslayer. How do you plan to destroy any others? Lannis Teville, not now. I know better than that. Join me and learn, Bertoxulus. Or don't, and experience it for yourself. Either way, I am leaving a few of my devoted with you. When you reach your decision, they will deliver it for me. I will weigh the terms of the alliance, Lannis Teville. Time is wasting. Do not wait too long to announce your decision. And then Bertoxulus says, yes, I am aware of your presence, mortals. I want to thank you for volunteering to be the vessel of my newest disease. Bertoxulus summons the first king and a manifestation of disease. The first king, Bali, right? Who had the blue torch. The unbearable pain it will inflict upon you will be exquisite, and then your corpse will be sent the seeds that planted upon Norath, spreading my agonizing plague. Your fates are sealed. And let's just look at the first king, right? He starts to show those first transformations. I have to do something with the... Yeah, Bert is super giving. You know, he believes... Bert believes, truly believes that sharing is caring. He gives you the Care Bear stare. But again, he does not... Bertoxulus does not join Lannis Teville, right? He stays independent of her. And again, this just kind of gives you some ideas of the creation of the crypts of decay, the necropolis of King's Rest. We only see a small part of it. It's actually significantly worse going through here on the trade skill timeline. You have to deal with giant slugs and stuff. right. Well, rather than, bore you all by watching me kill endless amounts of trash as I fight my way in through the different sub-gods or demigods in the plane of or the Crypt of Decay in EQ1, I think I'll make a video of that. I'm also planning on putting up all my resources so that you'll have all the resources that I used to make this video. Does anybody have any more questions or anything else like that? And because if not, I think I'll just go ahead and cut it here. Nope. Nobody? Okay. Well, before we go, I'm just gonna again show you this. So you have Bertox, and see behind him he's got a rat, a disease. So it's like he's taking something from the rat, he's transforming it, he's giving birth to it, and throwing it to his minions, right? Who are on the ground here. And going here, the minion stands up and touches man, and that man has little things around, little flies around his head, and he turns around and spreads it. I just always thought that was an interesting image. Well, thank you all for tuning in. I hope you have enjoyed it. I hope you have found it interesting to learn about the god of disease and the lost race of the Julos. If you ever have any questions, you can send them to me. You can send me an in-game mail. You can contact me via Discord. It's listed on Twitch. You can join Discord and chat lore with me. It's a lore community, so it's not just me. Sometimes it's only just me sitting here speaking. You can suggest ideas of topics to cover, places you'd like to see me go through, and things like that. Thank you again, and have a great evening. Enjoy your weekends. Underneath, right? So you have Shadowhaven and Fort El Mist. Those are underneath. You have the Netherbian Lair. Those are underneath. And then you have people who and entities like the Galorians that live on the surface. Kata, the Combine Loyalists. And I think that Luclin, allowed the veil to be pierced there. And then she allowed it again when Alcabor pierced it. But even then, when we knew of Luclin and found out about her in EQ1, we could not, most people couldn't go there, right? Most people didn't have the ability to be transported to Luclin and didn't know what it looked like. This is kind of what I was discussing on Nadaj's stream earlier, is people didn't know what Luclin looked like, so they didn't represent it in their artwork or in their creations, because it was hidden from mortal eye, and we only unhid it when we destroyed it. We the gods destroyed it. The other question there is, did they destroy it to... We always assumed that the gods destroyed the spire, the core spire that allowed transportation. If you didn't know that, the spire that we see in Norath in EQ2 and in EQ1 is the spire that anchors all transportation on Norath. All what we call the Combine Spires, and some of which predate the Combine Empire. Those all function through using different geomancy and stuff that comes through this particular spire. On Lucklin. And in EQ1, it is more heavily guarded by the dark spirits, which you can see down here, the specters. We don't know who created it, when it was created, or anything else like that. But again, this goes into that idea that there was a Norath before, and they were the ones who set up the teleportation networks. That's how we... Yeah, this is Grieg's spire. Yeah, this is the spire that he hung out around and ended up driven mad by. And Lucklin is said to have driven him mad. Sometimes they say that he read Fleshless Tongue, sacred scriptures, and those were what he was shown, scriptures that were written by Lucklin herself to the Akiva. But we also know that he spent time with Lucklin and he talked to Lucklin, and that he was driven absolutely mad, because probably he discovered some knowledge she didn't want discovered, because she's concerned with protecting us from imbalance. Either that, or his mind just couldn't comprehend the divine things that she was trying to show him. But yes, we have this balance, and in going back to EQ1 and how we didn't have Lucklin represented, only Drenal, and in fact I have talked to people to this day who think the moon that you see in EQ1 is Lucklin, and it's actually not. It's Drenal. And this is confirmed through a variety of things. In fact, one of the entry stories that we get with the Tome of Destiny talks about how the veil of Lucklin was pierced. But that orb that we see in Skyfire Mountains in EQ1 is called the Orb of Lucklin, and if you go there, you actually encounter a Tegi, and a Tegi are those the little alien-looking creatures. Let me think of where the Tegi are. You see them in the Rocklands, and you also see it's probably easier to get to them in Echo Caverns. So let's just go to the Echo Caverns. For those who don't know. Oh, yeah, I have to land. Does anybody have any questions so far? Yeah, I use both EQ1 and EQ2, Poc. Thanks for joining me. I like to go between the two games. I have EQ1. I still play EQ1, not as consistently as I play EQ2, but I do play them both. Also, if anybody has questions, feedback, things like that, and they want to talk to me, you can send me tells. I'm on Antonia Bale in EQ2, and Zigany in EQ1. And you can see Zyrithia, my character name, is up here in this top corner. I also play as D, the letter D, with 3 eyes after it. So you can send me tells, and that's why my screen is blocked off here. It's also because I am in role-playing guilds, and I role-play, and I have channels, and I don't want anybody to get harassed, and also not everything is meant to be public. So I just protect the people that I interact with. But the Tegi, and again we're below ground here. Is that the right cave? It is the right cave, yep. Does anybody have questions about anything that I've said so far? Or feedback, right? Do you agree? Do you think that Lucklin is the goddess of in-between? That she is between the prime plane of Norath and the void, which is, uncreation. The Tegi are actually down here. I flew too far. It's okay, we'll backtrack. It gets really interesting. If you just tuned in, Pock, you actually probably missed where we listened to raid dialogue, where Lucklin was actually voiced in EQ1 with when Kazakh gets killed. So these are the Tegi. And we meet one of these Tegi in the Skyfire Mountains in EQ1. And he's getting killed now. And we are trying to investigate this orb, right? And we go out there, and let me get to... we talk to this, his name is Iazas, the Lunar Elder. And he says, Did you imagine me a blessing to give? The orb of Lucklin is already inside you. Perhaps if you open your eyes, and you say, help me open my eyes. Iazas says, waves her hand dismissively, and the colors of your vision bleed together, coalescing into vibrantly colored, tiny particles of light before shifting to pale moonlight. The points shrink until there is nothing but utter darkness, and then your sight returns. What did you do to my sight? Iazas says, you've got to stop using your eyes if you wish to truly see. Lucklin blesses you. She spreads her hands out, mist filling the air around you. Carry this blessing with you to your camp, and if you heed my words, soon Skyfire's every secret shall lay before you. Remember, the bloom of a tree's bough is founded upon its invisible roots. And some of the other things that they say to you during the quest is, beware the darkness, young one, gesticulating mysteriously. Who would pierce the veil of Lucklin? Many are denied. Iazas gazes upon you reproachfully, shaking her head. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The first clue is free. You won't get anywhere being so forward. The moon reveals her secrets to those willing to listen and wait. I am willing to listen. But do you hear? Do you imagine your silly little ears to be the organs of such sensation? You will never remember unless you learn to understand clearly. Help me understand. Iazas crosses her arms sternly. Do not imagine yourself worthy of such charity. You are here to learn how to do that yourself. Lucklin holds more sway over Norath than you know. Again, emphasizing that Lucklin has an incredible impact on Norath. And so I think that she is the one who keeps us from falling to either side. And that is critical with the absence of Rowan Thier, right? Rowan Thier is the sentinel of balance. We know that we've lost at least 4 gods. If you believe the Alarans existed in EQ1 and in EQ2, then you would say more than 4 gods, right? Because the Alaran gods mostly
What up, Gara? Alright, so this one's dropping. What up, Turco? Yeah, a couple more hours probably. Thanks, Turco. Pretty good. 7 months pregnant now. No problems. Yo, Harfo, $100. Thanks, bro. Holy crap. Yo, really appreciate that, man. Oh shit. Wait, did I even zone? Oh, I did. Thank you, Secrets. Is it drop? Was it not? Ooh, okay. Was it not dropping yesterday? Or was I like, was I just, I don't think I could, like I killed how many of these things? 120 maybe plus? It probably wasn't dropping. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, Harful. Thanks, Secrets, for bringing me back here. It hasn't now. I think 7% was fine, but I just don't think it was dropping yesterday. 7% seems like a good number. No, you're fine, Secrets. Thanks for fixing it. I got XP, it didn't matter. It was alright. I'm a slow waker upper, and my throat hurts. rescue seekers. There we go. Hang out the heart, boys. Yeah, about time. The other 2 pounds Micah could do it as well. All those poor paladins who spent all day there, yeah, it happens. Whatever. I'm his guy, got over a level, I don't care. It is what it is. The bag is in, but you have to do the prerequisite, right? You have to do the note. The bag in Lava Storm, like you have to get the note to Ruthie or you won't get the bag. Did I sleep? Yeah, I slept. I woke up with a wicked sore throat though, but I mean, it's not that bad, it's just kind of raw. Yeah, I need all that. Yeah, I'm having some water, cold glass of water now. I might get a monster later or something. I need something cold, I don't want to drink coffee. Appreciate that donation again, Harfa. Thanks, bro. witchcrafts. Yeah, it works. It's good for a sore throat. Sippy's made me something like that before. But I don't have tea here or any of that stuff. It's good for like a cold as well. Go take that boat. Nice little morning boat ride, boys. him too. Let's go around it. Be back in a minute. Yo, Gargar, thanks for the 5 gifts, man. Yeah, I was AFK, sorry. Thanks, bro. Yeah, I've been live for 72 hours now. Appreciate that, man. Yeah. In 8 minutes, it'll be 72 hours live. The stream resets at 48, and it's almost hitting 24 again. Fucking Zorb is up again? Calm this one. Wow, there's a ton of eyes up. I'm working on Ghoulbane. I have to do some running around. I need to do some running around. Need to get the high piece or a high keep piece when it's not camped. Just want something to work my skill up off of. Need to find a work from home job? Yeah, you'd be able to play a lot of EQ most likely if you did. What up, Rolling? Oh, really? What the heck? It's brutal. I should get fishbone earring now that I'm like here. Damn, man, that's rough. Peace swords are in the game already, right? Or no? Or is that the Paladin? Yeah, I guess it's soon April, I guess. Yeah, B Sword's not yet. It's very soon though. Is it before April B Swords? I don't know. I thought they were coming in soon. I'm just doing Ghoulbane quest, and I'm gonna get Fishbone Earring right now. jump him. Yes, easy. Alright, done in Kanos. Back to high pass. Holy shit, man. I'm ready to fight some giants. Holy crap, I'm so big. Am I maxed? I'm big as a tree. Holy. I was getting knocked around like a piece. Critical blast. Oh my god. You have the the OP. With the crits on, you're a wizard, Harry. Yeah, pwned. Appreciate the little boost. A lot of running. I should have Whoa, I could get bigger? Holy heck. How big can I get? Is it infinite big? Oh. Puny. Whoa. I don't know if I'm floating. I don't know what's happening. I'm so big. Look at the wizard spire. It's down there. This is more my size. I'm a little ant. I like how when you're smaller, it seems like you're running faster, but you're really not. It was wild. I forgot to get a screenshot. In comparison to these spires, how big was it? Was it as big as a spire? It's got Godzilla. The zone crashes. I'm too big for the zone. I feel like North Corona should be a hot zone. Or West Corona. Or both. Nah, just North Corona. West Corona has some good loot. Oh, it's kill ass. You slaying that ass? Whoa. TFK? No. Sir Morgan and Squire Wimbley, the lovers of the Karana. Oh, I should get Gem and Lake Gauntlets, I think. Let me get Ghoulbane first, though. Pretty sure I have to go back to Butcher Block to just hand in a note. Never ending running. I think the running is good, like, for early levels, but after you get, like, higher level, it just gets tedious. Like, because you have, like, the danger aspect of running through zones when you're lower level. But when you get higher level, it's just, like, yeah, it just gets, like, really tedious. I guess this is dangerous if I get high enough and fall to my death. What is this picture of? It's like a warrior woman. What's the lore? Wait, are those boobies? Wait, is she topless? What's on the ground? I can't make out what's on like the left side and the bottom right. She's standing on like a rock. Or is she on like corpses? I don't know what the lore is. Alright, let's get this done. I was like 0 for 20 last night doing this. Hopefully I could get it quick today. It's 6%, so it's understandable. After this piece, I think I just do running around and I have Coolbane.